Hello, welcome in, folks. This is the 400th. God, I always want to say 400th. No, it's 418th episode. There we go. I always get it wrong. The 418th episode of the Dean Wither Show. For everybody who's tuning in, I really appreciate you guys so much for being here. Welcome to the Late Night Live. Now, folks, if you've never been here before, well, welcome in. You're in for a treat. Here we debate Trump supporters, and we try to change their minds in the process, because I believe that Trump is the worst president of your life. We hear crazy shit every single day from these cretins that decide to join our live stream. I mean, the last couple days have really been rough. You know, the type of person who's been tuning in has just been off the wall. So, I mean, hopefully we're able to hold some more cohesive, rational conversations tonight. But, you know, of course, I always say that, and it never goes my way. Now, folks, if you happen to be a VOD watcher as well, i.e. you're not watching the live stream while it's live, but rather after the fact when it's posted as a vid on that YT channel, I appreciate you for being here as well. You guys are awesome. I know that we have a pretty awesome community of VOD watchers that will stick around and hang out with us even after the live stream is over. So shout out to you guys. Every day before we hop into the debates, we also like to go over the breaking news. Today's breaking news is that Donald Trump has set a new bar in hell, by the way, for blatant, bold-faced, undeniable corruption from the Oval. So something that we've been talking about for months on this channel is Donald Trump's lawsuit with the IRS. If you're not caught up to date with that, around 3 months ago, Donald Trump announced a $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS because an IRS contractor had leaked his as well as his company's tax returns in 2019. Admittedly, that was illegal. The guy who did that did go to jail for 5 years starting in 2024. But in response today, after Donald Trump won the presidency, he's suing the IRS for a lot of money. Now, this is already problematic because point number one, the people who would approve a settlement in the suit, i.e. the administrators of the IRS, are, well, put there by whom? Put there by him. And the defense attorneys for the IRS, the government attorneys, are also the attorneys to the president and the rest of the federal government. So Donald Trump's kind of wearing two hats here. On one hand, he's wearing the hat of being the person launching the lawsuit against the IRS. Then on the other hand, he's wearing the hat of being, the head honcho for the IRS attorneys who are defending the IRS. It is very, very corrupt. But anyways, today that lawsuit settled. And the settlement of this lawsuit is so fucking corrupt. It is making me angry. And it has been making me angry all day long. So first and foremost, as a part of the settlement, the IRS has agreed to never audit Donald Trump or any member of his family ever again. What does this mean? There is literally now zero oversight for the amount of money that Trump is or will ever pay in taxes. Same thing with every single one of his family members. Hypothetically, Donald Trump could make $5 billion worth of profit in 2026, pay $0 in taxes, and he will confidently know that not only will he never be investigated for it, no one will ever even know. IRS employees are now blocked from opening an audit into Trump or his family. They can't even look at the amount of money he made and compare and contrast that to the amount of money he paid in taxes. This is essentially saying, well, he's free to now break the law and face no consequence. So that's insane. I mean, genuinely absurd. Bullshit. So like I said, a new level that we have never seen from even the Trump administration before with brazen, bold-faced corruption. Now, the second part of the settlement is a $1.7 billion slush fund, okay, that will essentially be managed by Trump to pay out at his discretion to victims of the political weaponization of the DOJ under the Biden-Harris administration. $1.7 billion to be spent and dished out at his discretion. This could mean hundreds of millions of dollars for the victims, quote unquote, as he would say, of J6. And when I say the victims of J6, we're not talking about the officers like Officer Fanone, who was almost killed. No, we're talking about the person who almost killed him. We're talking about the violent J6ers. We're talking about the domestic terrorists who tried to end the American democracy. These people were and are continued to be called victims of political weaponization of the DOJ by Biden. And now there's a $1.7 billion slush fund to reimburse those victims. This is what corruption looks like. This is also what a president looks like who's not using his power vested in the oval to help the people, but rather just to help himself and his friends. We're going to go ahead and hop into that first debate of the day. Genuinely insane. Breaking news. Wow. We'll be making a video about this tomorrow. It'll be going up on my short form, on all of my short form platforms. I just didn't have enough time today because, as we discussed at the beginning of the stream, I've been sleeping like all day. It is 5 p.m. and I'm just getting started. I've been tired. I've been really tired. Maybe I should go to a doctor. Steve-O, I sent you an invite to turn your mic on, my friend.
It's on, Dean.
Okay, so I don't know if I'm going to have you up here for too long. I know that you're MAGA. Earlier on Parker's stream, you said that you have an IQ of 135 to 140.
Yeah, and it's strange. When I gave him the square root of 12, he said it was like 120-something. And I found it odd when I said 3 that he said it was wrong. I kind of cooked him. And then when I started cooking them again, he booted me. Isn't it strange?
Dude.
I mean, you don't know the square root of 12?
Wait. So first and foremost, so the question that Parker asked you for what is 12 squared, okay, which is 144, because when you square a number, you just multiply it by itself. And you didn't know that either. Because earlier in his live stream, when he was like, you didn't even know what 12 times 12 was, you were like, you never asked me what 12 times 12 was. You asked me what 12 squared was. And now you're confusing the question that he asked you to now be the square root of 12. But even if we accept that confusion and you want to determine what the square root of 12 is, where the fuck are you getting 3 from?
Because it's 3.
No! The square root of 9 is 3.
No, the square root of 12 is 3.
Oh my god! Oh my god. Oh my god. Steve-O. This guy, by the way, a Trump supporter, don't put it past him, is claiming to have an IQ of 135 to 140.
What the square root of 12 is.
What's that?
Please Google what the square root of 12 is.
It's going to be some decimal number in between 3 and 4. I would like approximate it to maybe be somewhere around 3.4.
I think it is. I'm not just going off with my high IQ. But you guys are morons. Like, and
you just said that the square root of 12 was 3.
It is 3.
No,
3,
it is not 3.
464. Yeah,
buddy,
100%.
There is a difference between 3, okay, and 3.46. Because check this out. What's the square root of 9?
3.
So are you saying that the square root of 12 and the square root of 9 are the same thing?
No, because if you technically think about it, it's 2 point some decimals again.
No. Also wrong. No.
I'm always wrong.
the square root of 9 is a whole number.
You know what, Dean? I'm convinced. I think
because you could perfectly multiply 3 by 3 to get 9. Where are you getting 2.99 whatever from? Where's that coming from?
It's coming from my brain, Dean. It works.
How do we determine the square root of a number?
The square root of a number?
Yeah.
How do you determine that?
Yeah.
You break it down into 4s. Into 4 pieces. The square. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, isn't it, Dean? Waking up at 5 o'clock.
So there are so many issues here. The first issue, this one's glaring, is earlier you agreed that the square root of 9 is 3. Do you think that when we break 9 down into 4 pieces, that each one of the 4 pieces will be equivalent to 3?
No, it'll be equivalent to 2 point something decimals. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not a mathematician.
Okay. So to determine the square root of something, it's not to break it down into 4 pieces. I understand the reason why you think that is because you're a really uneducated guy. So when you hear square root, you think square four corners. But no, what we do to determine the square root of a number is to find what smaller number multiplied by itself would be equivalent to the number in which you're attempting to find the square root of. So when we want to try to find the square root of 12 or 9, for instance, we'll use 9 since the square root is a whole number. Okay, we'll essentially want to find a smaller number than 9 that multiplied by itself is equal to 9. Okay, and we know that 3 multiplied by itself, 3. 3 times 3 is 9. Therefore, the square root of 9 is 3.
Wow. Tell us about the dinosaurs and DNA and how we're all related. More science by Dean. I love it.
So now you want to talk about evolution?
I think it should be a new show, Science by Dean.
What are your thoughts on evolution?
We already had this discussion this morning or earlier.
So, do you think that evolution is bullshit?
Again, you haven't found proof.
No proof of evolution.
0.
Okay.
1.
Yeah. So we have so much proof of evolution. That's whatever.
You're a flower,
So
Dean.
now, okay. How old is the Earth?
Billions of years old.
Really?
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect that answer from you. And what is the shape of the Earth?
I would say it's a globe.
Wow. Honestly, dude, that's wild. Okay. And are you a Christian?
Absolutely.
What's the first book of the Bible?
Genesis.
Oh, shit. What are the next 3?
Leviticus. I don't know them all.
Okay. But you have a 140 IQ.
Something like that.
So did you know that like a 140 IQ would be representative of the
But it
top
doesn't mean I can
0.01% of the populace? Like that is like legitimately genius level? Are you claiming to be a genius?
I would say genius would be like a 160.
So no, the threshold for who a genius is starts at 138.
Doesn't mean I can remember everything from a book either.
Oh, okay. But it just gives you a lot of common sense.
Yeah.
Okay, a lot of common sense. So here's a question.
I'm
Okay, let's put that common sense to test real quick. Would you say that it's commonsensical to not support somebody as president that doesn't care about the economy?
I learned a new word today too. Plummensensical.
Yeah. Can we agree that it's not commonsensical to support somebody as president who doesn't care about the economy? Mr. I'm a genius with a 140 IQ, but I don't know how square roots work. Is that commonsensical?
It's very commonsensical.
Okay.
Trump is the best guy.
Oh, well, I didn't even ask you about Trump.
About
Steve-O, I didn't ask you about Trump. Focus on me, buddy. I didn't ask you about Trump. I said, can we agree it's commonsensical to not support someone as president if they don't care about the American economy?
Yes, that's very commonsensical.
Okay, perfect. So you shouldn't support Trump as president because he doesn't care about the American economy. Why do I say this? Well, first and foremost, because he's now doubled down on saying that he isn't even considering, the financial well-being of the average American or Americans at large in his ongoing negotiations with Iran due to the war in Iran, now that he started. But now the second half of this argument is, well, the fact that the economic outcomes that we've seen in the country have only gotten significantly worse the more we've progressed into Donald Trump's second administration, ranging from the highest increase in the price of groceries in 4 years, largest monthly increase in the price of gas since Vietnam, the worst jobs report since 2003, the most manufacturing bankruptcy since 2010, to the largest reduction in manufacturing investment in modern American history. Clearly, he doesn't care. He said so explicitly, and the economic outcomes are there to describe how and why he doesn't care. So, could you agree that maybe we shouldn't support Trump?
No, I don't think I think you fill a lies there, Dean.
Okay, so precisely what did I say that was a lie? Now, I want you to quote me. Like, I literally want you to quote the exact words that I said that were a lie, so then we could see if they're actually a lie.
That he doesn't care about Americans?
Okay, so no. That was a claim that I made, and then I justified that with the evidence I provided. So are you saying that even a singular data point of evidence that I gave you was incorrect?
You said he doesn't care about Americans.
So I said that he doesn't care about
That's
the American
incorrect.
economy. That's so the argument that I'm making right now is that Donald Trump doesn't care about the American economy. Do I also think that he doesn't care about Americans? Yes. But that's not the argument that I happen to be making right now.
What is the argument you're making, then, Dean?
The argument that I just gave you, that I just verbalized explicitly for you and every other guest of the audience to hear, the argument that, once again, Donald Trump doesn't care about the American economy, because on one hand, he said so explicitly 2 times now, arguing that he's not even doing as much as considering the financial well-being of any American in his ongoing negotiations reference to the war in Iran. And then the second half of the argument had to do with the fact that, well, the economy's only gotten progressively worse relative in respect to every since the further that we've progressed into Donald Trump's administration. I hit on a couple of the highlights that proves that, like terrible jobs reports, most manufacturing bankruptcies, most inflation in the price of gas and groceries in a very long time. I moved on to highest unemployment in 5 years, most layoffs in 5 years. Okay. I could also touch on the fact that GDP growth has only gotten significantly worse the further we've progressed into his second term, and prices are skyrocketing. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is, well, I guess, getting $1.7 billion from the federal government to give to J6ers, right? So this is my argument that Trump doesn't care about the American economy. Can you respond to it?
Absolutely plenty. You're lying. You're clearly lying.
Okay, so what specific point did I make in the justification
Trump
of the
doesn't
claim that
care
Donald
about
Trump does not
America.
care about the American economy that you think is a lie?
Everything you just said.
Okay, so clearly that's not true, because I could point towards specific
Clearly
sources
that's
for the things I said. Like when I said that we have the most manufacturing bankruptcy since 2010, my source is the Bureau of Labor Statistics. When I'm telling you that we had the worst jobs report since '03 last year in 2025, my source is also the Bureau of Labor Statistics. When I'm telling you that our GDP growth was down by percent in 2025 compared to 2024, my source is going to be the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. And I could go through the sources for the other claims I made as well. But I guess my question would be, well, how do you know all of those data points are lies?
I think your data points are lies. I think it's called fear mongering.
Oh wait,
you're
no,
defeating-
you explicitly said every
But
single
everything was
thing I
told
said
was
was
a
a
lie.
lie. So let's not have you walk back on
Saying
your claim.
Donald Trump
You
doesn't
explicitly said everything I said was a lie. Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Okay. So you do think they're
About
lies,
Donald
right?
Trump. About Donald Trump, Dean.
Okay. So then dispute the argument I gave to prove that Donald Trump does not care about the American economy. Can you please dispute the argument?
I'm disputing it. You're lying. Why would he not care about?
So
the
what did I
country
lie about?
That he doesn't care.
So I gave evidence for that. Can you dispute my evidence?
Yeah, he cares. He says it.
So saying so you're not disputing the evidence I gave. You're just simply denying the claim.
He's hugging the American flag. There's pictures of it.
So hugging the American flag doesn't help the American economy, Steve-O.
Sure does.
How does
Once we
hugging
get
the American flag help the American economy?
Once we get the Strait of Hormuz opened and get all that oil.
Okay, so this
going,
certainly isn't an answer to my question. I'll ask again. How does hugging the American flag help the American economy?
because he cares about the Americans.
So you're not connecting the first point to the
Caring
second
about
point.
his country.
So the question that I'm asking is, how does Donald Trump hugging the American flag help the American economy? And then you say because he cares. What does this tell us about how him hugging the flag helps the American economy?
that he cares.
That he cares. So demonstrate that he cares about the economy by telling me one thing he's done in the last year and a half to make it better.
He's looking for fraud. He's finding fraud everywhere.
Oh no, he is the fraud. Did you not hear the breaking news about the settlement that he got with the IRS, where the IRS is now pledged to never audit him or his family ever again? Like Trump essentially doesn't have to pay taxes anymore. Is that not? Do you not think that is corrupt?
I mean, he didn't take a salary from the American people.
Can you tell me if you think that's corrupt?
No, I don't think it's corrupt.
So how is it not corrupt for a government official to get the government that they're an official of to vow to never investigate them for breaking the law
How did
again?
he do that? How did he do that?
By suing them for $10 billion, then settling them, in which included the request in which was made by the IRS that they would never investigate him or his family ever again.
So did they
Like
do
so
something
you're
wrong?
arguing here
The IRS
that in
did
fact
something wrong.
removing oversight, okay, for infractions upon our law is a good thing that helps fight corruption. No, clearly that is corruption in of itself. When a government agency such as the IRS, okay, that by the way answers to Trump because he appointed the administrator of the IRS, says that they're never going to investigate him for breaking tax law ever again, right? That's very clearly not a step away from fraud. That's a step towards unchecked fraud. Because Donald Trump, as I pointed out in the beginning of the stream, could hypothetically make $7 billion worth of profit next year, not pay $1 in taxes, which, by the way, is illegal. Very, very, very illegal. Can we agree that would be illegal, Steve-O?
Absolutely.
Okay. And then face no consequences for it, because the IRS has vowed to never investigate him for breaking the tax law ever again.
So how did it get to that point, Dean? So he sued them, correct?
Yeah, he sued them.
And he won, correct?
So they settled. But, I mean, they did break the law.
They didn't want to go to court. They didn't want to go to court. They didn't want to show everything that they did. So obviously Donald Trump had something on them, didn't they?
So what Donald Trump had on them is already all public information. An IRS contractor in 2019 broke the law and illegally released some of his tax returns for him and his company. And that IRS contractor was sent to jail in 2024. But what we're talking about here isn't the random IRS contractor that broke the law and illegally released his tax returns in 2019, but rather what we're talking about here is a fact that, well, a part of the settlement here is the IRS vowing to never investigate Donald Trump for breaking the law again. Can't we agree that that's very clearly a corrupt thing?
I'll tell you what, I'd take it. I don't care if it's corrupt or not. If I gotta pass like that, I'd quit auditing me. Leave me alone. I would take it.
So you're just saying that you would do the same corrupt thing. And this is the same guy that less than 5 minutes ago said that the Trump administration is fighting against corruption. Now he's saying that, well, the Trump administration is very corrupt and he doesn't care because he would do the same thing. So you're an awful hypocrite, Steve-O. You're a very awful hypocrite.
No, you're putting words in my mouth.
I'm not putting any words on your mouth. You explicitly said, and I quote, "I don't care. I do the same thing."
Exactly. I don't care. Me.
Yeah, because you're a hypocrite coward. Let's go to get that, quote unquote, 135 IQ genius out of the stream. We got Josh LA official loading up in. By the way, guys, if you want to support me, want to support the stream, you can find the Venmo, PayPal link in the bio on TikTok. Big message over on that other stream. And Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. We got Josh loading up in the box. Josh was just in the comment section. Okay, there he is. Real quick, I do want to thank Christina for the $10 over on Super Chat, who says, my nephew and I have become big fans. We genuinely appreciate the work that you put out into getting the truth out. Oh, thank you so much, Christina. Huge shout out to you and your nephew. I appreciate you. As well as Lord T, thank you for the $10. She says that DOJ/IRS ruling is illegal in itself and will get struck down by the SCOTUS and or the next Democratic admin. Yeah, I mean, Lord T, I'm not a lawyer, clearly, but I don't know. I don't know how that could possibly be legal for like an entity such as the IRS to vow to never audit somebody for breaking the law again. That doesn't seem to make much sense. Josh LA official, are you a Trump supporter?
I'm a Trump supporter, Dean. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right. Can you stop jump scaring me in the class?
What?
By turning the camera on.
Oh, my bad. I'm trying to turn it off, and it kept popping back on. Do you want it on?
You're all good. You're all good, Josh. You could turn it on. You could leave it off. I didn't know that was an accident. I thought it was intentional. You're all good. You're all good. All right, man. Give me one moment here just to thank a couple more people, and then I'll pass you that mic. Hey, Carol Ann, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo. I appreciate you, Carol Ann. Show some love to Carol Ann down below in that chat for the $20. Who says, "Hey, did you see the update that Todd Blanche secretly slipped all the protections for Trump into the corrupt quote-unquote slush fund?" No, I've not. I'll take a look at that. Thank you so much for the $20, Carol Ann. That is very kind of you. Jen, thank you for the $5, and Miss Roxanne. Oh my goodness, we've only been live for 30 minutes, and y'all are already coming out here swinging. Thank you so much for the $50 dono on Venmo. You're the fucking goat, Roxanne. Legitimately. My God, that is so much money. I'm so very grateful for you. You already know that, though. Roxanne, you're always hanging out with us in here. I don't think that was your first time donating earlier. Sorry, either. Roxanne with the $50 says, thank you as always. Well, thank you as always for the unprecedented love and support. Let's get 500 Roxanne W's down below in that comment section. Genuinely, thank you so much for the love. Huge shout out to Roxanne. That is very, very kind of you. Same thing to Kyle and Jillian. I appreciate you guys for the $5 over on PayPal. And Fussy, thank you for the $9. It's good to see you today, my friend. Then one last person for now on Super Chat. Casey, thank you so much for the $10, who says, future paleontologists here focused on biological sciences. You can't have that high of an IQ and not believe in evolution. Dude's brain is as big as chimpanzees, so maybe he's counter evidence. LOL. Appreciate you for the $10, Casey. I appreciate you. Show some love to the donors down below. Go to take it away, Josh. How the hell do you still support this terribly tyrannical idiot as president?
Oh man, I still support him because I feel like he's keeping us safe as American people. I feel like that we're not getting nuked by Iran. So what is your rebuttal to that, sir?
Donald Trump is keeping us safe by kicking us off healthcare when 51,000 already die per year because of a lack of access from it, and sending us to war. Amen. He's also, and now you calm down, you crazy liberal communist. Trump is also keeping us safe by now telling all of his supporters to vote out the one fucking Republican in Congress, Thomas Massie, who was able to fight for the successful release of some of the Epstein files.
Name one bad thing about Thomas Massie, Dean. Name one bad thing about that man.
Well, I think that there's a lot of bad things about it, but like I think he's one of the better Republicans in Congress. Are you a Thomas Massie supporter?
He definitely is one of the better Republicans. I love Thomas Massie. I do.
Oh, I mean, dude, I actually might be able to change this guy's mind. I mean, I'd say if you were to love any Republican in Congress, he'd be the best to love. But I still disagree with the vast majority of the things about him. I actually might be able to change your mind here. I'm going to take this.
What's the vast majority? What's the vast majority? Just curious.
You know, just like generally siding with like a lot of the GOP standards. But I'll give him his credit when it's due, right? He's not a pedophile protector like many other people in Congress. He's against Israel,
and that's a really good fucking thing, ain't it?
It is. I want to show you a video that I really actually might be able to change this guy's mind. I'm happy that I brought up Thomas Massie. I want to show you a video that Donald Trump posted on his social media accounts. Let's go and take a look together.
Please show me.
We're going to put him out of business tomorrow. I'm in the Oval Office, and we're in a fight against the worst congressman in the history of our country. His name is Thomas Massie. He's from Kentucky.
Yeah, I hate that.
I hope you're going to put him out of business tomorrow. He is so bad. Got an election coming up. He's running against a great guy, a great patriot, Ed Gilrain. He's fantastic. But forget that.
And by the way, so because of Donald Trump's calls of Thomas Massie to be removed, calling him like the worst congressman in the history of this country, and sending all of his support behind his opponent, Ed is actually projected to win. So if you're a really big fan of Thomas Massie, can we agree here that maybe you shouldn't be a fan of Trump?
Okay, dude, I'm not gonna lie to you. I fucking hate Trump, and I just wanted to talk to you because I think you're so awesome, and I just wanted to disguise myself for a second, like just so I could talk to you, Dean. You're
Oh, I appreciate you, Josh. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Only opposite side of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I think that he actually is an anti-Trump Republican. I think that dude, because I don't think the way that he was talking about Thomas Massie was a lie. I think he actually really loves Massie, and he's an anti-Trump Republican. At least that would be my guess. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. I'll only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Dean, I'm going to eat your poop.
Let's go. I'm so happy I finally got that Fetus's account to ban it. That is like my least favorite fetus troll out of them all. We're going to go get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. We got Drew Jackson connecting to the stream over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Kimberly, for the $20. I appreciate you, Kimberly. You to go. Let's get 200 Kimberly W's down below in that comment section. Kimberly with the 20 says, love these shows. I appreciate you, Kimberly. I hope that you enjoyed today's stream as always. Please show some love to Kimberly down below. I just got a text from Santana that says, Massie's officially out. He lost the primary. Bro. Dims need to show up, and Massie needs to realize that there's just simply no more room for him in the GOP. Honestly, that could actually... Massie's loss could do a lot for the Democrats. Because now, where do all the pro-Massie Republicans go? Because their guy was literally pushed out of the party by Trump. Like, this is kind of an inflection point where all of those people who will say, I don't want to help Israel, I don't want to protect pedophiles, sure, that's maybe what Trump is doing, but I still consider myself a Republican because of people like Thomas Massie. Well, where are they going to go? I think they're going to go to the left. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in the box. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and show the rules on the phone screen just so everybody knows what we're about here. We're specifically looking to talk to American adults and support Donald J. Trump as president. For the very first 11.2 thousand people hanging out with us in the stream right now on TikTok, I appreciate y'all for being here. Make sure that you're double tapping away on that phone screen and sharing out this live with a handful of friends. It really helps us try to get more Trump supporters in here because clearly it's a little bit hard to find Trump supporters right now. There's just not that many of them left. They're all kind of hiding in the shadows when they do exist because they're very, very terrified of legitimate dialogue with somebody in which politically disagrees with them. So try to share this live. Welcome in. You support Trump? Bobby, going once. Going twice. Oh, Bobby left. So we are going to go ahead and ban Bobby, folks. We will be banning the people who hop inside of that queue. And then just automatically turn around and leave once they get accepted up onto the live, like Bobby. We're going to go to get that next guest Ty connected to the stream. Here we go, folks. Everybody just give us a moment to get that next guest loaded into the box. In the meantime, folks, let me know how your day's been so far down below in that comment section. How are we doing today, everybody? Street KFX says, hi. What's going on, Street? Good to see you, as always. Let's go to get that next guest, Max, connected to the live stream. Somebody else in that comment section says, Trump train never going to derail. Well, I don't see you in the queue. Looks like it already has derailed. You guys are too scared to debates. Okay, Max Russo, welcome into Sport Trump.
Hi. Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
Okay.
July 25th, 2003.
Can you just tell me if you're trolling?
No, why would I be trolling? Is this because it says Max Russo? Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm looking at your account. You're pro-Pally, anti-Iran, so, sorry, anti-Trump. So you're not a Trump supporter, right?
How am I not a Trump supporter? Are we supposed to like look a certain way?
No, I'm talking about your posts. You are pro-Palestinian, anti-Trump.
Does it say that?
Yeah, you have a whole post about it.
Wait, no, like I had a different kind of question though. Like for you.
Okay, I'm gonna go to ban you. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box, guys. Please don't break our rules. Please follow them. For the love of God, what are we doing? We got the next guest, BK, loading up in the box right now. By the way, folks, if you want to support me, you can find the Venmo, PayPal link in the bio on TikTok. Pin message over on that other place. And Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Use that at. Just make sure to double check the spelling because there's a bunch of fake Dean accounts out there on Venmo and PayPal. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, BK?
Yeah, I do, but I just want to have like a conversation with you because I'm a Republican,
please?
but like I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2000.
Okay. You are banned. Very bad at math. I'm very thankful that the fetuses are bad at math, though. I'll be honest. I'm very thankful for that. Let's go to get the next guest, Hades, loaded up in the box right now. Trying to find that next guest to come up here and give us a conversation and a debate about why they're MAGA. A lot of kids in the queue today. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Hades?
Absolutely.
How old are you?
I'm 19.
Okay, you got something in between me, you and the mic. I think it could be maybe some lint. Maybe you're talking to me over like a Bluetooth headset or something. If you want to disconnect your phone from Bluetooth, that would be a good start.
I'm not on Bluetooth.
Okay, well then could you get your phone a little bit closer to your face?
Shit. Is this good?
A little bit closer?
Yeah.
There you go.
There.
Hey, why the fuck do you support the most ludicrous, delusional, terrible, violent idiot as president? Tell us.
Absolutely. I just thought you had like a contradiction. You used to like be super anti the war in Iran, right? And you were like the imminent threat. You're proof, right? There was no imminent threat. And Iran was Tulsi Gabbard's parole thing in Congress, right?
Yeah.
Howard C. But a few days ago, some guy about Obama, that he said that Obama was like, he wiretapped Trump or some shit like that. And his proof was that Tulsi Gabbard testified that he did that. And you said Tulsi Gabbard isn't like a person of character. He isn't like, we can't take her word for it. So what's with the...
So she didn't testify that he did that, no. So when you testify to doing something, in a legal sense, it means that you say so under penalty of perjury. She's never said that Obama had wiretapped Trump's estates under penalty of perjury. She, I think, made an allegation about his personal involvement in the attempt in the quote unquote Russia hoax in 2016, and she said that in the press briefing room under no penalty of perjury. And then the second reason, on top of her testifying under oath, penalty of perjury in Congress, about the fact that, essentially Iran was not an imminent nuclear threat would be the fact that she had have no reason to lie about this either, because it actually goes against the status quo of the administration. When she's talking about how like Obama had personal investments in the quote-unquote Russia hoax, so on and so forth, of course she would have reason to lie about that to uphold the narrative of the admin. So for those two reasons, in one case she was testifying under penalty of perjury, in the other she wasn't, and in one case she had reason to lie, in the other she wasn't. It's clearly not contradictory for me to point towards, for instance, her testifying under penalty of perjury to the fact that Iran was not an imminent nuclear threat, and then to believe her, on top of the cooperation from other people such as Joe Kent. But then to look at her when she's in the press briefing room saying that Obama had personally worked with those involved with the quote-unquote Russia hoax and call her crazy.
So you don't think people lie in front of Congress?
I think people definitely can lie in front of Congress, and that's where that second point that I made comes from, of her not having reason to lie.
But once her characters comes into question, how can you really trust anything she says?
Because we could identify that she wouldn't have a reason to lie. We could identify that this would also be a claim that would have been really easy for Congress to fact check. Like they have the same high security clearance that she does, access to the American intelligence resources to determine that Iran didn't have nukes. And by the way, the Democrats in that subcommittee of the House that she was testifying in front of, they had all the reason in the world to fact check her claim and to throw her in jail if she was lying, because that would be a massive hit against the Trump administration. And clearly they haven't. So for all these reasons, I definitely am going to trust her when she says that they're not an imminent nuclear threat.
I'm not disagreeing. All right, fine. You know, valid points. Valid points. You have solved my fear. I am now not a Trump.
He's not a Trump supporter. You know what? No, you're still a Trump supporter. We didn't even talk about Trump. Do you want to debate me about that now? He left. Oh, no. He tried to come up here with a gotcha moment. Realized that it wasn't a gotcha moment. And he conceded that, and I appreciate that from him. But then he just wants to take off? Come on, dude. What are we doing? No, stay up here for a dialogue about MAGA, about Trump. Okay, Jutta just wants to play his guitar. We just want some debate, so we're going to move on to the next guest. We got JS loaded up in the box. Where's MAGA at, dude? Where's MAGA? Where are y'all? Where are all the Trump supporters today? What's going on, JS? You MAGA, bro?
Yep.
Your bio literally says you're trolling.
What are you talking about?
Get real.
Okay, no, look. That bio is just because I troll other people, all right?
Okay, how old are you?
This time, I'm not trolling. I'm 18, all right?
Were you born in?
2008, January 21st.
And why do you support this despicable POS in the Oval?
I support him just because, he does good for the economy. I'm saying I don't drive.
Wrong.
Why am I wrong?
Name one macroeconomic indicator that's gotten better in the last year and a half. Do it. Now.
Okay, yeah. Okay, whoa. Yeah. I mean, that was kind of... Okay. So basically, one thing that's gotten better is the gold. I mean, the gold market is going crazy right now. It's up. I put some stocks into it. I'm getting some money from that.
Oh my God. Okay, listen, the stock market at large, or even the market of like an individual commodity such as gold, is not a macroeconomic indicator. Macroeconomic indicators, by the way, the gold market is actually not doing too hot. Well, actually, never mind. Okay.
Yeah,
never mind. Never mind. Damn, it's gone up by 40% in the last year?
That's what I'm saying. That gold, I mean...
Damn, what the fuck is... Dude, whoa, that's crazy. What the hell? That's actually okay. That's okay. Really the only reason. Sorry, I was getting sidetracked there for a moment. Okay, yeah, the gold market's going insane.
No, don't worry, Dean. Don't worry.
But no, back to my point. Still yet the gold market is not a macroeconomic indicator, right? When we look at every action of the Trump administration and their economic policy, we can determine that it's reliably hurt our country. And when we look at the real macroeconomic indicators, such as GDP growth, the jobs reports, inflation, so on and so forth, every single one of them has gotten worse off. I will admit, gold is up 40% in the last year. If you've been making good investments in gold, I bet you're doing well. Good for you. But this seems rather detached and separate from any action of the Trump administration.
Okay. I understand that. I support your points. I think I'm But that's really the only reason I support him. Like, that's literally the only reason.
Well, can you explain to me like what Trump has done to cause that? Like, for instance, if I were to sit here and tell you that my love life has gotten 50% better in the last year, the same way the price of gold has gone 40% better in the last year, and then I were to say because my love life has gone significantly better, I support Trump as president because it happened under his admin, I'd probably sound crazy, right? Like, clearly Donald Trump had no influence on my love life. So I'd actually say something similar here about the gold market. Can you please describe to me how Donald Trump has influenced the gold market to perform so incredibly well over the course of the last year?
Taking over Venezuela, establishing more trades with, just other countries that, import gold.
Okay, so when did Trump take over Venezuela? January 3rd. Okay, well, actually, since January 3rd, the price of gold is up around 3%. So the massive increase in the price of gold that we've seen over the course of the last 365 days actually occurred before January 1st. So it's actually been relatively stagnant year to date, which would be since his takeover of Venezuela. Then to your second point, that is doing more trade with other countries. That's just also completely false. So just look at his tariffs. Tariffs, of course, restrict trade. He wants to implement those on every other country in the world.
Damn. I ain't gonna lie, Dean. I think you're kind of right about my bio. I don't actually support Trump, bro.
Okay. Yeah, we have a bunch more people who are willing to come up here and just completely troll to be Trump supporters, and we do actual Trump supporters. Why can't the Dems win the midterms with this sort of movement? Like, this is so clearly like anti-Trump movement. You know what I mean? Like, bro, we're schmoozing, dude. All right. So there are so little Trump supporters that now people are just coming up here and trolling to be Trump supporters, and we're finding significantly more of them than we are of actual MAGA supporters. Like, how does Donald Trump have any political support at all anymore? Like, just clearly, if we could have, let's see here, nearly 12,000 viewers on TikTok alone, and we can't find a singular Trump supporter in close to an hour now. What is this signal for the support of the administration? Well, it signals that support is really low. So I'd actually influence all of the Trump supporters who are watching to please join that queue. Just, make it known to America that, there's still some Trump supporters left.
No, well, you don't let me argue. You don't let me debate. Why you don't let me debate?
Hello?
Oh, you're listening to me? Great.
Hi.
Hi, I am a Trump supporter.
Okay.
And I am not a kid. I am not a kid like the kids that you keep debating.
I'm not a kid like the kids that I keep debating. How old are you?
51.
Okay. All right, you should stop supporting that maniac.
That's your opinion? He's not a maniac?
You need to stop. He's almost as crazy as you. He's nuts. We need to get him out of there.
He's not perfect. Okay, let's not do personal attacks. I'm not going to attack you personally, and you don't attack me personally.
Okay.
Okay? So, I'm just going to say the policies, okay? One of the things he's doing, he's binding America allies to the USA from Latin America. He's getting rid of all the dictators, okay? So we have a better economy for the United States. It's not going to happen in 12 months. You have to wait because things happen little by little. That's one thing. Iran's been with us in war for 47 years. Everywhere American goes to the Middle East, they keep killing Americans. Why do you like that?
Okay.
And illegal immigration. Yes, a lot of people come here to work. Okay? I came legally. I waited for my citizenship. And a lot of people, some people that came are not good people. And a lot of them came in during the Biden administration.
Okay.
And those people end up killing a lot of other people.
No fucking shot, dude.
A lot of other Americans.
No
and guess
fucking
what?
shot.
If those people were better before they came in, better, you know what better means?
Oh my
Check
God.
that they don't have a criminal record. Those poor girls wouldn't have been dead. Did you know
my God.
2 illegal immigrants took turns to rape a 12-year-old and then kill her?
Oh
Do you know?
God.
I wouldn't have liked that to happen to my daughter.
Oh my God,
And that could have been avoided.
Listen.
Legal immigration avoids crime, okay?
This is crazy.
And I am an immigrant. I am an immigrant.
You can't
I
be
never
serious.
took welfare. I never took WIC. I own a house. I study. I pay my school loans. Okay? And I have a law degree. What else do you want to debate?
Let me respond to those points. Oh, you can't be serious. So, wow. Can I respond, please? Can it be my turn to speak now? Thank you. I appreciate that. So all the fear-mongering, okay, that you just engaged in directed towards undocumented immigrants, saying they're violent criminals who are here to rape and kill kids, and you throw one anecdote out there to prove the generalization is true.
I was very specific. I said because they were embedded, a lot of them with the good people that came here to work, a lot of criminals came in. I did not say everybody because that's not true.
Yeah. So did you know, undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit a violent crime in American soil compared to U.S. citizens. Undocumented immigrants as a demographic are actually significantly safer than any other demographic in this nation.
And the difference
Can I please finish speaking?
Can
I please finish speaking? Can I finish my claim? I want to finish what I was saying. So as I was saying, undocumented immigrants are actually one of the safest demographics of individuals in this country. Listen, we do understand that around 1 out of every 100 undocumented immigrants is a violent criminal. Okay, we need to find them. We need to throw them in jail or deport them. I couldn't agree more. But whenever like the opening conversation, okay, in a breaking news headline or debate about immigration is to say that a lot of undocumented immigrants are criminals, what you're doing is you're fear-mongering prejudice, particularly white Americans, to hate immigrants. Quite frankly, can I finish?
I only talking about the last batch that came unvetted. They came unvetted. Venezuela, look, I'm Spanish. I know when I'm talking to you about the gangs, okay? I'm Spanish. And there was a big gang of Venezuela that freaking Maduro let in. And it's not in Venezuela anymore. They're here.
Okay.
And now they're looking for them to take them out. If they would have been better, they wouldn't have been here.
Mm-hmm. Can I speak without you interrupting me?
Let me tell you what the policies that he's doing, because you never talk about policies. You just call people names.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
That's all you do. You keep getting people
names.
And you don't talk about policy.
Talk about what I just want to know when I could respond. Because remember, this is supposed to be a debate. You have a law degree. You should know how this works. So you talk, then I talk, then you talk, then I talk. We don't do this like Gish Gallop thing where you just kind of say about a billion things and then I start to respond and then you interrupt me to say a billion more. So once again, I'm going to start from the top here. Okay, you started the conversation by bringing up the fact that, oh, so many undocumented immigrants are these violent criminals. You pointed towards Venezuelan gangs in which you believe are just now roaming free around the streets in America today. Okay, yeah, this is fear-mongering. Listen, we agree, okay, that some undocumented immigrants are violent criminals, but there are less undocumented immigrants that are violent criminals, proportionately speaking, compared to citizens, due to the fact that undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit a violent crime on American soil. Now, the next thing I want to say here is you're a fucking hypocrite. Okay, every Trump supporter who makes this point is a goddamn hypocrite. For you to sit here and say that we need to remove all undocumented immigrants from the country because they could be a violent criminal due to the fact that 1% of undocumented immigrants are violent criminals, and then to turn around and say that when we know somebody's a violent criminal, we need to make them president like Donald Trump, and the fact that a court found him guilty for rape and 34 felonies, all of a sudden that violent criminal standard just goes straight out the window. You gave me an anecdote about an undocumented immigrant murdering and raping a 12-year-old girl, and I agree that's terrible. That dude needs to be put the fuck down, okay? Whoever murders and rapes a 12-year-old, they need to be put down like a fucking dog. I don't give a fuck, okay? But then for you to sit here and turn around and say that, well, when they rape an adult woman like Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll, and then they boast about barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls to look at them naked, we need to make them president. You're a hypocrite.
He didn't rape.
That's what a court determined. You're a law student. You should know this.
He did not rape anyone.
A court determined this.
That man. You say your party tried to destroy him, destroying his family, trying to put a man in jail. They put 34 entries for when he paid a prostitute. Yes, he did pay a prostitute. I don't deny it. He did. But guess what? He's not a saint. He's not a Catholic priest. So he wants to have sex with a prostitute. That's his business. He's a consenting adult, and she accepted the money.
So the 34 felonies for falsification of business records have nothing to do with the rape case. So the rape case was a civil court that concluded in 2023 that determined Donald Trump forcefully penetrated E. Jean Carroll's vagina, raping her.
Same thing when she said that rape is sexy.
And, how much money do you want to bet?
And she put a and she put a lawsuit on another rich man. Sure.
Let's do it. How much money do you want to bet that she called rape sexy?
I am not going to do any money because I don't have access right now to another device to go to the CNN thing when she said it.
Okay, if I could pull it up and prove you wrong, are you willing to bet $100?
No.
Oh yeah, because that's not what she said.
Because
so get the fuck out of here. So what she said is she was having an interview with Anderson Cooper on CNN. She was talking about.
I could be your grandmother. I'm not cursing you out either.
Okay, I do cuss sometimes. If you're not going to support me for cussing, you shouldn't support him for raping. But to get back to the point that I made.
Oh, he didn't rape. See, that's the difference. You are cursing, and he didn't rape anybody.
E. Jean Carroll never called rape sexy. What she said during her sit-down interview with Anderson Cooper on CNN is that what happened to her wasn't sexy, wasn't sexual, it hurts. And then Anderson Cooper went on to say, well, that most people think rape is bad, not sexual, violent, so on and so forth. And she responded by saying, no, I think that most people think a rape is sexy. Okay, that's not her saying she thinks rape is sexy, because she clarified in her previous, breath that she doesn't think it's sexy, she thinks it just hurts. But rather that she thinks a lot of people sexualize rape, and she's condemning them and advocating against them in the same breath. So do not equivocate on what her words were in order to defame her character to make her testimony less reliable. Now, the second claim that you made is that she sued somebody else for rape. That claim is just false. Donald Trump is the only man that E. Jean Carroll has sued for rape.
Sure. If you say so, that's what it is. If
it
you
is
say
what
so,
it
I
is.
guess so.
It is
Sure.
what it is.
You know the only difference is that you keep talking about a lie, and the most you repeat it, people keep believing you.
It's all right. You're arguing it's a lie with misinformation. Your evidence that it's a lie is all misinformation.
No. What you're saying right now, it's a lie.
Oh, okay. Then I'll go ahead and prove it. Here's E. Jean Carroll talking to Anderson
Cooper. I'm
Cooper.
going to be deported in the future. I'm not going to be deported because
I don't use the
I'm a
word
legal citizen
of society, and I just feel that so many women are undergoing sexual violence. Mine was short. I got out. I'm happy now. I'm moving on. And I think of all the women who are enduring constant sexual violence. So this one instant, this one, 3 minutes in this little dressing room, I just say it's the fight. That way I'm not the victim, right? I'm not the victim.
You don't feel like a victim?
I was not thrown on the ground and ravished. Which, the word rape carries so many sexual connotations. This was not sexual.
I'm going to ask you something.
It hurt. It just,
But I think most people think of rape as it is a violent assault. It is not.
I think most people think of rape as being sexy.
Let's take a short break.
So do you see how your claim that she said that she thinks rape is sexy is completely false? And then when I described to you what E. Jean Carroll actually said, and then you called me a liar, I was telling the truth?
Okay. So, I'm wrong in that. I admit it. Okay, she didn't say that. I guess I heard wrong that day that I saw it on CNN. What I wanted to say is we need to stop with the slandering of this man. They have tried to kill him 3 times already. And people like you just promote a lot of hate towards that man, okay? Whether you like him or not, he's still a human being.
Would it be wrong for me to call him a terrorist?
He's a lie. Who's a terrorist?
Like, would it be wrong if I said Trump's a terrorist?
Oh, here we come with I am not going to let you guide the debate because you don't talk about policies.
Yeah, can you just answer the question?
Talk about politics. I'm not going to let you guide the debate because I see
Were you talking about policies when you said that it's wrong for me to slander him by calling him a rapist? No. Answer the question. Would it be wrong for me to call him a terrorist?
I am not going to answer because I need to see what is your next question.
No, I don't have a next question. I was just going to play you a clip of Donald Trump calling all Democrats in Congress terrorists. And then I was going to show you him calling for the execution of 6 sitting Democrats in Congress via the means of hanging. And then I was going to show you one of his tweets where he celebrates the death of Rob Rayner and Bob Mueller because they didn't like him. He said he's happy they're dead. Okay? Just to prove a point here that, we need to stop slandering Trump. He needs to stop slandering the American people. He needs to stop slandering Democrats. And he needs to stop slandering the respect vested in the Constitution and the power vested in the respect vested in the Oval Office and the power vested in the Constitution. Okay?
You keep saying that, and the one that that has been that has been attempted to be killed has been hit 3 times, like they killed Charlie Kirk for people like you.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Obama had 12 assassination attempts on his life. Did you ever talk about that while Obama was president? Did you ever say that we need to stop slandering Obama after he had 12 assassination attempts on his life?
He never had 12 assassination attempts.
He did. That's what the FBI says. Yeah.
Sure. You mean the Biden Obama FBI? Yeah, sure.
The FBI today under Trump. It's a status quo in which they've upheld after the cessation of the Obama presidency. I think that you need to stop slandering Obama. He's had 12 attempts on his life. This violent, hateful rhetoric from the right is very damning for the future of our country. Also, you know what the GOP really needs to stop doing? Stop slandering Muslims. Okay, because what happened yesterday or the day before yesterday, you had 2 little amped up alt-right preteens go and shoot up a mosque, kill a bunch of Muslims, and then unalive themselves in their car because we see GOP representatives like Randy Fine out here saying that Muslims are worse than dogs. Okay, that's where the GOP is at today. Hate everybody. Muslims are worse than dogs. Trans people are pedos, and Democrats are terrorists. But if you call my president a rapist because that's what a court reliably concluded with the unanimous jury of 9, then you're an irredeemable POS that needs to stop slandering thy Lord and God.
And again, you're not looking at the fact that the ones getting killed are the conservatives, not your party. And your party are the ones doing
the Muslims were conservatives at the mosque in San Diego. They were conservatives.
I am talking about Trump and about...
Right, yeah. Okay, the conservatives that are getting killed are conservatives. I agree. Because you don't talk about the non-conservatives.
You want to go another route? How many Jewish churches have been attacked? And there is always on the terrorist threat. You want to go that way? Okay, let's compare.
I'm unfamiliar with exactly how many Jewish temples have been attacked. Synagogues. I'm unfamiliar with exactly how many synagogues have been attacked. You know what what we need to do if we want to cool down the rhetoric and reduce the anti-Semitism in this country? Okay, well, what we need to do is we need to fucking stop the state of Israel. Because I'm telling you, when we have a state claiming to speak for all Jewish people as a monolith, existing constitutionally speaking as an ethno-state, ethnically cleansing, genociding, and killing kids, okay, well, then a bunch of dumbasses in society are then bound to observe that, then take away anti-Semitism against all Jewish people. Of course, it's something I disagree with, okay, but we cannot descriptively deny that that is caused by Israel to a particular extent. And then Israel actually uses that anti-Semitism to then better fuel their movement. They say, oh, everybody wants to literally kill us. I guess that's why we need to expand into Lebanon and Palestine to build the greater Israel for better means of self-defense. Okay, but by the way, also, a lot of the attacks that we do see on Jewish synagogues, where are they coming from? The alt-right. Do we just forget about the Nazis? Do we forget about the Nazis? Do we forget where they fall on the political spectrum?
Muslim, they tend to do Allah Akbar. I didn't know Nazis say that before killing people.
What's that?
I didn't know that Nazis scream Allah Akbar before killing people in the Jewish synagogues.
So you think that every Jewish synagogue that we've seen an attack on in America in recent modern American history has been at the hand of a Muslim individual?
Most.
Prove it.
Mm-hmm. I told you I don't have another device to do Google. Why don't you do a Google? You have it. Don't you have it in front of you?
I think if you're going to provide evidence for your claim, you're going to have to be the one to get the source, because it seems to be the case that you're just throwing a bunch of random shit out there and then hoping some of it sticks to the walls because you're unwilling to give evidence for it.
Talking your opinion.
Wait. Give a claim. Give a claim that I've made that I haven't been able to provide evidence for.
You keep calling him about the how you call it, the mosque. Please, there has been more synagogues being attacked than mosques.
Okay, so first and foremost, even if there was more synagogues being attacked than mosques, this doesn't mean that it's not a problem when people on the right go to mosques to then kill Muslim individuals. Okay, right? I'm just so confused by your evaluation here. But the point number two, once again, okay, when we see Jewish synagogues getting attacked, for the most part, the attackers are white supremacists, and my source is just simply FBI crime stats for violent hate crimes. Okay, the right, particularly the far right is significantly more likely to engage in violent hate attacks, okay, against marginalized communities in comparison to any other demographic of political leanings in this country. And I hope that maybe history is enough to prove this point to you, right? Hitler wasn't a Muslim.
Yeah.
Okay, Joseph Goebbels wasn't a Muslim. The Nazis weren't Muslim.
History proved that there was Christian countries that Muslim people took over, and now it's 57 countries.
Oh, wait.
History proved that
Christian countries that Muslim people took over? Who started the Crusades? Who started the Crusades?
Muslim country. Okay, Muslim, there's 57 Muslim countries, okay?
Can you tell me who started the Crusades, please?
Gnostic, that were Gnostic, and do they exist now? Do the Crusades go around and putting bombs on people? No.
Oh, wait. Does a body exist that has attempted to overthrow a Muslim country, claiming to be Christian? Yeah, America. 1953, we couped the Iranians' duly elected democratic leader, then replaced them with our own installee because Britain wasn't making any more money from their oil after their democratically elected leader wanted to nationalize their oil production. Don't you claim that Do you claim that America is a Christian country?
Jedua Christian.
Okay, so that's an example of a Christian country, okay, attacking and attempting to replace the leadership of a Muslim country. America.
So Iran used to be Christian and Coptic. And now what are they? Muslim.
The reason I don't know about the historical religious demographics of Iran. I'm unfamiliar, but what I can say is the reason why there's a tyrannical Islamic regime in Iran today is because of U.S. imperialism and Western destabilization of their country. In fact, the thing that I just mentioned is the thing that destabilized Iran and led to the violent overthrow of the IRGC. So we couped their leader in the 50s. We replaced them with our own to do what we want. And then there was 20 years of a building revolution against our installed dictator of Iran that then led to an overthrow of the government. But then the totalitarian terrorists, okay, the IRGC, overtook that liberation movement of the country and then installed themselves into the power vacuum that was created by the rebellion against their dictator. So it all tracks back to America, dude. All tracks back to America. That's history for you.
Syria used to be a Christian
So I want you to respond to what I said about Iran. Stop it. Respond to what I said about Iran.
I think you're making it up.
Operation Ajax. The CIA admitted to this in Congress in August of 2013. You could Google it. It's called Operation Ajax.
Okay.
They publicly testified to this in Congress.
Sure.
Sure?
Okay.
Why
So
this happened?
How do you explain 57 not 57 because there was Muslim already. 56 countries that were not Muslim, they end up turning it Muslim by force. How do you explain that? You're going to say the United States went to every country to turn it Muslim? Is that your explanation?
Wait. You're arguing here that 54 Christian countries were turned Muslim by force? Name them all.
Afghanistan. They were Christian and Coptic. In other words, they had different religions, not just Muslim.
Okay.
Syria.
How were Afghanistan and Syria turned Muslim by force? And could you please give me sources for these things?
By getting ISIS and forcing people to become, if you don't become Muslim, you're going to die. Look.
Yeah, can you give me a source for Afghanistan to show that at one point it was Christian and then it was turned Muslim by source? Can you please by force? Can you please provide evidence for that?
1976. Google 1976 Afghanistan.
1976
or 1972. The only thing I'm going to tell you, look.
Okay, I'm Google that. Now, what source could you provide me here that they were Christian and turned Muslim by force?
They used to have a capitalist state, and now it's an Islamic state.
Wait, so you think that capitalism equals Christianity?
They used to practice whatever religion they believed. They were not being forced into one religion.
Wait, but no, your claim was that they're specifically a Christian country.
No, I said several
Okay.
religions.
All
not
right.
just
All right. No, you said
said
Christian.
several.
Okay, you're blundering.
I
How about
said
this?
Christian
You're,
and other
you're
religions.
blundering really hard on this subject. So let's just go back to Trump. You shouldn't support Trump because he hates you. You're a woman. You're also are you Hispanic?
Yes. Don't
Yeah,
you see
you're
my,
a
don't
Hispanic
my-
woman. He fucking hates you, dude. That's why you shouldn't support him. He's terrible for women. Okay, we've already touched on a couple of the things, like the fact that we had a court that determined he raped a woman. He also publicly boasted and admitted to finding it funny when he sexually exploited women and girls by barging into their dressing rooms to look at their naked bodies. We also have his ties with Epstein. He's refusing to release the Epstein files. We, the people, forced their administration to release some of it, but they're still fighting against them. Okay, we saw that Epstein personally named him as a P3 deal. And on top of that, the other thing that I'd like to move on.
Did not release the files.
Bro, Epstein's oh my god. Dude, was Obama president in 2019? No, thank you. Okay, going back to what I was in the middle of saying. So, and on top of that, we've also seen an attack on women's rights, okay, throughout his administration, such as when he advocated for the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade, which has now left American women and girls without access to abortion, which has led to around 60 pregnant victims of rape being denied access to abortion in 10 of our 50 states on a daily basis. And you said that you were Hispanic. I think that Donald Trump hates Hispanic people, or else he wouldn't be giving a directive to DHS to use one's race as an identifying factor in if they are or are not an undocumented immigrant. Hispanic individuals around this country are getting stopped, are getting detained, are getting pulled over, and are being asked for proof of their citizenship merely because of the color of their skin or the accent they speak English in. Okay? All of these things are terrible for women, for girls, and for Hispanic individuals. You, as a Hispanic woman, are today one of the most marginalized people in this country under the Trump administration.
That's not how I feel. That's your opinion.
Okay, do you agree that Donald Trump repealed federal protections for women and girls' access to abortion?
Oh my God, abortion?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm pro-life, so that's a bad question for me. He didn't reappeal. He said, "I'll leave it to the states."
Are you pro?
For the states to decide.
Do you think that if a woman is raped, that she should be able to access abortion?
Oh, here we go with the rape thing. Look.
Can you answer the question?
Out of a million of abortion, one is a rape.
No, 10,000.
Only if she's raped, yes, I am pro-abortion. Otherwise, no.
That's 10,000.
You should be responsible.
Out of a million.
Okay, you should be responsible and wear a freaking condom, use pills, and you will not get pregnant. Be responsible. You want to have sex? Take
so what
something.
percentage of abortions do women get because contraceptives like Plan B, birth control, and condoms failed? Do you know?
No, I don't know the number.
54%, over half.
The one saying where is ice, nothing's going to happen to me because I'm legal.
Can you respond to what I just said?
Say it again.
Was Alex Preddy legal? Sure was. He's dead because of ICE. But you said that, well, if people just use contraceptives, then they won't get pregnant. Well, over 50% of abortions are received by women who were using contraceptives that failed during sex.
Damn, they need to go back to the scientific methods and do a better job.
Okay. So you ultimately think that women and girls shouldn't be able to access abortion in elective circumstances because they consented to sex knowing that pregnancy could possibly be an outcome. So then when it does happen, they need to take responsibility for that outcome. Is that your argument?
As long as it's not rape, yes.
Okay. So if I consent to drinking alcohol and that gives me liver failure, and then I get liver shit failure, do you think that I should be obligated just to deal with that outcome, or should I be able to go to the doctor's office to like get their help to fix my liver?
Liver failure and abortion are two different things.
Well, not in respect to the argument you gave, because the argument you gave is that you just have to deal with the natural outcomes and consequences of your actions. And because pregnancy is a natural consequence of sex, if a woman gets pregnant from sex and she just needs to deal with it. Well, liver failure is a natural consequence of alcoholism, and lung cancer is a natural consequence of smoking cigarettes. So it seems like you're just special pleading here as it would relate specifically towards abortion. But then when anybody else faces the natural consequences of their actions, they should be able to terminate them as they wish. They don't have to be responsible for them. So specifically, why do pregnant women have to be responsible for the natural consequences of their actions?
this country promotes abortion so much that they actually use it as a method of contraception.
I'm sorry, we're too fucking poor for that, my guy. The average American is living paycheck to paycheck. The average abortion costs $535. So, no.
Anyways, no, because I know some people that do that. They already buy the 6.
You must have some rich-ass friends, right?
No.
No?
They live in the projects.
They live in the projects and they have $500 to drop on an abortion?
I'm pretty sure they had it for free in Planned Parenthood.
Have it for free. Okay. So actually, there's no governmental system of benefit to ensure free access to elective abortion. It's strictly illegal, frankly. So Planned Parenthood does receive some money from the government to help fund their other services, like just general prenatal care for pregnant women. But they can't spend any of that money on offering free elective abortion services to American women and girls. Now, what I will also say here is that I guess I don't really care, right? Like, I will agree that if there's a woman who's received like 20 abortions, there's an issue there. Okay, but I don't think that issue is with the abortion in of itself, but more so with what led to her getting the 20 abortions in the first place, like lack of access to contraceptives or lack of access to high quality sex education. Now, like, I could give you a good analogy for this. So let's go back to that chain smoker analogy. If somebody's chain smoking all their life, okay, lung cancer after lung cancer after lung cancer, they get it 20 times, and they actually beat lung cancer 20 times too because of cancer solutions like chemotherapy. Would we say that the issue in the scenario of this chain smoker getting chemotherapy to kill their lung cancer 25 times is the chemotherapy? No, the chemotherapy here is not the issue. Their lack of self-control to prevent themselves from smoking is more so the issue. So similarly, when we're looking at women and girls who have received plenty of abortions, the issue there is not abortion.
Then you know what you should do? I'm gonna hang up and just get another kid to argue with. Okay?
Why? Is that because I gave you a point that you can't refute?
Abortion, because I already told you, you keep changing the subject, and we're talking about abortion, and you're talking about liver cancer and whatever cancer. I was talking about abortion, and you keep changing it.
I was just giving you an analogy to better understand my point. Now, if you want me to if you want me to make my point without an analogy, I could still do that. To be concise, the issue with a woman getting multiple abortions is not the multiple abortions. It's what led to multiple pregnancies, like lack of access to contraceptives and low quality or no sex education.
Okay, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to stop talking to you because you guys are too liberal, far gone woke people.
Yeah.
And I don't know why you want Trump supporters to speak to you.
Right.
If all you're going to do is make fun of them.
So I'm not making fun of you. I'm just simply making a case for why you're misled when you say that we need to ban abortion because some women will get a bunch of them.
I didn't say ban. I said they should go for whoever is raped. I say yes. If the mother's, the mother is going to die or something, yes. Mm-hmm. If the fetus come extremely deformed, yes. Okay? So I am now 100% into abortion. I am against, when people just have sex sex without protection, when they know they're not going to take care of the child if they get pregnant.
So that's actually a
whole other level.
It's a really good case for abortion, actually. Scenarios where women will get pregnant from sex, engaging in sex, knowing that if they were to have a child, they wouldn't take proper care of them. Like, of course they should get an abortion. So then we don't have a bunch of kids growing up in the foster care program. Higher rates of DV, higher rates of violent crime, higher rates of sex abuse, lower qualities of lives, lower levels of access to education, right? Like, we don't want a bunch of neglected kids. Let's allow them to access abortion before they're valuable to prevent them from ever being a neglected child in the first place. Also, you said that you wanted to end this conversation with me because I'm just like too woke and too far gone for you. No, I'm too grounded in reality for you. You're the delusional one here. You're the one supporting a president that calls his political opponents terrorists and advocates for them to be executed. You're the one supporting a president that has absolutely destroyed the economy, okay, and crippled jobs reports, and it made inflation soar. And now you're getting really angry at me because I'm calling you out on your bullshit. You're the one that's far gone. You're the Hispanic woman supporting Trump when Hispanic women in America today are one of the most oppressed demographics of individuals under the Trump administration. You're Hispanic. Okay, yeah, you're fucked. He's authorized the DHS to detain people under suspicion of them being an undocumented immigrant because of the color of their skin or the accent in which they speak English in. You're a woman. You're fucked. We see the embodiment of rape culture because now all these piece of shit men in America see that you could rape a woman, be found guilty for it in court, and then still chase after your hopes, dreams, and aspirations and become the most powerful person alive on top of him banning access to abortion. Undeniably, the delusional one here was her, but the reason why I say her in this past tense is because she hit the road. She left. So let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. If you want to support me, if you want to support the stream, you like what we do here, you want to support us to allow us to continue to be able to do it for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week, you could send a dono on PayPal and Venmo, link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message on that other place. Right there, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Just make sure to double check the spelling because there's a bunch of fake accounts out there. Let's go and get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the live, guys. Only hop inside of that queue if you are MAGA, please, and thank you. We are specifically looking for Trump supporters to debate. So let's go to try to find the next one right now. Jared in the comment section says you guys are weak-minded liberals. Jared, I sent you an invite to join the stream. Do you guys think that Jared is going to accept it because he's a strong-minded Trump supporter? No, I think that he's going to run away because he's a weak-minded, delusional, crazy man. I guess we'll see if Jared joins. I sent him an invite. Welcome in, Ricky. Do you support Trump? Ricky, going once? Ricky, going twice? Ricky. We're going to go and sell that to the next guest. We got them loading up in here right now, guys. This next guest's name, they're David. I think they could be a troll. Kind of looks like they got their profile picture off of Google. We'll see. David, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey, Wade, Dean, me and you've talked several times. You know I support Trump. But I wanted to go back a few days ago. You was talking about Kyle Rittenhouse, and you was comparing Kyle Rittenhouse to the guy that got killed in Minneapolis. Alex Petty. Freddie. Alex. Okay. Here's the difference in the comparison that you made, Dean, is completely out of context.
I know, yeah. One was innocent and the other was a murderer.
No. Okay, so what you're saying is the guy that hit Kyle Rittenhouse in the back of the head with a skateboard that attacked him first, that did not give the right for Kyle Rittenhouse to protect himself, even though he went there with a gun.
Well, I want you to make your listen. I want you to make your case. I want you to make your case here, okay? That it was a bad analogy for me to make to Emily Wilson when Emily Wilson said that the ICE agents were justified in shooting Alex Preddy dead because he was carrying a gun at a protest. Meanwhile, Kyle Rittenhouse wasn't just carrying a gun at a protest, but had used it to kill people. Regardless if you think it's murder, self-defense, it did happen. Yet, in that scenario, cops would not have been justified to killing him, right? Because that's the analogy that I made. That was the analogy, and I think that's a quite fair analogy.
You can actually, in your mind, look, dude, I've talked highly of you. I've talked highly of Parker. I respect both of you guys. We have a different political leaning. And I've tried to get in 3 or 4 times since then. And I don't know how you can come down and say that what happened to Kyle Rittenhouse is comparable to what happened to Alex Preddy.
No, you're not listening to me here. The relevant sense, okay, that we're comparing here between Alex Preddy and Kyle Rittenhouse was that both of them brought a gun to a protest. The debate that you're referencing of mine is the conversation, once again, that I had with Emily Wilson, where she said it was totally justified for the ICE agents to shoot Preddy dead because he had a gun at a protest. But in the same breath, she was arguing that even though Rittenhouse had a gun at a protest, it wouldn't have been justified for the cops to shoot him dead. That's the one relevant comparable sense between Preddy and Rittenhouse that I'm comparing here to point out the very obvious hypocritical flaws in MAGA logic.
I don't think it's a flaw, Dean. I really don't. I think, look,
I'm not going through it with you because that is a very simple analogy. I'm not going to waste my mental patience on you, Dylan, when you can't understand that simple of an analogy. It is so incredibly easy to get. And because of how easy it is to get, I'm not going to waste my mental patience on trying to re-describe it to you a billion times over when I know that inevitably you're not going to get it. Welcome to D-Sport Trump.
We are Charlie.
All right, I'm going to ban you guys. Let's just go ahead and try to get some Trump supporters in that queue today. Please do try to follow the rules. I'd really appreciate that. Over on Super Chat, dude, Hole, thank you for the $20. I appreciate you so much. You're the GOAT. Thank you, Hole. Can you turn the Kendrick off? Hi, welcome into Sport Trump.
Hey, Ding, I just came on here to tell you that you got a TikTok gift that you gotta unveil. The community gift.
Okay, thank you. I would assume that guy does live streams, and there's like some feature on TikTok, like a community gift. I don't know what he's talking about. He's probably talking about some like real thing. He's talking about something that like actually exists, that like on when you like host live streams, you could unlock like this thing called a community gift that you could like unveil to the audience. I don't know what it is. I just stream and do debates, honestly. I don't really know all those other features like the community gifts and whatnot. But thank you. Back
the
to
best season of Fortnite was season chapter 2.
Another troll. Hole, once again, I just want to thank you for the $20. If we could please get 200 Hole W's down below in that comment section while we're looking for the next guest, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you so much, my man. Huge shout out to Hole down below. Hole with the 20 says, as somebody who had a natural abortion, miscarriage during a unwanted pregnancy, I needed a surgical abortion to get my dead wanted baby out of me. Otherwise, hello, sepsis. Abortion is healthcare, and it's literally that easy. Thank you so much for the $20. Abortion absolutely is healthcare. I wish that more people could understand this. I don't think that it should be a point of political contention in the slightest, but of course, the GOP will use it as a point just to get more votes. Apple user, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Evan, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, that's Evan, not Apple user. Apple user, are you here?
Oh, I didn't. Okay, can you hear me? Yeah.
Apple user, are you a Trump supporter?
Can you hear me?
I can.
I am.
Okay,
Yes,
Evan, I'm not talking to you, Evan. I'm talking to Apple user. I can hear you, Apple user. Apple user, are you driving?
I am.
Feel free to re-request when you're not driving, my friend. I'll happily have you back up. Evan, back to you. How old are you?
I'm 18.
What? I don't know. What year were you born in?
2007.
1 month.
August 24th. I'll be 19 soon.
Do you work a job?
No, I do not right now. I'm in college.
You're in 8th grade. Said middle school in his bio. The reason why I asked him if he works a job is because maybe like he could theoretically work at a middle school, right? It's possible, but no, he told us he doesn't have a job, so I think that guy's literally in 8th grade. Welcome into You Support Trump?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, JJ, give me one moment here. Got to thank a couple of the DNC donors who are supporting the grift. Aria, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says children are being found pregnant in ICE facilities. Yup. And there's confirmed instances of ICE agents raping their inmates too. An ICE agent pled guilty to raping one inmate over like 100 times in turn for like giving her benefits, such as like connecting her to her family over the phone. It was so fucking gross, Aria. Thank you for the $20. Let's get 200 Aria W's down below in that comment section. Thank you for supporting me and what we do here. Over on Venmo, Mr. Russell, thank you for the $20. Who says keep up the good work. Thank you, man. Let's get 200 Russell W's down below. I appreciate you so much for that support. Molly, thank you for the $5. Maya, thank you for the $2. And then Kayla, thank you for the $10, who says, I watch your VODs religiously, so I'll be up to date tomorrow. I adore you. Question, have you seen the movie The 688? I've not. And thank you for being a VOD watcher. You're dope as hell. Thank you, Kayla. Show some love to Kayla. Same thing to you, Jose. Thank you for the $10, who's calling that last MAGA debater annoying. So true, Jose. Then Fussy, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, speaking of which, did you hear about the shooting that happened recently at the mosque in San Diego? Yes, we were talking about that at the beginning of the stream, Fussy. So incredibly sad. Thank you so much for the support, man. Shout out to you. Kaylin, thank you so much for the $3. And Gina, thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo, who says, can you say happy birthday to my 15-year-old Olivia? Olivia, happy 15th birthday. You are awesome, and so is your mom, Gina. Shout out to Olivia and Gina. That's so exciting. That is so very exciting. I hope that you had a great 15th birthday, Olivia. And Phil, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Yo, the GOAT. Thank you, dude. That is so much money. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the support. Phil with the $50 says, "Hey Dean, it's been a while since I've given you your well-deserved donation." I don't know about that, man. Thank you for what you do. You're a true patriot. Phil, you've been watching these live streams for months. You are like legitimately one of my favorite people. Know that I appreciate you for the $50. Show some love to Phil down below in that chat. You are awesome as always, dude. The GOAT. So true. Matthew, thank you for the $10 as well, who says, "Did you hear that now you and Parker are in charge of the whole DNC?" Oh, yeah. We had a guest come on my live stream last night saying that me and Parker literally control the Democratic Party. Dude, that was funny as fuck. But also really sad at the same time because they actually believe that shit. On PayPal, Christopher, thank you so much for the $50. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Dude, show some love to Christopher down below in that chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Huge shout out to Christopher. Thank you so much. Christopher, you're the GOAT, man. That is a very, very kind donation. And I read through your donation message there. I appreciate you so much for your kind words, man. You're right. We prove him wrong on a daily basis, my friend. Show some love to the GOAT, Christopher, down below. Same thing to Blanca. Thank you, Blanca. That is BLANCA for the $20 dono, who says she's only acting and saying these fear-mongering ideas because she is now a citizen and a Latin for Trump. Is that kind of like the shutting the door after you went through it type of deal, Blanca? Thank you for the $20. I appreciate you. And, dude, Link, thank you for the $44 donation, man. 400 Link W's. Thank you for the love and support, man. Link, you've also been watching for a long time. Link with the 44 says, "Big Link here. I personally have an IQ of 139, and you cannot believe evaluation isn't a thing. Evolution isn't a thing because aging is a form of evolution. Eating, breathing, everything that requires time is evolution." Well, I mean, not in like the sense of macroevolution, but I do get your point, Link, and I appreciate you for the 44 bucks. Thank you for your patience, JJ. Why do you support the worst president of your life? I'm not gonna lie, JJ. At this point, it's really starting to get embarrassing. You know,
I'm gonna be honest. It is. It is. Really is.
And just stop doing it.
Yeah, you know, I get told every day, you know, Trump this, Trump that. And I'm like, you know, usually it ain't, you know, Trump never really has done anything bad. I'm going to be honest about that.
Trump has never done anything bad?
No, he used to not do anything bad. And then, you know, I heard, let's be honest, he was keeping illegal immigrants out. Am I wrong?
So, yeah, right? He's definitely been keeping undocumented immigrants out of the country because undocumented immigration's gone down by 97%. But I think the means in which he has been using to keep undocumented immigrants out of the country are like really abhorrent. Right, I think he's been scaring them away by violating the human, natural, and constitutional rights of the immigrants who are already here. I don't think that, you know, we should have a president doing that. It's pretty nuts. Now, you said that Trump, like, used to not do anything wrong. So when do you think he started to do bad things?
I feel like the moment that he stepped into office the first time right after Biden.
Okay, so, like, last year.
Yeah, no, of course, because I feel like honestly, you gotta think about.
So are we forgetting J6? Are we forgetting like the whole Trump supporters attempted to insurrect our government, end our democracy? They tried to kill cops in the process. Some of them went to jail for 10 years for trying to kill cops. And then Donald Trump called them all patriots and said when he was president again, he'd pardon them. And then that's exactly what he did. Like that all happened before his second term.
I have been saying that he's been letting sex offenders out.
Yeah.
He's been letting pedophiles out. Yeah. I've
protecting their identities too in the Epstein files. So why is that not the red line? Why can't you just say, I can't support Trump anymore because of this?
Well, I support Trump, you know, to an extent.
Okay, but what's that
extent? To an extent, because I like what he's doing. I like what he's doing with ICE.
Come on, dude! They're killing our they're killing our citizens. They're executing them in the middle of our the roadways.
I'm saying
Alex Preddy got 12 shots in the back of his in his back, and his murderer is like still just roaming free because the federal government is blocking investigators from attempting to pursue a charge to uncover evidence to then meet the level of probable cause to support an indictment and then an inevitable prosecution. right? They're like literally obstructing justice and preventing a murdering ICE agent, multiple, from being sent to jail to be held accountable for their crimes. Like, clearly this isn't something that I think any good faith American could ever support. They're brutally attacking our people, man.
Yeah, I get that, but you got to look at it also from, I'm guessing our perspective. Also, because of the fact you got to think some of these immigrants are raping these girls and taking out also other innocent people's lives.
So the 1% of undocumented immigrants that are guilty of violent crimes like rape, okay? So they were actually identified, detained, and deported at significantly higher levels by Democrats previously than Trump today. Around 5% of the deportations under Trump today are of undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on their record. Meanwhile, over 20% of the deportations of undocumented immigrants under Obama were of undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on their records. So all those undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on their records like rape and murder, well, they're actually going undetected at much higher rates today under Trump because Trump is focusing on everyone instead of just them. Now, if you think that an undocumented immigrant who's raped somebody deserves to be identified and deported, well, then why does Trump why does Trump deserve to be sitting in the Oval Office after raping somebody? I know that I talk about this on my stream a lot, but it is just like so clearly a point of clear like delusion and hypocrisy. He raped a woman, bro, and you're okay with him being president. But then the reasons why you're okay with him being president is so he could stop these other rapists, which he's actually doing at significantly lower rates than the Democrats before him.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay. Was there any actual proof of him raping that woman?
Yeah, there was so much proof. A court held him liable for it, found him guilty of it. A jury
Found
of
him
9.
guilty of it because a woman said so. Because a woman said so.
So testimony alone, when not corroborated by other evidence, by court is considered what is called hearsay, unverifiable claims. But see, the thing is it wasn't just E. Jean Carroll's word that led to the liability against Trump for raping her, but it was also corroborating evidence, such as the fact that she had 4 of her friends testify to the fact under penalty of perjury that she'd been telling them the same thing for the last 30 years consistently. We saw medical records from the 90s indicating she was raped by Trump. Her testimony was evaluated by a psychotherapist who looked at her body language, looked at her tonality, and looked at the way in which she testified and determined that the visible trauma responses that we see during the testimony are typical that of real victims of rape. We also saw the lies from Trump, like he lied and claimed he couldn't have raped her because he never met her, but then she submitted a picture of them together to the courtroom. That was the first inconsistency in his story. He also said a lie that he never would have raped her because she wasn't his type, but then he confused a picture of her to be his ex-wife Marla Maples, who clearly was his type, so he lied again. We also saw that she submitted a dress to the court claiming that it was the dress that she was raped in by Trump. The court took that dress, tested it for male DNA, found male DNA on it, and then when they were like, Trump, buddy, you're saying you're innocent. Just give us your DNA so we could test it against the DNA in this dress. Let's see if it's yours. He said no. He said no. And then the last big piece of evidence here is his character priors. Of course, if you've engaged in sexual violence once, you're significantly more likely to do it again. And this guy's engaged in sexual violence a whole hell of a lot. All right, ranging all the way back to the Access Hollywood tape from 2005 when he was like, you could just grab women by their vaginas without asking first, to his interview with Howard Stern in 2005 where he said it was funny when he'd sexually exploit naked women and girls that competed at his beauty pageants, to his ex-wife Ivana, who during the court proceedings for their divorce said that he had raped her. Right? Like, and his relationship with Epstein, of course. And earlier you admitted that he was protecting other sexual predators. I just find it really hard to not believe that he raped E. Jean Carroll because of all of this evidence.
And hold on, can I read this comment real quick? And you were in the Army as a Ranger. Hate to see more like you with the mindset. I actually am in the Army, U.S. Army 75th Regiment Ranger. I was not in the Army. I never was not in the Army.
Please respond to me instead of the comment section.
I got you, Dean. My bad, dude. Okay. But do you think if he was proved guilty by the court, right? Why is he not locked up?
Because civil courts don't send people to jail. They just make them pay money. That's what a lawsuit is. You've heard of a lawsuit before.
I have heard a lawsuit before. But at the same time, if this was true, I feel like if he's walking around, then why is he not arrested if this is true, though?
Because of the statute of limitations. So crimes could have something that is called a statute of limitations. If a crime does have a statute of limitations, this just simply limits the time after the crime is committed that crime could be criminally prosecuted. And the sexual abuse claim that E. Jean Carroll had against Trump had a statute of limitations on it, meaning that if there was literal video evidence produced of him raping her, that they couldn't even pursue criminal charges against him. And Landon, I appreciate you for the galaxy, my friend.
Okay, so we're gonna take it back to the immigrants.
No, I want you to respond to all the evidence that I just gave you that Trump raped her. Right? Like I clearly like poured a little bit of like mental effort into that because you had claimed that there was no evidence of it. So, I mean, I gave you all the evidence of it. I want you to respond to that now. Like after my description of all of the evidence in that case, you know, is there any doubt in what you possess?
Okay, you said there's strong evidence of it, okay? Then yeah. Maybe the evidence is true, you know, but at the same time, I get it with civil court, but at the same time, if this happened so long ago, why didn't she speak up then?
Well, 60% of rape victims never speak up in their life because when they do, they get blamed for it, and it really hurts them. That's because rape culture exists. This conversation is actually an example of rape culture. You're doubting a woman who proved she was raped in a court, arguing that she had no evidence of it, right? She lost her job because of this. She's demonized and turned into a monolith of the left because of this. And every single day she has to relive what happened to her via the hate mail that she receives from people like you and other Trump supporters doubting her, right? It's a very violent and vicious thing to publicly accuse any man, but especially man with great power, fame, and money. I mean, look at the Epstein victims, man. You know how long they were talking about what happened to them just to fall on deaf ears? For years. For decades, dude. Okay? No one fucking believed them. And, I mean, we even had a lot of victims that had never spoken out before because they saw how the other victims were received publicly, only come forward in 2019 privately to the FBI, 3 decades after it happened to them. So actually, in doubting E. Jean Carroll by claiming that if it actually happened to her, she would have come out years before, you're also doubting many of like Epstein's survivors.
I get it. I understand where you're coming from. My thing on it is though is like, I get 100% what you're saying. Most of them don't come out, but at the same time, if you were in her shoes, Dean, wouldn't you not come out about it or at least tell your parents about it?
Well, if I was in her shoes, I'm being honest, I probably never would have come out about it. I probably never would have come out about it at all. She's a better person than me. She's a fucking patriot, dude. Like, I have so much respect for her. She is a goddamn patriot. She came out about it, and then Donald Trump defamed her, and then she stood 10 toes down saying, want to bet? I could fucking prove it. And has just been ignoring, all of the negative repercussions that have come her way ever since. If I was in her shoes, I would have took it to the grave, probably.
Okay.
Right? And, like, to tell her family about it. Listen, a lot of people don't want to tell their family about what happened to them because it almost feels like embarrassing, right? And I think the reason why it can feel embarrassing to tell your family about it is another product of rape culture, that you're supposed to feel embarrassed, like you let that happen to you. And you don't know how your family will look at you after you tell them that. It's a little bit awkward to talk about. And that's another experience that many rape victims have.
If she sat there and told her friends for 30 years straight, why couldn't she have come out about it to her parents?
I mean, don't you tell things to your friends that you don't tell to your father?
Well, yeah, but if it was SA, I would definitely tell my parents.
And that is completely well within your right to do so if you were a victim of SA. But I don't think it's within your right to say that if another victim of SA doesn't tell their parents that therefore they're a liar. And in fact, that was her cited reason for why she waited so long, is because she didn't want her parents to know.
That's the thing, though. Did she ever come out about it in court on why she didn't want her parents to know?
I think to like spare them the embarrassment is what she said. I mean, it shouldn't be embarrassing for your parents to know those things, but the fact of the matter is that's the production of rape culture.
Okay.
Right? Also, like inevitably, well, what has happened to her? She has been defamed. She's been villainized. She's been turned into this evil person by the right. I think when she said that she didn't want her parents to know to save them the embarrassment, she wanted to save them the embarrassment of also being ridiculed via relation to her by the world.
Okay.
Isn't that sad?
Yeah, I can agree with you.
That's super sad, right? But see, right now you're kind of acting like a bit of a part of that problem, right? It's like this line of dialogue right here that generates that problem in the first place. Admittedly, you're being a little bit more receptive to what I'm saying here than most people who come up here to talk to me about this. So I'm not saying that just to end the conversation and to call you deplorable, but more so I'm saying that to hopefully like turn a light on inside of your head to recognize that you've had it wrong all along.
I wouldn't say I had it wrong all along. Let me tell you, didn't the Democratic Republic, or not Republic, but the Democratic Party,
So
didn't
do
they
you
not
concede
open the
that she
border?
was raped?
I'm off that topic now.
Okay, well, where does that conversation end? Does it end with you agreeing with me that Trump raped her?
I don't even know what to say about that, because at the end of the day, if it was true, he would be behind bars.
Say that to all the co-conspirators in the Epstein files. If it was true, they'd be behind bars. Epstein acted alone.
I know Epstein acted alone.
You know he acted alone?
And after Epstein
What?
died is when his files.
Dude, what? Wait. So just to clarify, you don't think that Epstein had co-conspirators?
I don't know.
You don't know? What about the emails? He has emails from people being like, love that torture video. Emails from people saying, I enjoyed your littlest girl last night. Emails from people, is this the OBGYN you take your fucking victims to? I mean, dude, what about Prince Andrew? He got arrested to start criminal proceedings for involvement with Epstein. What about Lex Wexner? I don't know. The ex-CEO of Victoria's Secret, who was named as a co-conspirator of Epstein. No, Epstein didn't, act alone, you idiot. What? He raped kids on an island. You think he was, man in that island? He was cleaning all the rooms. So then, the staff wouldn't see him raping kids. He was controlling all the ships, the boats, and the planes. So then no pilot saw anything. Ghislaine Maxwell, she just doesn't even fucking exist. Who the hell is she? And everybody else who went to that island, well, they just, they were just completely oblivious. There's no way. Who the hell denies that Epstein had co-conspirators? No one denies that. No one in their right mind denies that. He left. Okay. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in the box, folks. We've been live for 1 hour and 42 minutes, and we've been met with a whole lot of people who've just turned around and left. Wow. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in right now. We got Zion Harrison in the box. Hello, Zion. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Zion, are you driving?
No, sir.
Don't tread on me 93. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. It is my fantastic daddy. I love Trump. I love him. He's doing so much for his country. And you, a democratic socialist, Marxist, communist. A lot of words I do not understand because I have the biggest brain and you are just a twink. A very big...
Get out of here, man. Okay. All right, Zion, do you want to disconnect me from your car's Bluetooth?
Oh, I got AirPods in.
You got AirPods in? All right, that's fine. Usually the sound quality on AirPods is pretty bad, but it's actually pretty good this time. Dude, that guy sounded like Trump on SNL. Here, man, give me a moment here. Just thank a couple people on Venmo and PayPal. I'm just going to take a moment to run through that. Then I'll pass the mic off to you. First and foremost, dude, this came in 18 minutes ago. You guys have been legitimately so fucking kind to me today. I am beyond grateful. He left. Okay. Bye, Zion. I'm beyond grateful for the level of love in which you guys have continued to demonstrate to me. I want to give a huge, huge, huge shout out to Ryan down below in that chat for the $75 donation on Venmo. Ryan, you are the absolute GOAT. That is so much money. I'm so fucking grateful for you, dude. Please show some love to Ryan down below. Thank you so much for that love, man.
Let's go, Ryan!
Yeah, let's go, Ryan! Yeah! Right, yeah! Woo!
Yo, how's it going?
Do you support Trump?
I do, but I'm not trying to. I just wanted to let you know I was sick on my bathroom floor for 6 hours throwing up today, and I had the worst day of my life. But you have a nice night.
Okay. That guy has some issues. I hope he's okay. Ryan with a $75 says, appreciate all the well-reasoned debates. What a bad time to read that message. As we're just engaging in absolute degeneracy nonsense. Listen, man, I appreciate you so much, man. Thank you so much for the support. Please show some love to Ryan down below in that chat. You are the absolute GOAT, dude. I really appreciate you. Show some love to Ryan down below. Same thing to Andrea. Thank you for the $5 who says, thank you for clocking that last Hispanic lady. I appreciate you for that love, Andrea. Brianna, thank you for the $10 who says, my mom gets pissed that I listen to your streams and she's now playing a live Christian stream so she doesn't have to acknowledge that her beliefs and morals are so wrong. Yo, yikes, Brianna. Holy cow, dude. You got to get your mom up on the live stream. Get her to talk to me, dude. I want to have a dialogue with her. Fasi, thank you for the $7, my friend. Brianna, thank you for the $5. And, oh my God, Kristen! Kristen with the $250 donation on Venmo. Kristen, what the fuck? That is so much money. That is Kristin. Kristen, you are legit the GOAT. I don't even know what to say. That is so much money, dude. I don't deserve a penny of that, bro. Holy fuck. Thank you so much, Kristen. I am so very grateful. I possess such a level of privilege that I acknowledge that I will never take advantage doing what I do. And I accept that donation in humility, acknowledging that that is a level of kindness and which is completely undeserved by myself. I want to see 3,000 Kirsten W's. That is Kristin. Thank you so much for the $250. Genuinely, just money that I just will never deserve. Thank you so much, Kristen. Kristen with the $250 says, on a roll per usual. Bravo. Kristen, I really hope that you enjoyed the rest of today's live stream. Thank you for the love. Absolutely insane. I want to see W's for her in the chat for at least the next 10 minutes. Genuinely, mods, ban everybody that isn't praising Kristen down below. That was a joke. Don't actually, but thank you. Thank you so much for that support. Welcome in. Are you MAGA? Hello? Hello? Ivy, hello? Alright, bruh. This bot's not here, so we're going to move on to the next guest. W. Kristen in that chat. While we're trying to find the next Trump supporter to come up here and give us a debate. Also, folks, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen of yours, sharing out this live with a handful of friends. Hop in that queue of your MAGA, please, and thank you. Welcome in. Are you MAGA?
No, I'm not, actually.
All right, no worries, man. We gotta kick you just because we are looking for Trump supporters today. I'll go ahead and put the rules back up in the middle of the phone screen. It's been a while since I've had them up, so people don't know that we're just looking for MAGA. I don't want to waste y'all's time. Isabel, thank you for the $75 donation on Venmo. Dude, what is going on today, man? Seriously, what the fuck? Isabel with the $75 says, thank you for standing up for SSA victims. My parents will never know, and only 2 people in my entire life know these specifics. I've been embarrassed my entire life about it, and knowing my mom went through something similar, I couldn't, and I would not want to hurt her like that. Listen, you have nothing to be embarrassed about at all, Isabella, and I'm so sorry that society has made you feel otherwise. You are so loved, and I'm so sorry to hear that happened to you. And we believe you. Thank you so much for the $75. That is so fucking sad, dude. It's a generational problem. Think about how clearly insane that is. How just so sad that is, folks. Where we now have young women who are scared to tell their mothers about how they were raped because they don't want to hurt their mothers because their mothers were raped too. This is an epidemic. Listen, if the roles were reversed here, if every man had a story compared to every woman, okay, the world that we would live in would be so significantly different. We would, oh my goodness, we would live in a totalitarian-esque state with, governmental buildings on every corner to report rape until the epidemic was over. I mean, if the roles were reversed. I'm sorry that society has failed you, Isabella. Thank you for the $75. Please show some love to Isabella down below. Do you support Trump, Lakin? Lakin just left. We're going to get that next guest loaded up in the box. We got the Joe 510 connecting. And Olivia, I appreciate you for the $10 as well. Who says, I was SA 11 years ago. A handful of my friends know, but my parents and siblings don't. I'm very close to my parents and siblings. I never reported it. I felt ashamed and embarrassed and worried about the way that people will treat me after. Listen, Olivia, everything that I just said to Isabella also applies to yourself. I'm so sorry to hear that has happened to you. Joe, do you support Trump?
My bad.
I'm just going to take the laughing as a sign that he's trolling. Let's go to get the next guest connected to the live stream, guys. Only up inside of the queue if you're a Trump supporter, please, and thank you. Follow the rules of the live. Please follow the rules of the live. Welcome. Do you support Trump? Oh, no. Hello?
Hi, yes, I do.
Paige, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay, what year are you born in?
2006.
Okay, Paige. I have like 4 people to thank, and then I'll pass it, Mike. Over on PayPal, Christian, thank you for the $50. Who says listening to that woman while driving home was so insufferable. Don't see how somebody with a quote unquote law degree was speaking such BS. So insane, lol. Keep killing it, man. I think she was lying. Thank you for the $50, Christian. You were awesome. Thank you. Let's get 500 Christian W's. Bridget, thank you so much for the $25. Who says for putting up with willful ignorance. Your guests have the same access to information that you do, but they choose not to educate themselves. Sad. It is fucking sad, but hopefully we're changing that, right? That's what we try to do, is just expand that access to the education. Thank you for the $25, Bridget. George, thank you for the $15. Who says use this to buy Parker a kazoo for his Jeopardy theme. I think it'd be funny. I appreciate you for the $14, George. Then Blanca and Hunter. Blanca, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate you so much for that love. And Hunter, thank you so much for the $15. Who says, hey, Dean, I've been listening for a few months now. I just want to say I'm a sexual assault survivor, and I ultimately did not want to come forward because I was afraid of what he might do. This guest has no idea what he's talking about. Trauma responds in the bodies always. No, listen, we get shitty men who have never experienced sexual violence that join this live stream every single day with the same story. A real victim of sexual violence would do this. A real victim of sexual violence would do that. Who the fuck are they? How would they know what a real victim of sexual violence and how they would ever respond to being raped? How would they ever know, man? That's my question. They're so misled. The Dunning-Kruger effect is real. I appreciate you for the $15, Hunter. Please show some love to all the donors down below in that chat. I think that we're all caught up on Venmo and PayPal for now. We're going to go ahead and refocus on trying to get that next Trump supporter up into the live to have a debate. Everybody just give us a moment to get them connected. We got Barbie loading in. Welcome into Sport Trump.
I'm so sorry. I am actually shopping and did not mean to do that.
No worries. You're all good, Barbie. Hope you have a good evening shopping. Sounds fun. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up in the box right now, folks. Oh, guys, this isn't about politics. I've developed this hyper fixation with overlanders. I want to build out an overlanding setup. I can't do it right now. Hopefully I'll be able to do it in the future. Of a car, a vehicle, like an SUV or a truck with a rooftop tent and other miscellaneous things that could be used by camping. I want to find a way to put a little refrigerator in it too. There's traveling refrigerators, a camping stovetop setup. So then I could just spend my weekends going up to random national parks and BLM and forests in and around Colorado to go camping. I've developed this hyperfixation. And I'm going to start working on it. I don't know when, but eventually when I get this overlanding setup done, I'll show it to you guys because I think it'll be pretty cool. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
How old are you? I don't know. Why did he even ask how old he is? It's clearly a kid that's trolling. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up in the box right now. Only opposite side of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Only opposite side of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Please and thank you. We got Kenny loading on. This person says that they've been waiting for over 70 minutes, so we'll let them up. Kenny, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, you're a pussy.
Okay, Kenny. How many continents are there?
You're a pussy.
Knee slapper,
You
Kenny.
little bar pussy ass motherfucker.
Knee slapper, Kenny. How many continents are there?
Oh my god, you're.
Can you
You're
pass
a
a second grade
pussy.
geography test?
You're a pussy.
Knee
Oh
slapper.
my god.
How many continents are there?
Brush your fucking teeth, you fucking pussy.
How many
Oh my
continents are there,
God,
Kenny?
No way, I got you're alive.
Okay,
Holy
so he
shit.
doesn't know how many continents are there,
Oh,
but he
God.
does know that I'm a pussy. All right, man. We're just gonna go ahead and send you back down to the chat with the other like disgruntled youth. I'd recommend getting a therapist. User, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I'm 19,
Okay, what year are you born in?
2006,
What month?
November.
What time is it?
Huh?
What time is it?
2 a.m.
Okay, man. You said you've been waiting.
Neolibertarianism will prevail. Neolibertarian flangalism will prevail. Donald Trump's a neolibertarian.
Get out of here. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA. We're looking for the next guest right now, everybody. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Glup shitto. Trump 2025. Are you MAGA?
Oh, I don't think you needed to answer that. Of course, I'm MAGA. Best
Dear
political
God.
party
How
that
embarrassing
saving
is
the
it to
United
live your
States,
life?
man. Oh, it's not embarrassing at all. It's very humbling because he's actually taken away the immigrants out of our African American communities. Finally, something the Democratic Party been saying that they was gonna do for years. Something that Barack Obama was supposed to do, but he chimped out because he. I didn't mean to say that. He chickened out.
Are you black?
because- I guess I am black.
Okay, go ahead. That's crazy,
Yeah,
by the
exactly.
way.
He didn't want to do. He didn't want to actually take the African Americans out there. He didn't want to.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just. Whoa.
His
I'm
political beliefs.
I'm sorry. I'm so,
Yeah.
like I okay, listen. Okay, what the hell? It seems to be the case that you're buying in to the narrative of the oppressing class, the white supremacists, by pitting yourself against other marginalized individuals, okay? Instead of like waking up and realizing that we exist in an oppressive state that perpetually attempts to disproportionately hold black Americans down, regardless of it's because we have a racist criminal justice system in need of reform because 14% of the population, black Americans, account for 87% of the exonerations, or a racist education schooling program where the average white American is funded 3 times more than the average black American. You instead want to focus on other marginalized communities, such as black and brown immigrants, that you want removed from your community, right? So I'm sorry. Why would it ever be a good thing to deport undocumented immigrants en masse, including people like asylum seekers who are illegal immigrants and unaccompanied minors, or just undocumented immigrants who have been here for 20, 30 plus years with no crimes on their records that actively contribute to build a better tomorrow for everyone?
Yeah. Okay. See, my problem isn't with the immigrants that's been here for 20 plus years. It's with the immigrants that keep coming here every single year continuously, and they're being dumped into black communities and not wealthy white communities. Why can't the immigrants go to communities, gated communities? Why can't the immigrants go to decent white communities? Y'all always protest when we send the immigrants to y'all communities, but when they're in the African American community, y'all protest for them to stay.
Okay,
It doesn't
so
make sense.
so first we need to talk about like what in America has created, okay, many black communities that exist in our country with lower socioeconomic standards on average in comparison to maybe the average household, for instance. Okay, well, what has created these black communities? A lot of it has to do with segregation. Okay, because it wasn't until too long ago where in many places across America, black people would literally be kicked out of town at like 7 p.m. to then go live in their destabilized and uncivilized neighborhoods, right? Because of the creationist myth that the black man was a beast of the wild. Now, even in times after the end of legal segregation, we also see other attempts to further disenfranchise these black communities using things such as redlinings or even, opportunity zones, in which have just practically led to more gentrification and worse material conditions for black Americans. So the creation of many black communities in this country has been created by systemic inequalities and racism. But see, the thing is this is where intersectionality becomes very important. A lot of those same systemic forms of oppression, which have led to the creation of these disproportionate black areas with lower socioeconomic standards on average, also impact many immigrants. So what we'll see here is that because of this intersectionalism, immigrants will tend to gravitate towards those communities that were created by those systems of oppression because they impact them too. Right, and that's where intersectionality is really important.
Yeah, but you're saying it as if they're only sending them to the impoverished black communities. They're actually sending them to some of the most prosperous black communities
sending them
like
towards
a black community in Chicago.
Who's sending them to where? I'm just confused. Like, you're saying that
first
they're
off,
sending them, like as if like immigrants aren't people with autonomy.
Okay, well, usually when they're getting sent to places like Chicago, which is further from the border, they get shipped off in buses. And they don't usually have places for them to stay, so normally they put them inside of different communities, inside of the homeless shelters in different communities.
Let me ask you a question. If a white man were to say, hey, I don't want to live by this brown man, get him out of here, would that be racist?
No, nobody's saying I don't want to live by a brown man. I don't want to live by a person who is going to come to the economy and destabilize our economy that we already have. Like, say, for instance, the Hyde Park community inside of Chicago. Hyde Park was a thriving African-American community it's going on the up. It's becoming the second, I think it's now the second most prosperous community in Chicago right now.
So can you please give me an economic study in which would reliably conclude that immigration destabilizes the economy?
Well, now they're dumping immigrants in there. Hyde Park has to funnel a bunch of money towards immigrants and not towards fixing the infrastructure.
Listen. Saying that you live around more brown people, because ultimately that's what it's going to reduce down to. You're not asking people for their immigration status. You're just looking at the color of their skin. Okay? Saying that you live around more brown people is not an economic study that entails that immigration destabilizes the American economy. Do you have any legitimate economic argument to reasonably conclude that immigration destabilizes the American economy?
Okay, we can look at Hyde Park, for example. If you look at the Chicago Tribune, Hyde Park is losing a lot of its funding because Hyde Park is trying to fund infrastructure, fixing the infrastructure, and also they contributed to the $1 billion that went towards the immigrants inside of Illinois. So that is also financially it's putting the Hyde Park back inside of debt, which they just got themselves out of. That's basically what I'm trying to say.
Okay,
They're trying
so first point,
to be able to fund the immigrants to come to the community. They have to feed them. They have to house them. They have to have somewhere to live. We can't just have people living on the street. Am I right or am I wrong? That's fact. So they have to house them, and they use the taxpayer dollars that's from Hyde Park. These are lawyers and doctors. These are people who earn their money in their community, and they reinvest all their money back into their community for their people who live in their community, not for some random people to come and just grab.
I appreciate you, Lucy.
All the resources from them.
Okay, you could stop saying stuff now. I get the point. I get the point. I get the point. I get the point.
Stuff like that.
Okay, two counter arguments.
That's all I'm saying.
Lucy, thank you for the motorcycles. First counter argument. The reason why governments on like the state level or local level across this country have had to spend some money on immigrants is because of asylum seekers, and the fact that asylum seekers who are not undocumented but rather legal immigrants, are allowed to come into this country, but then once they do, they have to wait like 1 to 3 years to get their asylum claim approved by a court, and they can't work until they get that asylum claim approved by a court. So we're allowing refugees and asylum seekers to come into this country for a better quality of life to escape persecution abroad, but then we tell them that they can't work a job. Okay, well, if they can't work a job, well, then they're going to starve to death or die because of harsh weather conditions, because they can't pay for a house and they can't pay for food. Okay, so that's where we get the concept that local governments around this country are having to pay out a little bit of money to house and feed asylum seekers, because they literally, by law, cannot house and feed themselves. Maybe the solution there isn't to remove them from the country, but is rather to reduce the amount of time that it takes for an asylum seeker to get their claim approved, and to give them a work permit the moment they set foot on American soil. Now, the second claim that I want to make here is I'm just going to take you for face value. I'm actually going to believe that you're telling the truth, that when these governments are investing more money into the services for asylum seekers, that then they put less money into areas that are disproportionately black and brown. That's not because of immigration. That's because of white supremacy. The first person to be hurt by a budget cut isn't going to be me. It's going to be, isn't going to be the white man. It's going to be the black man. Okay, so this is actually a combination of degraded, terrible immigration policy that is making asylum seekers wait years before they could legally make $1. Therefore, local governments have to pick up their bill, and white supremacy, where the first person to be hurt by budget cuts because now they have to fund those asylum seekers, is going to be disproportionately black communities.
Okay, you just totally skipped over everything I said. I said they went inside of Pacific black communities that are thriving already. They haven't sent any immigrants. No immigrants go to Beverly Hills. Have you ever heard immigrants going to Beverly Hills?
Because asylum seekers and immigrants, like, listen, the vast majority of asylum seekers, immigrants, and undocumented immigrants probably don't have like $5 to $13 million to spend on a house.
And they shouldn't have $5,000 to be able to afford rent in Hyde Park. What are you talking about? There's an expensive place to live.
So now you're saying that in so the immigrants that you're going to see living in Hyde Park, a place with really expensive rent, you're saying that they shouldn't be allowed to live in Hyde Park?
I think we should every last person, every last
like inevitably there's going to be immigrants from all socioeconomic standards. There's going to be immigrants that are homeless. There's going to be immigrants that live in Hyde Park. There's going to be immigrants that live in Beverly Hills. Like, ultimately, like, immigrants exist in all socioeconomic groups. I essentially think that you're saying that you just, like, don't like that brown man that you live by, right? And that's prejudice, man. That's bigotry.
That's not what I'm saying at all. I love all my Hispanic people, but I don't like that our communities keep getting targeted by your communities who want immigrants when our communities protest that we don't want them in our community. Hispanics, that's like Little Village.
Can you tell me who is forcing immigrants to spend $5,000 on rent in Hyde Park?
Huh?
Who's making the immigrants do that?
The immigrants don't have to do that. The taxpayers are paying that money for them. They have housing programs now for immigrants.
Prove it.
The Chicago passed a housing bill for immigrants.
Prove
they
it.
Have housing.
I want you to show me that, like, the housing for asylum seekers is in, like, high income areas like Hyde Park. Prove it. Give me a source on that.
Chicago Tribune.
Okay, what's the title of the article from Chicago Tribune?
Look on the Chicago Tribune. Just look up immigration policies. Chicago Tribune is going to be one of the first.
Chicago Tribune immigration policies. I get absolutely zero sources in response to that Google inquiry, giving me evidence that Chicago is paying $5,000 a month for asylum seekers to live in Hyde Park.
You did not type that up. You did not type that. There's no way you typed that.
I will show you.
There's no way you typed that. Like, what?
I'm a fast typer.
Immigrant refugees. It is literally the police department, the first one that the Chicago Police Department should be the first article that pop up. First article.
Do you want to go to Google and find me the specific source?
Policy. Okay, American. Protecting Chicago.
Also, just know that this is a distraction to keep you from focusing on the real issues, right?
What's the real issue?
Yeah, let's focus on the brown man in Hyde Park compared to the white men who are ensuring that the average black student in school is funded half of what the average white student are, ensuring that 14% of our population, black people, account for 87. Stop interrupting me. Account for 87% of exonerations. Ensuring that we continue to gentrify predominantly black neighborhoods by giving rich white people tax cuts to then invest and buy expensive real estate there, increasing the price of everything in the area, right?
But that's not what Hyde Park is doing.
You know what I mean? But I want you to show me the source now. I'm waiting to see the source that the Chicago government is spending $5,000 per undocumented immigrant to house them in Hyde Park. I want to see it.
They are giving money to landlords to lease out.
You're making a claim. I want to see the evidence. Evidence, please. Evidence, please. Evidence, please. Evidence, please. Evidence, please.
Look it up. It's online.
You told me to look it up. I looked up the inquiry that you gave me. You didn't give me a source for it. I want you to give me a source for it.
Immigrants
Lucy,
migrated
thank
in.
you so much for all the whale divings. I appreciate you.
just
Thank you
showed
so much,
the
Lucy. You're the
Chicago
goat.
Police Department, Chicago
Thank you.
Tribune.
Okay, but you're not telling me the
Immigrants,
title of the
migrants,
article
and
published
refugees.
by Chicago Tribune.
Okay, it's for the one that says about the $2 billion investment.
No, specifically, $5,000 being spent on
It's a
every
part of the
undocumented
$2 billion
immigrant to
investment.
get them a house in Hyde Park. Okay, so then I bet the source that you're going to
part of the $2
provide me is going
billion
to
investment.
include that in it.
Yes, it involves housing for immigrants. What are you talking about? It's in
Yeah,
the
let's
$2
see.
billion investment.
Yeah, housing for immigrants,
in Chicago.
specifically in expensive houses that cost $5,000 in Hyde Park.
Yes, they were also paying
Okay,
for immigrants
evidence.
to live in downtown
Evidence,
hotels.
evidence, please.
Yes.
Evidence, please.
This is all on the Chicago Tribune. You can look it up.
Okay, dude, you keep on telling me that it's from the Chicago Tribune. Do you understand what a source is? So a source isn't just going to be telling me a publisher like the Chicago Tribune, but is going to be providing the specific article of what is published by the publisher. So you're going to have to say the name of the article published by the Chicago Tribune. Holy.
Okay, then I'm just going. I'm gonna say the whole thing.
Fucking hell, dude. My God. I gotta teach you how to like
You're advocating for
the
people that you don't want
basics.
in your community. Just admit you
I'm
don't want them in
advocating
your
you
community,
to give
but
some
you want them in
evidence
mine.
for your claim.
Ex-resident of Chicago apartment building. Now that it's only popping up things about the immigration raids when you search it up.
So do you have the name of the?
Nothing
Do
about
you have
the
the
Chicago $2
name
billion
of?
investment that the mayor made.
So do you have the title of the article yet?
I can't find the article. I'm looking for the article.
Okay, if you're gonna make the claim with no
Mayor
evidence,
Brandon
I'm gonna
Johnson,
dismiss the
Marquis,
claim with no
Building.
evidence.
Building more safer and affordable housing in Chicago. An annual. Okay, Chicago. This not it.
Holy. Guys, if you want to support me, if you want to support the live stream, if you want to help pay for my needed therapy after this shit, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok. Put a message on that other place, and right there, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. If you use the app, just make sure that you double check your spelling. There's about 1 billion fake Dean accounts out there on Venmo and PayPal. You know, they'll be really tricky. They'll put like a dot in between Dean and Withers. They'll put like an extra S at the end. So, you know, just make sure that you get that out right. Hate seeing people get literally scammed.
But you know what I'm talking about. You know Illinois did a $2 billion investment for their immigrants, right?
I'm sorry, still waiting on a source that there was $5,000 being spent on housing for immigrants in Hyde Park. Are we now reducing down to you saying that I know that you're right? Come on, bruh.
You know that that happened.
Listen,
you
know that there was not $5,000 spent on housing for undocumented immigrants in Hyde Park. You know that
there was
didn't
$2 billion spent on housing for
And
immigrants.
how do you know that a single
$2 billion.
penny of the $2 billion was spent on housing undocumented immigrants in $5,000 per month houses in Hyde Park? Give
Because
me
it's
the
immigrants
evidence.
living in Hyde Park. That's why.
Okay, bro, you are literally racial profiling. You are literally racial profiling. You're saying that because there was a $2 billion public investment into infrastructure, and which in part was used to create housing for asylum seekers in Chicago, that this means anytime you see a brown man in Hyde Park, that means that his housing is being funded by the government. Dude, this logic is like, oh my God. No. What I'm saying here, dead ass, is if you were white, you'd be a Nazi. That's what I'm trying to say here. That's what I'm trying to say here. I'm sorry for your honesty. You're saying I see brown man in Hyde Park because he's brown, therefore he's lazy and the government is funding for his $5,000 a month house. I'm just being honest, dude. That's racial profiling. That's not okay.
Okay, then why do immigrants get sent to predominantly African American communities and not communities
No,
that
you are either going to give me the source or I'm going to kick you. Because I'm not just going to allow you to baselessly... My fucking neighbor is an immigrant.
Okay, that's one.
Thank you.
How many other immigrants do you know?
Well, I'm not going to sit here and tokenize my immigrant friends, but we're not going to sit here and like tokenize our immigrant friends. But I do happen to be friends with a lot of immigrants. That's why I love, dude. Oh my goodness, I love the Mexican holidays because then I get to go to my grandma's best friend's house and have the fucking best carne asada in the world. Shout out to all my Latin American friends tuning into the stream, but you still have not been able to give me a source for the claim that the government is spending money on housing upwards of $5,000 a month for housing for immigrants. You're either going to give me that source or I'm going to kick you because you're legit just engaging in the most bigoted, prejudiced nonsense ever.
Debate about the fact that immigrants
No,
get sent to
I'm
African
trying
American
to debate
communities.
about the fact that you don't have any evidence for your claim, and you're just simply racially profiling brown people. That's all you're doing. You are racially profiling brown people. That's all you're doing, bro. You're saying brown man in Hyde Park? City spending some money on housing for asylum
I said
seekers?
immigrant.
Because he's brown, he's therefore asylum seeker?
say nothing
Therefore, the
about
government
brown. What
is
are you
funding
talking
his
about?
way?
Why is you trying to make me seem like a racist? What is that about?
Because did
What
you
is
go
that about?
knock on
I
his
never
door
said
and ask to
nothing
see his
racist.
papers?
You said the N-word. I never said nothing racist. That's all
Oh,
about
okay.
no-
Yeah, we could talk about me using the N-word when I was 14, responding hella goated my N-word to a white friend sending me a Fortnite edit, and how bad and wrong that was after we finished this conversation. Seemingly, you're getting fucking pressed because you can't respond to the meat on the bone here. You said, I never said anything about a brown man. Well, you were talking about immigrants that are living in Hyde Park. What did you do? Did you walk up to their door and ask them for their papers? To like ensure that they were an immigrant? Did you like call them on the phone and you're like, hello, I'm actually really curious here. Or, well, can you please tell me if like you're an immigrant or not? Did you like stalk them? Did you like stalk? Did you like wiretap their home? Did you like put a bug in their toilet and hear them talking about how they're an immigrant? Or did you just assume that they're an immigrant because of the color of their skin? I find the second explanation to be significantly more likely than the first.
Okay, what about Little Village not wanting the immigrants in their community? That is a Hispanic, fully Hispanic community. All voted for
Yeah,
Trump.
I'm kicking you because you didn't respond to a single damn thing I said. You fucking nerd. What are we doing? This nerd is out here racially profiling brown people in Hyde Park. It's because of the color of their skin, saying that they get funding from government. From the government because they spent like $1 billion on building housings for some immigrants, specifically as it would pertain towards asylum seekers. And now when I ask him for evidence for his claim, he can't give me any. Then I describe to him, I was so clearly like racially profiling brown people. And then he moves on to want to talk about another community. What a joke. What an absolute joke. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the queue right now. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. And you know what? I see Laws in the queue. I'm actually going to get Law up. I know that he probably has something to say about that last topic. Law, welcome in, man. Good to see you.
Hey, yeah. So what he was referring to was a city council item that was passed last year is $1.32 billion. And it's not just for immigrants. About 70 million was for feeding and housing of new immigrants and asylum seekers in Chicago, but then 1.25 billion of it was affordable housing and economic development, mostly for TIF tax increment financing to incentivize builders to build more affordable housing. But the Hyde Park thing he's talking about is the city of Chicago bought the Best Western in Hyde Park and turned it into homeless shelters. Now, migrants are also eligible for that, but it wasn't exclusively for migrants.
Well, I appreciate you so much for the truth, Nuke Law. As always, you're the fucking man. Damn, drop quick. Appreciate you, Law. Appreciate you for that truth, Nuke. Show some love to Law down below in that comment section. I appreciate you. Law's the GOAT. And welcome in, Santana. How we doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I feel a little bit more energized today than usual. Maybe that's because I took a long ass nap before I hopped on.
It's been interesting. I've been watching the whole time. You know why he couldn't give you the information?
Why not?
It's because he was talking about stuff that happened in 2023. Like literally all the stuff happened when Greg Abbott shipped the migrants from Texas. Like there's a whole timeline documenting everything. And as of 2024, there were only 791 migrants left, and they officially moved them out of the area in Chicago. Like they had a whole program. He lied about everything, and he didn't have anything past 2024.
What a joke. Love the hat, by the way.
Thank
Phil
you.
Lopez,
It's
do
my
you support
ace hat.
Trump?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
What is this? Let's dance to the music, everyone. Listen, I appreciate your musical ability, but what the fuck are you doing?
You know what? I will say, for some reason, they get really creative with you and AI. Like, they have a good time doing that.
The best case, listen, fuck those data centers. The best case for why we should ban AI is right there. They're putting me in bikinis, you guys. That's a joke, by the way. That's a joke. But Quinn, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I did.
Do you still support him today?
Well, I'll say this. After listening to you more and just kind of watching debates on TikTok, I'm more educated than I was before, and also at the same time a little bit more confused. So I want to respect your live, and I know that this is for you to debate people who are MAGA and stuff, but if you're willing, will you give me like a brief summary why we shouldn't support Trump, the average person?
Listen, I gave a 20-minute summary of why you shouldn't support Trump yesterday on my live stream. I would recommend going to that VOD on YT. I bet that there is a comment under that video that like hyperlinks to that 20-minute overview. And if there's not, then you could just kind of like skim through the VOD until you find it. Just like look, I think it's like in the second half, it's just going to be 20 minutes of me yapping. So it'll be like pretty easy to find. And that's like, honestly, dude, the very best reference that I could give to you, because that's from yesterday. Check it out. Appreciate you. It was, 25 minutes worth of me going through all of the reasons in the book why Trump sucks. Welcome in, Lonnie. Do you support Trump? Lonnie? No, Lonnie left. They get very creative, folks. They get very, very, very creative.
Someone in the chat said your body was tea.
We gotta stop this nonsense.
What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? Why'd you invite me up here? Why'd you invite me up here?
Hey, fish girl?
Dude, just go away. Deactivate your account and go away. Bye, Dean. Go away. Go away. Stop
crying like a baby.
Ew.
Tina, do you support Trump?
Fuck no.
I love that. I love that energy, Tina. You the goat. You the goat, Tina. You the goat. Yo, Anastasia. Holy crap. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Wow, thank you. That is so very kind of you. Show some love to Anastasia in that chat while we're looking for the next Trump supporter to load up into the box to give us a debate. Anastasia, Anastasia, with a $50 says, here's something to contribute to your camping out lifestyle. It's a good escape from the cray-cray, and you could also commune with nature. Oh, thank you, Anastasia. No, that's exactly what I'm saying. I will be building that overlanding setup, and I appreciate you so much for that contribution. That is so fucking kind of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Show some love to Anastasia down below in that comment section. You were the go. Thank you so much, Anastasia. Huge W's for Anastasia down below. Quote, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Quote Nation going once. Quote Nation going twice. Quote Nation sold to the next guest. Okay, moving on to the next guest. I just invited somebody that left the queue. Ignore that invitation, please. Moving on to the next guest. We got Yasmin loading up in that box. Brittany, thank you for the $10. Who says, I'm 35 and that quote-unquote man was selfish and ignorant. I appreciate everything that you do. Keep it up. Oh, thank you for the $10, Brittany. I hope that you're enjoying today's stream. Yes and up. Thank you so much for the $2. Amber, thank you for the 5. Tyler, thank you for the 5. And Jesse, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Jesse, I'm going to keep your message to myself just because I don't want to kind of restart that conversation. It was hard on a bit of us, but just know that I appreciate you as always, man. You've been one of the longest viewers of the live stream, and I appreciate you as always. Please, let's get 200 Jesse W's down below. We have one more person to thank on Venmo for now. This is Andrew with a $10 who says, how/why do you keep from losing how given the onslaught of him constantly getting what he wants? Because I don't think that he is going to get what he wants in the midterms. I think that he's going to be very upset. Okay. And we just got to push for that, by ensuring that everybody, okay, with a mind gets out there and fucking votes. The midterms this year are more important than ever before. Welcome. And do you support Trump, Yasmin?
No.
Okay, Yasmin. Well, I'm sorry that you had to wait so long in our queue ultimately for nothing, but today we are just so good to talk to MAGA. You take care, Yasmin. You take care. Moving on to the next guest. Moving on. Lord T in Beattown. Appreciate you for the $5 on Super Chat. Same thing to you, Dark and Jewer. Thank you for the $5. And Miss Wendy, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Wendy, I appreciate you as always. I know that you're always watching. Shout out to you, Wendy. Show some love to Wendy down below in that comment section. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's get 500 Wendy W's down below. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate you as always. Wendy's always in here with us. We love you, Wendy. We love you. Thank you for the $50. You are awesome. Let's go to get that next guest, Jim, loaded up in the box, as well as over on PayPal. Thank you, Bria, for the $70 donation. Yo, let's go, Bria. That is B-R-E... Test? Dude, I'm just gonna move on.
That was wild.
Yeah, that one's weird. Bria, I was in the middle of saying, thank you so much for the $70 donation. I really appreciate you. Bria with the 70 says, hey, from Australia, love what you do. Tell it how it always is. You're the GOAT from Bria. Oh, thank you so much. I could be mispronouncing your name. It could just be pronounced Brie. Regardless of that, know that I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the $70 donation. Genuinely, that is so much money. I don't deserve a penny of that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Show some love to Bria. I'm doing all right, King. Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Oh God, embarrassing, dude. Come on, dude.
Get out. I'm black, so I love him, man. So let's get to it.
All right. Give me a second here. I need to thank a couple more people.
That's
let's
also
see here.
a weird announcement. But anyway, go ahead, Dean.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Can you name one macroeconomic variable that Trump has made better off in the last year and a half?
I couldn't hear what you said.
Can you name one macroeconomic variable that Trump has made better off in the last year and a half?
Yeah, getting rid of the immigrants was the best decision he ever made.
Yeah, buddy, that's not a macroeconomic variable, Chief. Want to try again?
That's exactly what economic variable is.
Holy uneducated. Listen, I'll tell you what a macroeconomic variable is since you don't know. So a macroeconomic variable is basically a measure of the health of the economy at large. Examples of macroeconomic variables would be like GDP growth, inflation, jobs, unemployment, layoffs, bankruptcies, so on and so forth. So when you tell me that getting the immigrants out of the country, so that in of itself is not a macroeconomic variable. However, it can impact
you didn't let
me
elaborate. You just cut me off.
Well, because you were wrong from the start. Listen,
no, I was right from the start.
Listen, if I ask you,
well, you asked me a question.
Go ahead.
I was gonna go in depth. You cut me off.
Yeah,
but if you get the answer wrong from the start, then what's the point of actually listening to the rest of what you say?
Because I was right. He just interrupted me. He spoke. He kind of put his foot in his mouth. Don't try to help him now. He put his foot in his mouth.
No, if you can't list a macroeconomic indicator, then the rest of what you say is completely moot.
That's not true.
It's very true.
Let me finish.
If the question was, can you name one macroeconomic variable that's gotten better off in the last year and a half, and you can't, then your point is.
And I stated, hey, him getting rid of the immigrants. And I said, okay, you cut me off. I'm in the truck driving industry. I own a fleet of trucks. Getting rid of those immigrants, I was able to pay my minority workers triple.
That's still not a macroeconomic indicator.
That is a macroeconomic indicator. What are you talking about? Look,
can you define macroeconomic indicator?
Yeah, it's when I put my dick in your
Exactly.
Really mature, bro. You just laughed.
And then he ran.
Yeah, really mature, dude. Really mature. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up in the box.
I will say that I feel like you guys have unlocked. That's a cheat code question. Like that, there's no good answer to that question at all.
I know. Yeah, it just makes them crash, every single one of them. Justin, are you MAGA?
Hello? Yeah. Hello?
Hi.
Yeah, I support Trump. What's up? Yeah, so Santana is a misogynist. I know that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Is Trump a misogynist?
Santana is.
What about Trump?
What does that have to do with the background?
Like I just launching random
because you guys are LARPing.
Okay. Justin,
all right.
Do you think that Trump is a misogynist?
Yeah.
Then why do you support him? Like, would you ever support me? Would you ever support Santana?
No, that's because I don't support Trump, but Santana's a misogynist. He mansplains feminism to women on his stream. He says, what is womanism? You know?
Wait, so telling someone that they don't know what the difference between feminism and womanism is mansplaining?
Oh, do you know, Santana, do you know what third wave
Can you answer the question?
What?
is trying to find out if someone knows the difference between womanism and feminism is mansplaining.
Wait,
womanism is
was
not-
this a guy that was arguing that calling somebody bird brain is a slur?
Yes,
I
and
think
Liv
so.
backed me up on
I was
that.
wondering why.
I talked to Liv and she backed me up on that.
Yeah, she'd also quote unquote back you up on quote unquote deporting me to Caucasia. I don't know if she's that reliable of a source, my friend. I don't know about it. I don't know.
No, but we are having a serious conversation.
You are insane.
How am I insane?
Because you think that non-slurs are slurs because I say them. You think that I'm a LARPer because you can't find my address when you look it up. You're nuts.
Oh
No,
no,
I'm not.
I
You-
will give him this. I am LARPing today. I am Santana D Ace. So like you did get that one right, but everything else you're just completely wrong on.
Oh yeah.
I know, every time you-
let's hear the
every
case once
time you
again.
slip
So
up, you try-
why am I a LARPer? Let's hear it again.
Every time you slip up, you try so hard to defend what you did. You said the N-word when you were a kid, and you're like, oh, I was calling my white friend the N-word, so it wasn't that bad, you know?
Okay. Could you please give me a clip of me saying that?
You admitted to it.
I admitted to using the N-word. Yes. But can you please provide me a clip of me defending my usage of the N-word?
I've heard you defend it a lot.
Okay. So then it should be really easy to produce a clip if I do it a lot.
Okay, maybe you didn't.
Sorry, Dean. I think he's
Fucking
just stupid
idiot.
because, like, he just said that I was mansplaining something to a woman,
Yes,
explaining the
womanism is
difference.
not a thing.
Shut
That's
up.
third wave
Shut up,
feminism.
you donut. Explaining the difference between
Lock
womanism
in,
and
Bob.
feminism, and now he's saying that you were defending the usage of a word when you were explaining what happened and then taking accountability. He just doesn't know the difference in these things.
You know what, Justin? Are you black?
No.
Okay. Santana, have you ever heard me defend the usage of the N-word?
I have not.
No? Now, what about you guys watching in the chat? No? Okay. So
You didn't
so
defend it. You
what-
tried to lighten your
so it seems
sentence.
like you know
Lighten your sentence.
it seems like those watching, including members of marginalized communities that would be impacted by the usage
You're
of
trying
this
to
word,
get people to
disagree with you.
empathize with you for saying it.
What?
think he
What?
just
Would it
doesn't-
empathize with me for saying the N-word? I think that is that is word vomit that ultimately amounts to nonsense rambling, and you were mad because I'm because I'm significantly more successful than you. I think that's where a lot of
Here we
one
go.
moment. I think
Because
that
you
I think
benefit-
that's where a lot of like this disdain, this unexplainable, horrendous disdain comes from, is jealousy. I think that you are jealous of my success.
I'm not jealous of you taking advantage of marginalized communities by LARPing
Dasha,
as a
thank you so much
Democrat
for the
here.
money gun. I appreciate you.
You're a liberal. You're not even a leftist.
And what are you, Justin?
What am I?
Yeah, because the only thing that I've seen is you come in here riding on a high horse, but yet you've been unable to substantiate anything that you said. You sound like you're just a whiny little baby that has no
Because
substance.
I said that you're a misogynist.
So
because you
let's
try
see if
to
it
tell
Santana.
people
Let's
that-
see if it has substance. Okay, give us an argument with substance. Okay, to prove that I take advantage of marginalized communities.
Let's see. You come on here. First of all, like, shouldn't Santana be more popular than you?
Do I control
Dean has been
Santana's
doing this longer
popularity?
than me. Dean has actually put in much more time and work and effort than me, and you're obfuscating from the actual question now.
Yes.
Specifically focus on the question.
Yeah, that is
Okay,
totally an obfuscation. What? Remember, I'm asking you to give an argument with substance to prove that I take advantage of marginalized communities. Because that's a claim that you made.
By coming on here and claiming that you're a leftist when you're a lukewarm liberal, and
Leftist. What's next? Next data point?
Not you writing it down.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna debunk this guy because you were
No,
right.
stop
This guy
writing
doesn't
it
have any
down.
substance. He's just pissed. No, I'm writing it down. Okay, so the first reason why I
Okay,
take
anytime-
advantage of marginalized communities is because that I claim that I'm a leftist when I'm not a leftist. What's the next point?
what's my next point? I think it's all self-evident. People come up here you try to.
So then Satana was right. Wait. No, I'm going to put your ass on mute. So your first claim about arguing that I were to take advantage of marginalized communities by claiming that I'm a leftist when I'm not a leftist. First and foremost, I don't claim, and I've never claimed that I'm a leftist, because by definition I'm not. I don't believe in socialism or communism. And then the second point in which I'll make here is, even if I did claim that I was a leftist while not being a leftist, that wouldn't be me taking advantage of marginalized communities. That'd just be me not telling the truth. Okay. And so then your second point was self-evidence. Okay. Well, I think it is self-evident that you're an idiot. So now that you're arguing that I take advantage of marginalized communities because of self-evidency, and I'm arguing that you're an idiot because of self-evidency, how do we determine who's right and who's wrong? Or if we can't determine a symmetry breaker between the self-perceived self-evidency of my claim on my behalf and the self-perceived self-evidency of your claim on your behalf, would we just have to say ultimately that it's inevitably true that both claims are true, that you're an idiot and I'm taking advantage of marginalized communities? Or would we have to ultimately say that both claims are false, i.e. you're not an idiot and I'm not taking advantage of marginalized communities?
Well, you're making money off of this.
Self-evidence.
Yes, I do make money off of this. In fact, I think that this is one of the most ethical ways to make money.
Shouldn't you be donating like a big chunk of that money back to these communities that you...
Why should he have to donate the money that he actually makes to anything that you think is important? Why not allow him to actually allocate his resources to the things that he thinks is most important?
Okay.
You know, if I was like...
So now the next argument is, well, Dean is taking advantage of marginalized communities because he generates an income and he doesn't donate it. Okay, prove that I don't donate any of my income.
Prove that you do donate your income.
So now you're burden shifting the evidence to prove your claim false onto me. So that's what we would call, of course, once again, a burden shift. That is a form of a logical fallacy. It is pre-assumed under your position that you believe with reason that I do not donate my income. So please give the reason for that belief.
That you
Also,
don't
pocket
donate.
watching is weird. It's weird. Dubs in the chat for Christina for the 10 and Eric for the 5. Thank you. Pocket watching is weird.
And then you're also now, Dean, you have to prove that you donate some of your income. Who the fuck are you? What obligation would I, or in fact any random on the internet that you don't know, have to provide evidence to you that they donate some of your income?
Accountable.
I'm sorry. I have no obligation to share any personal information about my private life and what I do in my private life, like making donations, with you or anybody else on the internet. This is what we call a parasocial relationship. Let me explain. I understand that you see me on your phone screen frequently. I do 4-hour streams 7 days a week. And that maybe makes you feel like you have some developed connection or relationship to me, and which would then predispose you to an obligation that I have to share private information about my life with you. But I don't. You are a random stranger on the internet, and I have no obligation to share private details about my life that I choose not to share publicly on the internet with random strangers on the internet.
Also, who the hell are you? The pocket police, Justin? What are we doing?
Police?
Are you the fucking pocket police?
I don't know what that is.
I'm sure you don't. Like, again, legitimately, you come in here. That's why I said you lack substance. You lack substance. You holding anyone accountable, like, that doesn't make sense at all. Of course, we would be accountable to our community, to the people that support us, the people that actually allow us to do this on a daily basis. But you coming in here on a moral high ground while lacking substance makes no sense. Stop trying to be the pocket police. You're not built that way.
Yeah, bro, you're just, like I said, this all goes back to jealousy.
This question, yes or no? Do you donate your money to benefit marginalized communities?
Yes, I do donate some of my income, and I'm choosing to share that with you, not because it's an obligation in which I have, but rather because I'm doing so out of the kindness of my heart to help somebody out with their own internal mental conflictions.
Also, I mean, like, him telling people about what he does makes it performative. You do understand that, Justin, right? Like, actually talking about the good works that you do make the works invalid, because you're supposed to do the things not begrudgingly or not out of necessity because God loves a cheerful giver or whatever the Bible says. But, like, seriously, there's no point in talking about the good things that you do. You should just do the good things and not look for praise.
Yo, Isabel, thank you so much for the $25 donation on Venmo. Let's get 250 Isabella W's. Thank you so much, Isabella. Isabella with a $25 says, for quote-unquote, take it away from marginalized communities and for quote-unquote, not donating your income, end quote. Buy yourself a lunch for dealing with this bullshit. You have no obligation to share what you do with your money, and once it hits your bank account, this is your money. Thank you so much for the $25, Isabella. Justin, can you please thank Isabella for the $25 donation?
No.
Oh,
Justin.
Oh, Justin, you suck.
You don't
Chase,
deserve it.
thank you so much for the $25 donation. Thank you. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, man. Just a PSA, if the SAVE Act passes, make sure everybody gets a passport just so they can be safe. Take months to get one. Yeah, definitely recommend if it's within your means, definitely get a passport. Thank you for the $25, man. Can you thank Chase for the $25?
Can you speak mute or...
Oh, I'm going to go take that as a no. Allison, thank you for the $5.
good
I appreciate you.
boy.
Kyle, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for that love and support. And Zoe, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal. Holy fuck, Zoe. Thank you. That is unreal. I want to see 500 Zoe W's down below in that comment section for the $50 donation who says, thanks, Dean. Thank you so much for the love. That is unreal. That is a... No, I'm going to ask you to calm down while I'm thanking my donors. I thank you so very much for the love and support. You are awesome. Please show some love to Zoe down below. You are so cool. That is so much money. I'm so very grateful for you. Show some love to Zoe. Same thing to you, Aaron. Thank you for the $30 donation, man. You rock. Holy fuck. Aaron said a $30 dono. Aaron didn't attach a message to it. Know that I appreciate you for the love. You were epic. Show some love to Aaron down below in that chat, as well as Jessica. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat as well. If you're watching this stream and you want to help support the grift, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message on that other place, and right there, Dean Withers without the E in Withers. If you use the @ compared to the link, make sure that you double check your spelling like 3 times because there's a bunch of fake Dean Withers accounts out there on PayPal and Venmo. Now, Justin, do you accept that Santana has proven your position to lack substance?
No, because I have one more question for Santana.
Okay, so you don't accept that he has proven your position to lack substance. Perfect.
No.
So, Justin, if I say that you're a rapist, and then you ask me for my evidence, and I say that it's self-evidence, would you say that my position lacks substance?
It does lack substance. I have substance.
So if we argue a
something to say.
position based on self-evidency, it lacks substance. But earlier, when I asked you for all the reasons why, okay, you think that I take away and oppress marginalized communities, you said claiming to be a leftist when I'm not one, and self-evidency. I described to you how that first point is false because I've never claimed to be a leftist, but even if it were true, that wouldn't mean I'm taking advantage of marginalized communities. It just means that I'm not telling the truth. So then that leaves us with that last point of self-evidency. So just to clarify, you're arguing that when you attempt to justify a belief with self-evidency, it is with substance. But when I attempt to justify a belief with self-evidency, it's not with substance. So why is the standard different for you than it is for me?
Because I have substance. I thought of something.
Wait, but moments ago you just said that it was self-evidency.
I remembered something though.
Okay, so what have you remembered, Justin?
All right, Santana, let me ask you this. Are you okay?
Why is this a question to Santana?
Because it's about a slur you used.
Wait. Before
A
you
slur he used
wait, Justin, before you try to, somehow do a weird pivot, I 2 W's in the chat for Danielle. Thank you for the 15. Ross, thank you for the 20. I appreciate you guys. Justin, before you try to throw some random weird question at me, please understand, Black people labor is not free. And so if you have a question and you want to pivot to me, I'm willing to answer, but you're going to have to hit the pay links first. So unless you're willing to hit the pay links, I suggest you actually answer Dean's question. If you got a question for me, send a dono, and then I'll answer your question.
Okay, but it seems like you're arguing that now I'm...
The evidence is that the word THUG has a history of being used against Black individuals, and you use it, and you should not use it, Dean.
Oh, we went over this yesterday. Thug isn't a slur. When you call a Black person a thug, yeah, that is going to be an incredibly bad thing to do. because calling a black person a thug is just like an easier way to call a black person the N-word, because it comes with all the same implications of criminality, of violence, of abuse, so on and so forth. So it is very racially derogatory to call a black person a thug. But this doesn't mean that you can't use the word thug in any context, such as calling the white ICE agent that murdered Renee Good a thug, which is exactly what I do. See, you're just confused.
No, you could say the same about
Justin,
like the B
Justin,
word.
you actually should have hit the pay link, and I would have told you don't try to run that argument because you're just so wrong. Like, there's the etymology of the word, which Dean was just talking about, and then there's the actual usage of the word. And when people are trying to use it as a racist dog whistle, then yes, that's a thing. But just using the word, it doesn't mean that you're like using the racist dog whistle when you're talking about someone who is engaging in those activities. But when Trump does things like call Hakeem Jeffries a thug, then that's a racist dog whistle. You just don't understand the difference. Like your
I don't think
actual
he should be
your
using
pivot
that word.
your pivot lacks substance, and then again you're just showing you don't know things.
So this guy's argument is that if a word can be used in a racist, derogatory way against black people, then they are slurs that you should never use in any context. So do you think that the word monkey can be used in a very racist and derogatory way that white supremacists will use in an attempt to like describe or to call black people?
I don't think that's the right analogy.
Answer the question.
Oh no, that's actually a great analogy.
Answer the question.
No, because a monkey's an animal.
Wait, wow, Justin! So when white people will call black people monkeys, that's not racist?
No, whoa.
What, Justin? Justin?
Well, honestly, no, check this. Nope, I'm kicking him. He's not going to get an opportunity to describe how he answered that question incorrectly. And he's not going to get a chance to describe that he wasn't saying it wasn't racist to call black people monkeys, but rather what he was saying is that's a bad analogy because a monkey is like an actual animal, while upholding that it is racist to call black people monkeys, because I'm not going to give him any of that grace, the same way he gave me no grace in attempting to argue that I oppress marginalized communities by referring to the white ICE agents that murdered Renee Good as thugs. You get no grace. You are now racist today, and you always will be for the rest of your life. And there's nothing that you could ever do to change that fact. If we want to use the same standards that you use against me.
Just until you do right by me. Is it a chat for Leon? I messed up my color purple reference.
We're going to go get that next guest loaded up in the box.
He literally just didn't understand things. Like, I actually kind of feel bad for him because he doesn't understand things. Like, that's all it was.
You know, I actually think he does understand. It's just a game to him. I think that there's a lot of people on the internet who like to play this game of what's like the most bad faith argument they can make that Dean sucks because they're jealous of me. That's the game. That's the game. That's the fucking game. Welcome in, Mary. Do you support Trump? Hello? Hello? Okay, Mary's not here. We're going to get the next guest, Andy, loaded up in the box, guys. Only up inside of the queue. If you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. If you want to support me, if you want to support the live, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link to the bio on TikTok, pin message on that other place, and right there, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Just make sure that you get the spelling of that out right, because there's a bunch of fake accounts out there. Welcome in, Andy. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
22.
Okay, and why do you support the worst president of your life? And more so, how do you feel about him clearly engaged in broad daylight corruption by now getting his IRS to settle with him, pledging that they will never audit him or his family, essentially giving Trump the green light to never pay taxes again with no one knowing?
Yeah, for one, thank you for the gifts, everyone. But yeah, you know, I think that a lot of this tax stuff is what his friends do, what he does as a smart businessman, and I think it's what a lot of, you know, the politicians that you support do also.
Wait, can you please name any other American alive who the IRS has legally pledged to never investigate again through auditing their taxes?
Well, yeah, when you're using fallacious lawsuits and very fallacious prosecutions, that's when it's like, all right, We're done. We're done listening to your guys' crappy accusations that have no merit or no basis, and we're not doing that anymore.
So you're saying that my
You think
accusation
like any
that the
department
IRS
is, like,
has now
biased towards
legally
Trump? I
pledged
feel
to
like
never
that's
audit
the
Trump
opposite,
ever
actually.
again is false? You're saying that that accusation is false?
I'm saying that they have no merit. Yeah, I mean they could be true, but it's like if you're gonna have basis claims.
Okay, so then I'll give you the base for that claim. If you go on Google and you type in Trump v. IRS lawsuit, like all of the sources that will pop up under the news tab will be those reporting the settlement of the suit from earlier today or yesterday, acknowledging that a part of that settlement includes a pledged obligation that the IRS will never audit Trump or any of his family members ever again. So I'm so happy I could provide a source for that claim.
Yeah, I didn't say that the IRS never said that. I'm saying that they're saying that because that the claims that are made against Trump have no merit. They have no basis.
You're saying that like Trump has been falsely investigated for tax fraud that led nowhere?
Yeah, look, there's a difference.
Can you show me the suit where that happened?
You can have things that are like, you know,
wait,
I'm not a big tax guy, but you can have
show me
things
where
No,
where
can I
Donald Trump
finish?
had like criminal charges pressed against him or had a lawsuit launched against him by the IRS for tax fraud that where he was ultimately found to be innocent. Can you show me that?
Yeah, they're not. These cases are getting thrown out the window
Can you
because
show
they
me
have
one?
no like. That's like saying, all right, look, if I'm a prosecutor and I charge you with
Can you
like
please show me
murder- Yo, can I finish my claim? Because like
Yeah,
you're wanting a source
it's
for a
fine.
claim I haven't even made yet.
Okay, well you've made it a couple times here, but that's fine. Go ahead.
Yo, so thanks for letting me finish. Like, if I prosecute you for murder and the judge found, okay, this is horse crap. There's no base for this. They throw the case out the window. You didn't get proven innocent. The case got dropped.
Okay, then could you show me a lawsuit or a criminal investigation from the IRS into Trump for tax
Sure,
fraud that
sure,
ultimately
yeah,
went
sure.
nowhere?
I can find. Do you want to have like a
Yeah,
a side
hurry
topic?
up.
Yeah, a side
Find
topic.
it.
I'll look for it.
Like
You wanna
I
have a side
literally
topic
tried
while
to
I
give
look
you
for
the answer, and Dean. That's why Dean kept cutting you off. But you're just rambling because you haven't looked into this. But go find it.
Hey, wait. Your name's Santana, like Saucy Santana. Do you know who that is?
Sure.
Sorry. Wait. Why do you have a black nigger up here?
Oh.
All right, my bad.
Oh, STR. Slur to run. He fucking knew that he was cooking. That's the best that he could do. Oh. Oh, facts hurt his feelings. Oh well.
Sorry you had to hear that, Santana.
It's all good. You know, I've been called worse by better.
Have you ever want evidence that racism is very real and very alive, particularly in MAGA? Look no further than the last conversation. Trump supporter got mad because I proved him wrong. That he then calls the black man on the panel, who wasn't even involved in the
Sorry, I have a very
argument,
bad connection.
the hard R. Okay? If you want evidence
Can you hear me?
that Trump supporters are racist, okay, look no further than that very last dialogue. That's exactly what they do all the time. All the time. You know, go ask any black creator on this app how many times a day they have somebody call them the N-word.
It's a routine for him. Like again, that's why it's not unfounded. It's not surprising. I just think it's such a coward move, right? And just admit that you don't have anything instead of like crashing the fuck out just so you can run. It's so
Yep.
weak.
Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Silas?
No, I just got a few words. Kill yourself. Get a job, you fucking low life. You do nothing but sit there and talk shit. Racist is...
They're crashing.
Thanks for the laugh, man. We gotta get that. What a nerd. Bro, move out that mom's basement. Go get a therapist. You need one, dude. Listen, if you're made so mad by some white boy debated on your phone screen that you want to tell him to self-unalive, please go get a therapist. You need a therapist. It'll take you so far in life. Let's go to get the next guest up in the box. Why are
Actually
they
have
so
therapy
crazy?
tomorrow. I recommend that for everyone.
God.
Like seriously, get a therapist, people. It's important. I have my session tomorrow. Can't wait to talk to my therapist.
Why are they so crazy? Oh man.
It's an extinction burst. Like
I know,
they
right?
know that they're fucked, and so they're just like scrambling. It's the craziest thing.
No, you're totally right. You're totally fucking right. They're crashing out, coming up here, screaming the N-word at you, telling me to self-unalive. It is absolutely the very last attempt from a dying minority of evil bigots to try to get a leg up in the world. They're insane. They are crazy. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I guess. 24.
Can you
Well, I'll be
disconnect?
24 in June.
Can you disconnect your phone from any Bluetooth device?
Sarah, thank you for the 20. Chesney, thank you for the 20. Marie, thank you for the 6, 7. Jesse, thank you for the 10. Jeff, thank you for the 10. Shailene, thank you for the 25. And Rebel, thank you for the 5. Sorry.
Aaron, are you driving right now?
Yeah.
I would assume that you're on a job and you probably can't pull over.
No.
All right, man. Well, if I'm still on by the time your break hits, feel free to re-request. Can't have you on the live while you're driving. That's just TikTok terms of service. Hey, on Venmo, Cheyenne, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, love you, Dean. Thank you so much for the $20, Cheyenne. I know that you're always hanging out in here with us. I really appreciate you. Let's get 200 Cheyenne W's down below in that chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Michael, thank you for the $10 as well, and I appreciate you for that link. Then Isabel, Isabel, thank you so much for the $10 as well, and I appreciate you so much for correcting me how to pronounce your name. Abby, thank you for the $10 as well. Who says, Trump is an ugly thug. So true, Abby. Emily, thank you for the $15. Who says, as somebody who actually works with marginalized communities, guests can fuck all the way off. Emily, I really appreciate you for the $15. Thank you so much for that love and support. You were awesome as always. And then Danielle, thank you for the $2. Hey, welcome in, man. Do you support Trump? Hello? Hello? Rico.
What's up?
Hey, are you a Trump supporter?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Oh shit, I didn't even know I was on here. I used to be.
Okay. Well, I was going to tell you that we're only looking for Trump supporters who are still supporting him today, but sounds like you didn't even mean to request, so no worries. Let's just go to get the next guest loaded up in the box. We got Haven joining in. Hey, this is over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Lucky Lazy, for the $40 donation. Yo, Lucky, bro, you are awesome. Thank you for the love and support. You guys have legitimately been so very kind to me. Thank you so very much for that love. Show some love to Lucky Lazy down below. Let's get 400 Lucky Lazy W's. Lucky Lazy with the 40 says, I live in a red state where there are Air Force bases named after Mitch McConnell. I only ever heard awful things about Bernie Sanders. It wasn't until I saw a post about Mitch voting against the relief funds for 9/11 that I actually questioned things. You were doing amazing things, Dean. See, that's the way it is for so many Americans, Lucky, is that they're propagandized from fucking birth, dude. And I appreciate you for questioning things, and I appreciate you for being on the right side of history today. Thank you so much for the $40. You were absolutely so very, very kind. Then AB, thank you for the $20. Who says here's a fake donation for the grift. Thank you for supporting me, a jobless grifter, AB. Jackson with the $5 is a daily payout from the DNC. Mark, thank you for the $10. Who says great channel. Appreciate you, Mark. And Carly, thank you for the $5 as well. And then Priscilla, thank you for the $4. Who says, with a $4 dono, please help me announce that I'm running for Congress against Clay Higgins. Name is Priscilla Gonzalez in Louisiana. Are you the Priscilla that I'm thinking about?
Is. Yeah, that is Priscilla's. Yeah, Priscilla. Yeah, Priscilla for Congress. Absolutely. That's what you're talking about.
You know what? I endorse Priscilla for Congress. I wish you the best of luck in your campaign.
She's been fighting for a while. I really hope that she gets a fair shake.
Yeah.
She's been putting in the work for a long time.
Yeah, she has been. That's so true. Welcome in, man. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. How old are you?
21.
Okay. What year were you born in?
What do you mean what year I was born? I just told you I was 21.
I know that'd be your age, not your birth year.
Oh. Okay.
So what year were you born in?
2005?
That sounds like a guess.
It was definitely a guess.
Shut up.
Get out of here, child. Leave, fetus. Let's go to get
Miranda,
that. God.
Sorry, go ahead, Dean.
No, go ahead, man.
No, I was just gonna say, Miranda, thank you for the $5. I promise you, And this not just for Miranda, but for everyone. I promise you, like that wasn't the first time it's happened. It won't be the last time. Like I'm good, but I appreciate the hell out of all of you. Seriously.
Hey man,
Yo, my
welcome.
bad for not coming up. I'll put my phone down, bro.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
21.
21. What year were you born in?
I was born in 2005, Libra.
What month?
I was born in a little bit of April. April 16th.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Why do you support the worst president of your life?
You mean the best president of my life?
Oh, really? Best president? The guy that, I don't know, refused to abide by a court order to feed 16 million starving American children during the last 12 days of the government shutdown? The dude that promised a war he started not to, that's increased the price of gas here at home in America the most since Nam?
Go into depth about the first claim we made.
Sure, yeah. So we had a government shutdown last year. It lasted like, what, 47 days, I think? Now,
That was last year?
yeah, now during the last 12 days of this government shutdown, the USDA, who funds food stamp benefits, stopped getting funding to pay out the food stamp benefits. But our government has the ability to authorize the use of emergency funds to ensure that those food stamp benefits continue to get paid out even during a government shutdown when the USDA runs out of normal money, to say. And Donald Trump refused to do that. But then a judge in Rhode Island ruled that he actually had a legal obligation to pay those emergency funds out. And Donald Trump still yet said no. So he violated that court order that then left 12 million American children to starve.
Yeah, folks. Yeah, he should do that because the Democrats were the ones that were trying their hardest to get the government shut down. Why are the Democrats trying to not feed 60 million Americans?
Well, because the Democrats didn't want the Republicans to get this new annualized funding bill passed that did not reapprove an ACA subsidy, which is now making the insurance premiums for around 45 million Americans reliant on Medicaid through the ACA skyrocket. In many circumstances, their premiums are going up by 300% because of it. So the Democrats just held a hard red line against absolutely fucking over the working class. And then the Republicans were like, well, we actually hold a hard red line over not fucking over the working class. And then Donald Trump held a hard red line about not fucking over the working class even during the government shutdown. So we just saw the Democrats who were like based, we want to help Americans. And then we saw the Republicans who were like, no, we're actually going to cause this government shutdown because we will not like refuse to not hurt Americans. And then Donald Trump just hurt them even more.
Oh, so
also just a FYI, since that happened and the government was reopened, 17 million Americans have lost their healthcare coverage, and 446 rural hospitals are on track to close down this year, which includes serving 6.6 million patients, and they have about 275,000 employees. So Donald Trump fucked us over in a multitude of ways, and there's more coming.
And this guy just said that Trump should have
it's almost like the Democrats just like care about all their citizens, right?
More than the Republicans, yeah.
Yeah, bro, and that's why like they denied, that's why they accepted our $5,000 STEMI checks on folks when that who's that one black lady that was talking about how the senator, who am I talking about? I can't remember.
Random black lady number 3. Can you get back to what we just said? Can you respond to any of the things that we said?
Okay, well, it seems to be the case that you're pivoting away from the first point that I made about him refusing to abide by a court order to pay out food stamp benefits. And then you made a secondary claim about the cause of the government shutdown. I described how clearly in the government shutdown, the Democrats were on the right side of history and the Republicans were on the wrong side of history. I would really appreciate it for the foreseeable future until we're done talking about these 2 points that you stayed in the realm of these 2 specific points without pivoting to another issue altogether. So what is your response to Donald Trump breaking a court order, refusing to pay out food stamp benefits, and or what is your response to the Republicans causing a government shutdown by holding a hard red line against helping American citizens?
Yeah, so I'll respond to your first point first. So I'll admit, like, I'm not a big fan of everything Trump does, but I can see reason to why he would do something like that. So he would force Congress to get their stuff together. It's kind of like all right, if you guys don't,
and the left. See, the left doesn't view Americans as pawns for political negotiation in Congress, and the right does. And that right there is why Trump is a bad president.
Yep.
So that's the whole reason. All right, question. I've actually always wondered this, right? Like, do you think Trump has ever done anything good, like in his whole entire presidency? Like, what would you say the best thing about Trump is?
This one time
Come
he
on, you
wasn't
can think of
publicly
one.
seen for a weekend. That was pretty good.
Oh, that was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun.
It was fun. Like not
I
only
made
was
like
it
a lot of videos speculating.
Yeah, I know. It was like so like, ooh, is he dead? Was he? You know what I mean? Like it was a blast. It was a blast.
But then when he
Yeah.
showed up, it was like, oh.
You guys can't name one good thing.
No, I can. On a real note, in his first term, we saw the warp speed that was for the mass approval of the vaccine. That was really good. That was a great plan. Just too bad that then he walked back on how legitimately good of a plan that was by then telling people that, you know, maybe the vaccine causes autism and we could just inject bleach instead. But Project Warp Speed on its own was like 10 out of 10. We needed that.
I would also say like the Genius Act that was passed this term was pretty good, and specifically the portion that deals with like deep fakes. But then again, he kind of walks it back with the AI slop that he posts like every day, like the weird shit that he continues to post, including him walking around with aliens. So like that's something.
Yeah, and no, I wasn't being like ironic or satirical about the point that I was making about Project Warp Speed either. Like that bill saved so many lives, dude. Like I don't understand why the GOP decided to take the route of like denying the efficacy of the vaccine, questioning if it maybe causes autism, talking about like more alternative investments either. Because like if the right just stood 10 toes down on Operation Warp Speed and said vaccine, 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 like that could have done so much for the optical positioning of the GOP, because they started out with a basis of a great policy, and if they were to see that through, they really could position themselves as the lifesavers. But because they're so fucking anti-science, conspiratorial, and insane, they instead just decided to sabotage themselves and then start denying the efficacy of the vaccine, being anti-science, you know, masks suck, bleach would be a good way to fight COVID, complete self-sabotage. But I think that there's just been significantly more bad things that Trump has done than the good, as well as a list of bad things that are just simply irredeemable, that would serve as red lines. Like, I think the fact that he's raped somebody, that should be a red line. Like, we should stop supporting rapists as president.
Bro, get out of here with that. Yeah, dude, that's been proven to be like didn't the girl the girl literally came out.
The girl, you mean woman?
Yeah, the woman old enough to be your grandma.
What's her name? E.G. something?
Eugene Carroll.
Yeah, Eugene something. Eugene Krabs, whatever.
Carroll.
Yeah, she literally came out and said she lied, bro.
She didn't.
Could you show me that?
Yeah, I'll find you a source actually.
Good boy.
Okay.
Whoa, I'm a man.
Debatable.
Then start acting like it.
Why are you guys so mean?
Okay, that was a little mean, but you're a Trump
Yeah, come
supporter,
on.
saying that he didn't rape a
No.
woman, then lying about her coming out and saying that it never happened.
Yeah,
I'm not mean. I'm just honest.
Eugene, I thought it was Eugene Carroll. Yeah. So do you know how? Do you know what the burden of proof is in a civil case, right?
No, what is it?
Oh, wait,
It's,
1 second.
50-50.
I'm sorry. I was just like cracking my neck over here. Kind of hurts.
Now you
because
got
just broke it with a pivot.
Yeah, you did.
So you're supposed to be given a source that she came out
I'm
and
just
said that it never
I'm just
happened.
making sure. I'm just making sure.
Oh, I'm just making sure that like I pivot away from this point that I can't prove because it's
No,
bullshit.
I'm just making sure while I find a source.
Yeah, make
Don't
sure after you give the source, bro.
Also,
I'm
what
not
you said
gonna
was
lie,
wrong. Like,
I will
fact check
admit,
yourself
I
as
low-key
well.
can't find a source. Not
Just
gonna
because
lie.
a source doesn't exist because you lied.
Okay, I didn't blatantly lie. I didn't lie on purpose. But I don't think a civil case is really like enough to say that he grape. Do I have to say grape?
You could say rape.
Oh, why does it not ban you, but it bans everybody else?
I actually don't think it bans everybody else. I
It's
think
'cause
that
Dean
TikTok
works
stopped
for the
moderating
DNC.
that word. Yeah. No, on a real note, I just think that TikTok stopped moderating that word. I think
They
that
did.
TikTok got a lot of backlash for that because people were like, well, why do we have to like sensationalize these super bad things and you know, talk about them with words like rape? So yeah, no, we could finally say rape now.
Okay, good. Yeah, I don't think a civil case is enough to say that he raped somebody. Don't you
Why?
think? Because the burden of proof isn't beyond reasonable doubt.
What was the reasonable doubt to the evidence Eugene Carroll submitted to the court case?
Well, I can find a lot, but I mean,
Okay, find
for
one.
one, huh?
What's one reasonable doubt to the evidence submitted to the court case?
Shit. What's it called?
Like, you want me to like find you a source for it, or I can just say
You don't need to give me a source. You could just say it. What's the reasonable doubt to the evidence that was submitted to prove Donald Trump's guilt? Because you're right, the minimum standard of evidence is below the threshold of without a reasonable shadow of a doubt. But there's no maximum threshold of evidence in civil court cases. And what I'd say about E. Jean Carroll versus Donald Trump's is they essentially proved it not only beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt, but like to damn near certainty, dude. So what's
Well,
like
then
a reasonable doubt?
Why didn't he get charged criminally then?
Statute of limitations prevents that from
I think
happening.
that's a little bit of like a reasonable doubt with just that.
No, considering the fact that 60% of rape victims never report it to the authorities in their lifetimes. It's not atypical for a victim to wait 23 years.
I mean, yeah, it's like shit. That in that case, like, I'm just gonna go rape some more girls, so that way, if they just don't report it, then I'm gonna get away with it.
You
Doesn't that make
said
sense?
what?
Yeah.
Oh, you're a gross piece of shit.
It's an example, not actually.
Why would that even come out of your mouth, though?
I'm just saying, like, I could theoretically do that.
Yeah,
If
but
that-
why
what
would
you
you
guys are
even
saying-
put yourself in that hypothetical situation?
Well, see, then it sounds like what you guys are saying is a bit fallacious.
When you want to build oh my God, for future reference, when you want to create a hypothetical in an attempt to like dismantle an argument from an opponent, don't make yourself the rapist.
Never make yourself the rapist.
Like,
okay, I see where you're going. All right, you're right. Okay, just reference. I didn't mean it like that.
okay.
Hey, for the chat, I do have a
let's
girlfriend.
let's restart. Okay. So you're saying hypothetically, Dean, if what you're saying is true, somebody could rape a bunch of women and get away with it because typically women don't report, right?
Essentially.
And you're right. See, that's the product of rape culture. It's a negative feedback loop. Rape culture emboldens men to rape women either by discounting the experiences and testimony of women that do speak out, or by the discounting of the experience and the testimony of women that do speak out, cause women to not speak out, which then allows more rapists to roam free and face no consequence. Yes,
Yeah, maybe
that's called
women should
rape
speak
culture.
out. That's what they
It is
get.
listen, what?
Yeah.
You just said that's what women get?
Yeah, if they're not reporting it, then like how are
that's what they get. They like, yeah. They
Why are you guys getting so mad?
Maybe like that's what
because
they like. They deserve to get raped because they're not speaking
Because you're
out.
doing
then
rape
report it so the guy
apologia.
can
Like
go to
you're
jail.
perpetuating rape culture right now. Like
I'm
you're
perpetuating,
gross.
Reporting culture, reporting it.
Oh no, you need to be put on a list. Oh, you need
a reporting list. Like
No,
hey,
no.
everybody
There
report when
needs
it
to be a
happens. Like, I
red dot
reported it
above
before.
you wherever you go. Like literally, like we should be able to track you at all times. You're a problem.
Because I said that people should report it.
No, because you said that's what they get, and you also place yourself
So-
in the position in a hypothetical
hold on,
situation
whoa,
of
now
being
you
a
guys are
rapist,
twisting it,
and
because
then
I
you
said
try to
that's what
cover it
they
up
get
by
when the
saying
guy
I have
doesn't
a
go to jail,
girlfriend,
not when it
and
happens
you
to
not
them.
understanding what
See,
rape
this is-
apology is.
See, this is kind of like
This is
what
Trump
makes this a
supporters.
recurring issue. This is what leads to less women speaking out, is because then we have men like you saying that they deserve to get raped. So
I didn't say that.
If you're a rape victim, yeah, you said that's what they get.
You
When the guy
literally
doesn't
said
go to
that.
jail.
That's what they fucking get. You said that's what they get. They deserve to get raped. That's what they get
No,
because they
when the
don't
guy-
speak out.
now you guys
And
are
let me
twisting it. That's not
clarify
what I
this for
said.
you. This is not an outcome of the behaviors of women. This is an outcome of the influence and pressures of rape culture. Okay, I could break this down to you really, really easily. I understand that you don't have a brain, but I'm going to try to do my best. Okay, so just sit down, shut up, crisscross applesauce.
I'm smarter than you.
This is going to be simple. Oh, you're smarter than me.
GCU,
Okay.
where do you go to college? I
First
know
question:
GCU.
how many amendments are there in the Constitution?
Bro, I'm smart, bro.
So there's
I'm way
27
smarter than
amendments.
you.
Next question: what year did
I
the
was gonna
Civil
say
War
that.
start?
Huh?
What year did the Civil War start?
Man, I don't know all that dumb shit. I don't major in
1861.
history.
Next question: what amendment in the Constitution abolished slavery?
13th.
13th, and allowed slavery in what circumstances?
If they're not in jail or some shit like that.
No, in jail. Next question: what is the most abundant
Oh, well, you know
gas
what
in
I
the
meant.
atmosphere?
Huh?
What is the most abundant gas in the atmosphere?
What is it, like fucking oxygen or some shit like that?
No, it's going to be nitrogen. So clearly it doesn't
I
seem
meant
like
that.
you
You know
are
I meant
smarter
that.
than
Come
me. Okay. And yet, touting the fact that you're in GCU, a
Yeah, but I major
university
in business.
with a damn near 80% approval rating, certainly isn't going to get you
How do you
much
know
of
that, bro?
anywhere. So how would I know that?
It's a private school.
Because I
wait,
Googled it.
you-
Oh my
you
God.
major in-
Oh, you're using Google. That's why.
Wait, you major in business?
No.
You just said you major in business.
Maybe.
Okay, cool. Because I have a BA and 2 MBAs, and all of them are in
Nice. Where'd you go?
business. Listen, hey, what's the actual driving principle of the economy?
Bro, why are we doing
What's
this?
the invisible hand?
Oh
Of
yeah,
the economy?
that's a good question.
Why are-
What's the invisible hand effect?
Bro, I low-key haven't learned that yet.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll tell you. I learned this in my
what,
freshman
capital
year of
labor and
college
productivity.
before I dropped
See,
out.
told you.
I'm actually going to demonstrate that I know
Bro, I
more
just
than
said
you
it.
about the thing that you're majoring in. So the invisible hand effect of a business under
Bros, Google.
capitalism is where a business can operate with the incentive
Bros
of
on
driving
chat-
more profit for the
chat
business
GPT.
and for the business owners, while still through the invisible hand effect helping out society at large. An example of this would be like a company that, for instance, sells mattresses. Okay, they're going to be selling mattresses not really because they want to help people sleep better at night, but rather because they want to make a bunch of money.
Bros using
But in
Google.
that drive to make more money, they in turn make society better by helping a bunch of people sleep at night. And you say, bros on Google, do you think I have a third arm?
I don't see
Right,
your other
because
arm.
when did I just like
Oh, now
spontaneously
show me your other arm after you already
start
searched it up.
typing away, right? Like there's an audio
Bro,
effect
you
to
did that
the
with, like,
sound of
Nick-
me typing
Nick
on a
Fuentes,
keyboard.
dude. You literally had people
Right,
search
sorry.
IQ
So
reading.
now it seems to be the case that you're really crashing out, accusing me of Googling something with my
You're more
fucking telepathy because
Screaming,
I
Joe.
know more about your own major than
You're
you do,
screaming.
and I'm the
Not
college
me.
dropout.
Hey, at least you went to college more than other people.
Well,
Dude,
I mean, it
literally-
seems like
you go on Google,
it seems
it's
like
been
maybe
proven.
you should be one of those other people because you know just as much, but you'd be what $50,000
mad?
richer, or at least your parents would.
Why are you so mad?
Okay, I think that you're confusing my honesty.
Oh, now you're trying
for
to calm
anger.
down a little bit. Thank you. You should calm down.
No, I think that you're just confusing my honesty for anger. It's not something angry and upset for me to tell you that you've wasted a bunch of your parents' money on a college degree in which hasn't benefited you because the college dropout in philosophy
Scholarships.
knows more about your own degree than you do. But it's just a fact. I'm just trying to help you and your family. Could have saved a bunch of money, man.
On scholarships,
Hey,
they're for free.
I got a quick question.
Well,
Are
you
you
could've
the
saved
one
the
that just
government money.
are you the one that came up here and like literally called me the N word, but then just changed your PFP and came back?
No, I can't change my username either. Like, you can't just change your PFP. So no, I did
You
not.
sure about that?
I beg to be pretty sure. Why are you so
Huh.
sure?
Huh. Okay.
Do you think that it's racist for white people to say the N-word?
Honestly, no, not really.
Hmm.
Why?
Then say your full name and then say the N-word.
Actually,
Because
come
we
on
know the
camera
school
before
you go
do it.
to. Yeah, turn the
but
camera
I mean,
on.
I could get in trouble. But I don't
Like,
think I should.
literally.
Oh.
See, this is the thing that I do on my live. I don't care what you
I can say my
as
real
long as you
name.
come
I'll show
on
you how much I
camera and
don't
say it
care
with your
about you guys
chest.
emailing my school.
Oh yeah, what's your real name?
You guys can look it up. You
Okay,
want to
let's-
like write it down?
Wait, yeah, you just said that you'd share your real name. What is it? Okay, I'll take that.
Yeah, Jason Jayson. White.
now
Jason
Jason's
White.
Jason White.
Jason.
Oh, so
Spelled
sure. What's your graduating
Jayson.
class?
What? I can't hear
What's-
you.
What's your graduating class?
Pretty sure it's in my bio. Why don't you go look at it? Since you probably already did.
So your graduating class is 2027, and your major is business.
Yes, sir.
Is that
Bro.
you in your profile picture?
Yeah, that is me actually.
Okay, all right. Don't know why you'd fuck yourself over like that, dude. You
I
didn't
mean,
have
you're
to-
not going to email the school. And
You
if
didn't
do-
have to share any of those details.
You know what? He was like, "Oh, why are you so mad?" I think it's the issue of like it's someone that comes up here and speaks from a base as like being an expert without having any type of knowledge. It's not that anyone was getting mad. He's just an ultra crepidarian. Like that's the problem. Like Dunn and Kruger is kicking their ass and they just don't know it.
Why would he do that, dude? Why
He's not smart?
He really not smart. Really not smart at all. Right? Really like unintelligent. Yo, Jesse, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo. Let's get 200 Jesse W's down below in that chat. Jesse with the 20
Jason,
says,
for the $100. Thank you, Jessica, for the $500. Oh my God, thank you so much for the Venmo. Oh my gosh, thank you.
Stop
oh my gosh.
grifting, Rebecca.
Jolena,
Oh my God.
Jolena, thank you so much for the $20
Not-
on
Rebecca,
Cash
stop
App.
grifting.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
hey, Rebecca, can you shut the fuck up? I was in the middle of thanking
No,
Jesse
hold on.
for the $20
No, I was
dono.
in the middle of thanking my
Jesse with a $20
speakers.
dono says, Dean, I was listening to your VOD and then switched up to your TikTok live. The topic of E. Carroll was identical about
Thank you for the $12 on Cash App. Oh my god.
silence. About civil versus criminal,
You
MAGA
can't silence
POS,
a woman. Anyways,
deja vu.
thank you
Please
so
never
much,
give up the
Jason. Oh
fight.
my
Momo
God.
for president.
Silencio.
Thank you so much for the $20, Jesse. I appreciate you so much for the kind words. Same thing to you, Abby. Thank you for the $10. Who says, love your stuff. Keep it up. The MAGA dude here sounds like a Disney Channel high school bully. Thank you for the $10. God, she's fucking jealous. Helen, thank you for the $5. Autumn, thank you for the $10 as well. You says, do you think that we're really realistically going to be stuck with Trump for 3 more years, or do you have hope that we'll impeach him and remove? It depends on to what extent the Dems can win the midterms.
Thank you.
Okay, if we get 60 Dems, we win the Senate and the House, there's a big chance of it, Autumn. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you guys. We're actually all caught up over on Venmo. Let's go and quickly catch up on PayPal. Thank you so much, Fush C, for the $5. Blaine, thank you for the $1. And Blanca, thank you for the $20. You're awesome. Let's get to it. Or Blanca W's, who says, I was not trying to offend you or bother you with my last 2 comments. I love your show. Oh, don't worry. No, please. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you, Blanca. Let's get to it. Or Blanca W's. And then 200 Kindle W's as well, who says, hey, Dean, this is the uninformed gender fluid user from a few weeks ago. As unproductive as it felt for everybody, it led me to be more politically educated, and I appreciate you and Santana so much. You were awesome, Kendall. Thank you for the $20.
Okay.
I remember talking to you, and I'm so happy that we could have that conversation. And then Taylor, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on PayPal as well. Thank you for supporting the grift. Liliana, thank you for the $5. And then we don't have any super chats to thank right now. Please show some massive love to all the donors supporting the grift, while little Rebecca screams and whines because of how incredibly jealous she is.
Thank you for the lion. Oh my gosh, thank you. Oh my
Also,
gosh, you're so amazing.
Amber, thank you for the 10.
Thank you,
Caroline,
Jolene,
thank
for
you for the
500
20.
on
Jacqueline, thank you
Cash
so
App.
much
Oh
for
my
the 20.
gosh.
Rory, thank you so much for the 10. You're fucking amazing, and I really appreciate that. Blaine, thank you for the 1. Oh, yep, Priscilla, yep. And also, holy shit, what Rebecca was saying wasn't real, but this is real. Massive fucking W's in the chat for Jay for the $100 donation, saying, Santana, this is for your therapy session tomorrow. I hope it lessens my rage over this sort of stuff that seems to happen more and more to amazing people like yourself and Dean. And for what it makes sense, and it doesn't make sense, and it makes sense that you guys make fun of them, and you guys are the change that we need. Love you always. I love you more. Thank you so much. And you guys are amazing. You're literally the reason we do what we do, and I would definitely be using that towards my therapy session tomorrow. All right, Rebecca.
Santana, why do you have that hat on, bub?
Did you just try to steal my catchphrase?
Yes. It's okay. Calm down, bub. Why do you gotta wear that hat? Are you an explorer?
I will literally sue you. I will sue you.
Try suing a broke ass, unemployed ass, fupa ass bitch.
I will sue you.
Try
And
to.
This is I am Santana D Ace today. So there's that.
Get behind the line of Dean who wants to sue me.
Is this person okay?
They are not well.
You good, G? Hey, are you okay?
I'm genuinely fine. How you doing, Dean?
Bro, they're legit crazy, man. They're actually crazy. We're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Only opposite side of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. We're gonna go to get that next guest.
Your
connected to
super
the live
fan
stream.
is in the comments. I just saw him. Was it Ronald Ronald Donaldson or whatever that asshat's name is.
Oh yeah, Ronald Donaldson, the super fan. I don't think anybody watches these streams more than Ronald Donaldson, obviously.
He's so obsessed.
No, he's so fucking obsessed. He has a problem, dude. Dom, do you support Trump?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Dom, calm the fuck down, okay? You're a hypocrite. Do you support mass deportation because, I don't know, they break the law?
What the hell? Why'd you say I'm a hypocrite?
Well, we'll see based upon the answer to this question. Do you support mass deportation because they broke the law?
Because they broke the law?
Yeah.
Because they're here illegally?
Yeah, they broke the law.
If what you're saying that they broke the law because they're here illegally, then yes.
Okay, so well, in other words, you advocate for holding people accountable for their crimes.
Yeah.
Okay, where's the accountability for Trump's crimes?
I don't know. I can't hold them accountable. You can't hold them accountable.
Well, I mean, actually, we could if we were to vote for the right people, and maybe get him out of office or just get a Democratic majority in Congress. That'd help us out a little bit, don't you think?
Nah, probably not.
No? Okay, what's the argument for that?
I don't want some left-wing fairies up in office trying to put some fairy propaganda out there.
Fairy propaganda? Are you trolling?
He was a fairy.
Yeah. No, I'm being dead serious. You
Okay.
notice how when Biden was in office, all the censorship online?
Oh, you mean like
What?
Donald Trump saying that it's now literally illegal to criticize him in the media? Or is FCC Chairman Brendan Carr saying that he's going to revoke the media licenses from companies that negatively report on the war in Iran? Or the Pentagon infringing on the First Amendment by requiring news agencies reporting at the Pentagon to sign a release that gives the Pentagon access to the material that they post before they post it? Is that what you're talking about? Is that the censorship that we saw from Biden? No, that's the censorship that we see today from Trump.
Or wait, are you talking about the Trump DOJ actually sending lawsuits to places like Meta and Google to actually get their user data behind the anti-ICE profiles that are being posted on social media sites? Is that what you're talking about?
I mean, we get it. You're sitting at a computer where you can just like Google all the facts at your fingertips, but like there was more censorship at
Biden. For the
Biden's.
galaxy.
You look at everyone that was banned off social media simply because he was in office.
Trump?
Trump.
For cooling the country?
Oh. Yeah,
Trump,
people
no.
people typically do get banned on social media for like trying to coup the country and whatnot.
Yeah, that's not a good thing.
Yeah, it's not a good thing at all. Dumb
So
dumb.
Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate.
Dumb dumb.
Andrew
Oh,
Tate.
you mean for like having an actual trafficking ring?
Yeah, for being a human trafficker.
Oh,
Holy shit,
that's
you're
not a
one of
good
them.
thing either, Dom.
You're one of them.
One of what?
Santana. I don't even know who you are, Santana.
I'm one of what?
One of what?
I'm one of one? I am one of one.
No, yeah, you're.
I
one
am
of them.
him.
So, what evidence do you have that the Biden-Harris administration infringed on the First Amendment, colluding with social media platforms to censor?
I just gave you two:
things?
the banning of Andrew Tate.
Yeah, can you show me that the Biden-Harris administration was behind the banning of Tate?
No, but can you show me that the Trump administration was behind the changing of the Gulf of America?
What?
You heard me? Exactly. That's pretty much exactly what you just said. Can you prove to me that that Trump administration was behind the changing of Gulf of Mexico
Well, I mean,
to
actually,
Gulf of America?
actually, yeah, we could prove that because they were the ones that announced it.
That's why it was such a stupid thing for you to say.
Actually, yes.
They went into Google and they forced them. They said, "Dead hands if you don't change it to Gulf of America right now."
He signed an EO and then kicked AP out for calling it Gulf of America at Gulf of Mexico after he said it was the Gulf of America.
Yeah,
You're
they were
stupid.
They were punishing media organizations that didn't start referring to the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America. They kicked AP out of
Yeah.
it.
Dean, take a puff off that anxiety stick over there.
I think you might need to puff off the anxiety pin.
I'm doing it, dude. I'm doing it.
What's your favorite Trump policy?
My favorite Trump policy?
Yeah.
Oh.
Make America great again.
I know that's right, buddy. Woo! America.
What about the no tax on overtime?
My favorite Trump policy is making America great again. Listen here, you fucking
The southern accent doesn't
fairies.
work because I'm more northern than you are.
Buddy, I'm southern born and raised in my bones. In my bones, we support Donald Trump down here in the South. Have you ever wrestled an alligator with one hand while redacting the Epstein files with the other? No, you haven't. You can't call yourself a true American patriot.
Are you done?
No, I'm not done, boy. Sit down, because we're in for a long ride of the Trump train. Trump 2016, Trump 2020 until Biden stole it, Trump 2024, Trump 2028, Trump 32, Trump 34, Trump. I can't count higher than 34, so I'm going to have to call it there, but trust me, they're going to be here for years, dude.
Dean, last time I was in here, you kicked me out because you said, "Oh, looks like."
I'm just going to do it again. All right. All right, let's go to get the next guest loaded up in the box. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president, please and thank you. Make sure that you are following the rules of the live stream. We have around another 30 minutes left on the live, guys. If you want to ask me a question, by the way, if you want to get a message across, or you just generally want to support me because you like what we do here, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on my TikTok account. Pin message on that other place. As well as right there, Dean Withers, without the I in Withers, if you use the @ compared to the link in the bio. Make sure that you double check your spelling. There's around 1 billion fake Dean Withers accounts out there. They'll put like a period in between the D and the Withers. They'll put an extra S at the end. They'll put an underscore at the end. There's about 1 billion different tactics that these scammers have. Very bad. So, a bunch of people get scammed every day. Jaden, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Apex, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I used to support him. I'm trying to figure out if I still support him or not. So I kind of asked.
Oh, shit. Apex, where'd you go, man? Listen, yeah, if you're a Trump supporter, feel free to hop back inside of that queue, dude. I'd love to help you try to figure that out. I guess in the meantime, we got the next guest, Fat-Ass Dogs, loading in. Dude, this person's bio says MAGA Republican, Protestant and political activist, attack, admit nothing, deny everything, always claim victory. That's how you win. Cornball! We got a cornball in the live.
Hey, it's nice to meet you, man. Yeah, well, we've talked before.
You know that's you know what that won't help you do? Get out of the mom's basement. I mean, just look at you.
All right, amazing. Anyway, I wanted to ask you about something. So I'm a huge MAGA supporter, as you know already. So how do you feel about the Epstein files so far?
When you just asked me for my general feelings on the Epstein files, that's a little bit of a vague remark. Maybe it would be that I'm really saddened that we have such an atrociously terrible administration who cares so little about the law and so little about the survivors of sexual violence that they've been so willing to defy Congress, break federal law, and spit in the faces of the survivors of sexual violence by not releasing all of the files required to by law, by illegally redacting the names of co-conspirators not allowed by the law, and now straight up refusing to release any more.
Also, I would love to add on that Trump literally was so mad that they got released that he advocated against one of the co-authors of the Epstein Transparency Act, Thomas Massie. And Pete Hegseth went and stomped for against Thomas Massie, and now he's out of power, all because he championed the Epstein Transparency Act. So they don't like that.
So what I would generally like to ask you is, what about them do you believe and what do you not believe? Do you believe the files 100%, the ones that have been redacted already, or no?
That's also a really vague question. When you say, do you believe the files 100%?
Like
very,
all
very
of them,
vague.
yeah.
That's a very vague question because the files are comprised of a shit ton of things, all the way from, credible FBI 302 interview forms with Jane Does who won millions of dollars in settlements from Epstein's estate, to like literal like shit posts that had been emailed to Epstein and then included like news articles, right? Like we would have to look at like the specific document then determine it for its credibility, right? It's going to be very context dependent on what document we're evaluating.
All right.
Also, don't forget they were eating babies, like literally eating babies. Anyway, go ahead.
Anyway, my personal opinion, I don't think everything in the Epstein file is 100% accurate. If you look at it, like most of the stories look completely made up, and they don't even match the time frame of when they happened.
I will agree with you that not 100% of the contents are going to be accurate, right? Because like some of the contents would include like anonymous tips to FBI on their website that they then tried to follow up and they couldn't make any contact, right? I'm not going to like automatically say that they're false, but you know, like, okay, it makes sense that after Epstein was arrested, somebody went on the FBI website, said some crazy shit, and then, like, you know, that was false, and then never touched back with the FBI, right? But, like, when I'm looking at the Epstein files, the first thing that, once again, that sticks out is going to be the fact that they've been covering up the release of the Epstein files. Why would they be doing that? The fact that every Republican who got on board with the release of the Epstein files has been burned from and by Trump. I mean, that should be a radicalizing moment for the right. Look at what happened to Thomas Massie, as Santana just pointed out. Look at what happened to MTG, okay? And on top of that, all of their illegal redactions of so many of the contents that they then illegally did opt to describe.
Does that include Trump himself when he told them to release them? He told the people in Congress, hey, vote yes on them.
Wait, you mean after they had a veto-proof passing of the legislation?
Right. Yeah. Before they had a veto-proof passing of legislation, the official administration position was if you vote for the release of the Epstein files in Congress, you are defying the administration explicitly verbatim. And like Donald Trump was on Truth Social saying like, oh, look at these fucking idiots. Listen, if you consider yourself to be MAGA and you're still caught up on the Epstein files, this Democrat host that we need to move on from, you are stupid as hell, okay? But then once the American people were able to join together and get the Epstein Files Transparency Act passed with a veto-proof bill, as Santana pointed out, then of course Donald Trump is going to ride on the tail end of that wagon saying vote for the release of the Epstein files because now he just has one political scandal on his hands, his cover-up of the files, compared to two political scandals on his hands, his cover-up of the files, and Congress defying the president passing a bill without his approval. All right? That makes so much sense.
Sure. But my main point of coming up is, do you believe that Trump is guilty of, you know what?
Oh, yeah. Sure.
That's really vague. He's guilty of a lot of stuff. You have to be specific.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to get your TikTok taken down.
Oh, yeah, no, I do. I do.
Okay. Do you think he's guilty of pedophilia?
Well, we have to be, super picky and choosy with the words that we use here because TikTok.
That's what I was trying to do, man.
Picky and choosy. So I'm just gonna say a couple filler words here to really throw off any algorithm that may be listening to me, listening to you.
Let's use the word map.
And the answer to we won't use the word map. The answer to your question will be yes.
Okay. What physical proof do you have?
Okay, sure. So, in coming to the conclusion that this is something that Donald Trump is guilty of, I'm going to point you towards two things. The first thing I'm going to point you towards is Donald Trump's sit down on the Howard Stern interview radio show in 2005, where he's talking about barging into the dressing rooms of the beauty pageant contestants at the beauty pageants that he owned, talking about how he'd go in there, he'd see that they were naked, and he presented this as a funny thing he would do that he'd find sexual pleasure out of. It was a sexual thing that he'd do with his beauty pageant contestants. A, this was sexual exploitation, but B, we had 4 girls from Miss Teen USA in 1997 come forward and say that this is actually something he did to them, and they were as young as 15. So that's going to be the first big damning piece of evidence. Now, the second damning piece of evidence is going to be the credible accusation of the files from Jane Doe number 4, who had 3 sit-down 302 interviews with the FBI in 2019, who we have now confirmed as a survivor of Epstein's, who won millions of dollars in a settlement from him that told the FBI that she was also trafficked to the big T from the big E, right? And that's going to be the specific evidence that I'd have to entail the conclusion that I affirmed. But we also have to look at the external evidence here, such as other forms of sexually perverse actions that Donald Trump is engaged in, ranging from
Are
the
you
court
talking
case
about the female that sued him in 2016?
Woman.
E. Jean Carroll, or
2016.
You know, like the other allegations, right? He's a sexual pervert. We know he's raped people. We know he's barged into the dressing rooms of women and girls. That on its own would constitute the P3 DO. But then, of course, you have the credible accusation from the files.
All right, look, I'm a Trump supporter and I'm a conservative, and that's probably not going to change. But I'm going to tell you this, man. If Donald Trump is guilty of that, I will be the first one to denounce him. I just want physical evidence, man, like physical proof that he did these things to an underage minor. Okay, that's all I ask for.
Okay.
Wait, so I don't care. Like,
wait,
the files,
does it have to be? Does it have to be a minor? Like, fuck all the other stuff, right? Specifically, it has to be a minor. So fuck everything else that Dean just covered with you. Like, none of that matters. It only matters for you if it's a minor.
Like what? Okay, but he mentioned Dean just mentioned minors.
Sure. Listen, I'll just give you evidence.
It's your obligation to do that. So you have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Sir, he said he went backstage, not into the locker rooms.
Holy fuck.
So the dressing rooms were backstage.
Yeah, but he didn't say the dressing rooms. He said he went backstage.
Well, actually,
he's allowed to go backstage.
He actually did say dressing rooms by describing dressing rooms.
Also, if he was allowed to do it, then he wouldn't say that he got away with it. So those two things don't go together.
Like, check this out.
No, this is
check
a
this
complete
out.
fabrication,
Let me ask you a question. Is your definition of the word woman an adult human female?
Yes.
Okay. So, if I told you that I'm dating an adult human female, under your view, would I be telling you that I'm dating a woman?
Yeah, I don't get the point of this though.
Did I ever
If you don't mind me
explicitly
asking.
use the word woman?
Okay.
Right.
But
So my point is that we could refer to things either by explicitly calling them what they are, i.e. the term that we use to refer to them, or by describing them / defining them. Right?
Well, yeah, but we have to
now
be-
in this audio clip, sure, Donald Trump never says explicitly the phrase dressing rooms the same way I never explicitly said the phrase woman, but under your view, I define what a woman is, just like under both of our views, Donald Trump just defined what a dressing room is by defining a space that men were not allowed into, that he broke a rule by entering, that he had to abuse his position of the power as the owner of the pageant, and then one step further by telling a lie of doing a fake inspection to go in, and then of course, when he was inside of this space, you'd see a bunch of naked people changing. Now, this description being of a dressing room is then verified and confirmed by every woman and girl who remembers this happening to them at the pageants. Every woman and girl who had a story to tell said it happened in the dressing rooms, including the women who would be defending Trump. You can't even say that, well, Dean, I'm not going to believe that the testimony of these women and girls can be verifiable evidence that this did indeed occur in a dressing room because they could all be lying to defame Trump. Okay, well, what about Victoria, who was a Miss USA beauty pageant contestant who said he would walk into our dressing rooms, but he'd just get our approval first and he'd make sure that we were all clothed first. Okay, well, yeah, it seems like he definitely did go into the dressing rooms then. And the argument shouldn't be, did he or did he not go into the dressing rooms? But rather the argument should be, did he or did he not do so with the consent of the people inside of the space?
Okay, fair enough. And to your point about the words, man, yeah, those need to be careful, and you need to be very vague and very careful about what you put out there because you could be misrepresenting what he's saying, actually.
You'd have to give an
like they
argument.
did with the bus tapes.
You'd have
They
to give
did
an
with the
argument
bus
that I'm
tapes,
misrepresenting
too.
what he said, but I don't think you can. Go ahead, Santana.
I think you did.
Yeah, no.
What about the bus
Wait, so
tapes?
is your
Hold on.
premise that you have more of a problem with the way that Dean is recapping and actually like
'Cause it's
walking
very
you through
dishonest.
the thought train of what Donald Trump laid out versus what Donald Trump actually said?
No, he's being
Right.
dishonest about it.
So
What is
specifically,
he being dishonest about?
Yeah, can
Because
you quote me on what I said that's
Well, Dean,
dishonest?
Dean, we talked about the dressing room thing.
Don't
you
be
you
vague.
took
Quote
that out
me
of
on what I
context.
said that's dishonest.
Sure. You said he went into the dressing room. I did not
Yes.
hear in that audio one time him saying I went to the dressing
The same way when you told me I'm telling you I'm dating a woman by me telling you that I'm dating an adult human female, not at one point did you hear the word woman. We can refer to
right.
things either by describing them, okay, or calling them exactly what they are. Under your view, your definition of the word woman is an adult human female. So if I tell you that I'm dating an adult human female, I'm telling you I'm dating a woman under your view. Listen, this is how definitions of words work. Have you ever heard before that you can't use the term in the definition of said term? Right? Like you see this a lot from people like Matt Walsh, who will ask like silly, like dumb liberals, like, oh, what is the definition of a word woman? And then, you know, like the person who hasn't explored like the philosophy of gender identity, has educated themselves on the subject, will be like, oh, a woman is whoever wants to be a woman or some shit like that. Okay. Oh, you can do that because you use the word woman in the definition. Okay. So in other words, we have to be able to find a way to describe things without using the term in which we're calling it. And that's essentially the same concept that we're invoking here when we're referring to this clip of Donald Trump saying he's walking into the dressing rooms. I'm not saying that Donald Trump said he was walking into the dressing rooms because he explicitly said dressing rooms. I'm saying that Donald Trump said he's walking into the dressing rooms because he explicitly defined and described dressing rooms. This is not complex in the slightest. This is language 101.
Right. Yeah, but the same thing happened when they did release the Hollywood audio tapes. They turned it into sexual assault when he clearly said the women let me do it when they grabbed me by the.
Hey, what's consent? What's consent?
Consent. It's when they let you do it.
No. What is consent?
It's when they let you do it.
No. Okay. So, better question. Can you tell me what are the factors that are required in order to ensure consent is present?
That a woman is fine with it and two parties consent to it.
Is there any other factors that are required for consent?
You need a yes. That's the only thing you need. A yes.
Okay.
And a legal age. Yes.
Okay. So no, like first and foremost, like you should look up the different methods of consent, including fries and crisp, but really shorthand. Fries, freely given, reversible, informed, enthusiastic, and specific. You are sitting here championing something where you don't even understand consent, and Donald Trump saying that they let you do it is not an actual form of consent. Like him saying that he does this to women is not consent. And also you trying to play semantics about a dressing room and a backstage area. Like, I don't understand why you guys try so hard to like ignore the rest of everything else that he says and focus on Dean saying backstage versus
What they do?
I'm not playing
what
semantics. You're just taking it out of context.
So what they do, Santana, is when they lose on an issue, they make a bigger issue. So then we will redirect our focus towards the bigger issue, right? Like this guy argued, I was being dishonest by saying that he said he walked into dressing rooms. I then described to him how I'm not being dishonest. I even got him to concede to that in an analogy, right? So then he pivots to like egregiously misrepresenting what is required for a woman to consent to sexual intercourse, right? So before we have a conversation further about what consent is, thank you, Santana, for laying the foundation there. That was very necessary. I want you to respond to my description about how, no, it's not dishonest at all for me to say that Donald Trump said he walked into dressing rooms, even though he never explicitly used the phrase dressing rooms.
Right. So that could be very vague. Like the question I came up to you and asked you about the Epstein files. It could be very vague.
This is a very your argument is rhetorically, it's invoking rhetorical sleight of hand. Let me tell you what I mean by that. Yes, it can be very vague, but it's not always very vague. Like for instance, once again, let's go back to the woman analogy. Your definition of the word woman is an adult human female. If I told you that I was dating an adult human female, under your view, I'd be telling you that I'm dating a woman, even though I never used the word woman. Even though that's and it's not vague at all, right?
Right. I mean, it's
right, but like
definition.
we could imagine like another circumstance where I don't tell you that I'm dating an adult human female, but rather I tell you I'm dating somebody that really likes Breaking Bad, the TV show, loves plants, and enjoys getting dressed up for date nights. Okay, well, that would be vague if you were then to jump to the conclusion that I'm telling you I'm dating a woman, because like non-women can also do all of those same things. So in certain scenarios, okay, attempting to conclude, okay, that somebody is telling you something based upon the implications of their precise words, it can be vague, but not all the time. Right? So like in the scenario of Donald Trump on Howard Stern's radio show, although he's not being vague at all, okay? The reason why I say he's not being vague at all in his description of dressing rooms is because no other place but a dressing room are men not allowed into where women will then get dressed and naked inside.
Okay. But understand this. He was saying that he was seeing if everybody was prepared, seeing if they were all prepared, like getting their dresses on and all that. It doesn't say that he walked into them when they were naked. It
actually does.
He said, I know, but he said hey,
He said they had no clothes on. No clothes means naked.
Yeah. Then like the all prepared argument, yeah, that was a joke that Trump was telling. He wasn't actually inspecting them to make sure that they were ready to go. That was a joke. And the reason why we know that's a joke is because what prompted Donald Trump to tell this story to Howard Stern was Howard Stern's request for Donald Trump to tell a story about him doing sexual things with his beauty pageant contestants. That's why when Donald Trump says that in the clip, everybody else around Donald Trump laughs. Because this is a story that Donald Trump is saying about doing sexual things with beauty pageant contestants, not a story that Donald Trump is telling about ensuring that his beauty pageant contestants were all prepared and good to go. That's just a joke.
Okay.
Very bad joke at that.
Also, I don't know if you've been in any pageants or anything like that, but I've been in fashion shows, and I've also had to be in charge of pageants for my fraternity while I was in college, and in no point did I ever walk into like the backstage area to quote unquote check on the contestants to make sure that they were all ready to go. And I've never had anyone, as far as like any fashion shows that I've been in, had someone walk in to check on us to make sure we were all ready to go. That's not how this works. Like literally none of this works this way. You're just trying to figure out a way to run coverage. It's fucking weird.
I don't cover for anybody.
So do you understand
like I said,
now how
Trump,
you're just out of lines of defense? Is there any like other lines of defense that you have here?
What about the fact that that he's the one that actually?
Were you just choking on your lies?
I was smoking weed, but but anyway, what about the fact that he actually snitched on Epstein?
Okay, well that's also a lie, but it has nothing to do with the dressing room clip.
Okay, sure. I know. Well, the topic is Trump a PDF?
No, the topic is you conceding that he went into the dressing rooms of beauty pageant contestants. What are you going to do? Are you going to repeat again that I can't say he said he was walking into the dressing rooms because he never explicitly said those words, even though I've given you a counter argument to that 3 times? Are you going to repeat again that he was just making sure that they're all ready to go, even though, no, this was a story that Trump was telling about the sexual things that he do with the beauty pageant contestants per Howard Stern's requests? Are you going to say that once again it could have happened at a backstage area? Like, are you going to concede? Like, where do we go from here? Do you acknowledge that this is something that you do in the dressing rooms to look at their naked bodies, or are you going to come up with some other bullshit excuse that I'm going to set down on its fucking ass in less than 30-second stops? It's your move.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, do you live with females?
Women. Why do you keep saying females?
So I live with a woman.
Why can't I say the word female?
Persia, thank you so much for the ignition check. I appreciate
female
it.
What? Female crocodile, female octopus, female platypus. What are we talking?
A female human.
Oh, okay. So what is a female human?
Your mother, your sister, your girlfriend.
Listen,
a woman.
A
woman. It's dehumanizing for you to say females. That's why.
No, it's not.
It literally is. You could be talking about female anything. Sorry, go ahead, Dean.
Dude, I'm sorry. There's 2 genders. Deal with it.
Oh my God. Let's just
it's
listen.
sexist.
I just want the counter argument. I live with a woman. Yes.
Okay. You've never accidentally walked in on them. People don't make mistakes. While they were naked, while they were in the shower by accident. I've done it a few times by accident. I don't do it on purpose.
Okay.
But come on.
So what you're attempting to draw here would be a false comparison. Yeah, when you live in like close quarters with somebody, it is like reasonable to foresee that like at one point or another, unfortunately, you may like accidentally walk in on them. Now, I would definitely raise like a red flag here. Like that's something that very rarely happens on accident. So the fact that you're telling us that this is something that you've done multiple times is, I don't know, weird. But anyways, my point is I do acknowledge that like in a home that could like rarely happen on accident every once in a while. But this isn't like a home where you guys are sharing the same bathroom, sharing the same bedroom, sharing the same house. Okay, this is a beauty pageant, a business with spaces specifically designated for the women. So, like, if you were to have a bathroom in your house that was for women and women only, it said on the door, only women are allowed. Do you think that you'd ever accidentally walk in there?
I would respect that.
Would you ever accidentally walk in there?
No.
Exactly, right? You want to accidentally walk in to a bathroom in your house if it was designated just for women. Very similarly, the dressing room at the pageants were designated just for women. And there's no way that this could be an accident, or else Donald Trump wouldn't be boasting about it. Like, let's just listen to his lead up and the clip here where he's like describing the methodology that he would employ to get into this space. He's like, this is what I would do. I would tell a lie about doing an inspection, and I would allow myself because I'm the owner, and then this is what I'd see. This is by no means an accident. No, this is a story that Donald Trump explicitly said is something he would do and found funny to do, that he shared with Howard Stern when Howard Stern asked him about the sexual things that he'd do with his beauty pageant contestants. Your argument's a joke.
Okay, if you feel that way,
Do you feel that way? Do you concede?
No, sir. I'm sorry.
Then I think you've lost your mind, and I think that you're an irredeemable scum. Listen to him. Seriously. I want everybody to listen to this story that Donald Trump is telling. And even if you're on the right, there's no way that you could conclude that the story that he's telling was something that he did on accident.
Have done that. Now, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show. Yes. And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
like
everything is good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Like if this was like he's trying to call the square a circle. He's trying to call a square a circle. If it was an accident, then why would he say literally anything he said in that clip? Why would he say he'd get away with it? Why would he say he's allowed to do it because he's the owner? Why would he say that he would make up the excuse of doing it in false inspection? Why would he say that this is the funniest thing he'd do? Why would he literally say anything he said in that clip if it was an accident? You are trying to call a square a circle.
Okay, do I think Donald Trump is a bit...
No. Do you concede that that was not an accident?
Okay, sure. But you can't, like I said, I mean, him walking on naked women, it could, come on, yeah. But, anyway. Yeah.
Damn, you seem really fucking lost.
Oh, man. But, anyway, no. I'm just saying, man, if Donald Trump was guilty...
Yeah, what exactly are you saying? No, what exactly are you saying? So do you accept that he did it, or do you have another counter-argument?
Do I have a counter-argument? Okay, I do have a little bit of a counter-argument here. If he was actually guilty of any of this, where's the lawsuits?
Good question.
None of these women have done a lawsuits.
Did Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell act alone? Where was the lawsuits against the guy that was emailing Epstein saying that I love the torture video? Where was the lawsuits against the woman who sent Epstein an email saying I had fun with your littlest girl last night? Where's the lawsuits against Prince Andrew? Where's the lawsuits against Lex Wessner? Where's the lawsuits against any of the other co-conspirators? Where are they? Well, I know where they are. They're non-existent. And the reason why they're non-existent is because it's really fucking hard to go after a rich and powerful man that's sexually taken advantage of you, either because of the first order real-world consequences of people calling you a crazy liar, or the second order real-world consequences of the potential outcome that you could personally face from that man going after you personally after just sexually exploiting you now that you're on the offense, suing the shit out of them. It's scary as fuck. People get, murdered over this. People get assassinated over this. People lose their lives because of this. People lose their livelihoods because of this. People lose everything because of this. Okay?
Actually, Dean,
so if this was an issue that was mutually exclusive to just Trump, if in every other circumstance, when a woman or girl had been taken advantage of sexually, then we would see lawsuits. Okay? Well, guess what? I would give it to you. But because this is an issue, and which is not mutually exclusive just to Trump, but in fact, exclusive to 98% of rapists. According to Rain.org, only 2% of rapists are held legally accountable. It is a non-starter. And by the way, the only reason why you think a lawsuit would be valuable is so the evidence could be presented and the jury could rule on it. But when that does happen, like with this lawsuit, in the middle of your phone screen right now, you don't fucking believe it. sit here and tell me that you believe Donald Trump raped or sexually abused Miss Carroll. Say it. There was a lawsuit on it, and a unanimous jury of 9 found him guilty. Say that he sexually abused E. Jean Carroll.
What about the lawsuit?
Nope,
in
not a what about
where the victim
anything.
withdrew?
Say that Donald Trump sexually abused E. Jean Carroll because there was a lawsuit about it, and he was found guilty.
Not all women tell the truth, man.
Exactly my point.
There it
if there was a lawsuit over it indexed to him barging into the dressing rooms of Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, then you would say the same thing you say for E. Jean Carroll. Women lie. It is an ever-shifting goalpost that will never be met, okay? There is never a standard of evidence in which you think claims of sexual misconduct against Trump can ever be proven. Ever, ever, ever. Like, check this out. I'm going to show you the shifting goalposts in real time. I want everybody to pay close attention. This is a masterclass at how to fucking destroy these idiots. So your response to the lawsuit brought forth by E. Jean Carroll that led to unanimous jury of 9 holding Donald Trump liable is that not all women tell the truth. Question.
Yeah.
If Donald Trump admitted to doing it, would you believe her?
Would I believe her? Yeah, I would believe her.
If Donald Trump admitted to doing it, like in the audio clip that I played to you about Miss USA and Miss Teen USA, that you don't believe.
I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that everything.
You're playing the same clip.
Right?
Yeah.
Because then your standard of evidence just shift from a lawsuit to an admittance of guilt. But then when we have an admittance of guilt, it shifts again back to a lawsuit. But then when we have a lawsuit, it shifts back again to an admittance of guilt. So which one is it?
Yeah, but you're ignoring the point I'm trying to make here, man.
No, you're ignoring the fact you're getting fucking exposed, dude. Exposed as a fraud.
What about the fact that one of the accusers that accused Donald Trump and Epstein in 2016 withdrew her lawsuit?
Katie Johnson?
Yeah, she withdrew her lawsuit 2016.
Yeah, the reasons that she cited was because she had gotten death threats.
And also, be clear, like Dean has already pointed this out, but I think we're glossing over the fact that the reason why people don't actually come out and they don't pursue these type of things is because of fucking weirdos like you that one don't understand consent, two do rape apologia, and three continue to shift the fucking goalposts so survivors are not believed. You guys are so fucking weird. Like, you're the reason why people don't come out and say that this has happened. Like, it's fucking you.
Like, look at what he's doing right now, Santana. We got him. We got him in the craziest goalpost shift of all time. He said he didn't believe the victims of Miss Teen USA and Miss USA because there's no lawsuit. But once there's a lawsuit for E. Jean Carroll, he doesn't believe it because there's not an admittance of guilt. But there was admittance of guilt for the victims of Miss Teen USA and Miss USA, but he doesn't believe them because there was no lawsuit. But once we are able to successfully point out that paradox, Santana, well, then he just topic shifts and shifts the goalposts to a brand new conversation about Katie Johnson instead. Okay? Once he can't blame, E. Jean Carroll or the beauty pageant contestants of Miss Teen USA or Miss USA anymore because he got, now he's just going to start blaming Katie Johnson instead. Okay, so let's go one conversation at a time. Let's stick on Miss Teen USA and E. Jean Carroll. You said that you don't believe his admittance of guilt as it relates to the beauty pageants because there wasn't a lawsuit, but then you don't believe his lawsuit because there was no admittance of guilt. Right?
Yeah, he fought back, didn't he not?
Okay. And how did that fight back go for him?
Let's see. He does it every time. He loses and he wins.
He lost.
No,
he lost. Okay.
He lost. Just like
you said
lawsuit
you don't
won
believe
today.
it, but you don't believe it, even though because he didn't give an admittance of guilt. So why don't you believe his admittance of guilt as it relates to Miss Teen USA and Miss USA?
Because I've seen it happen so many times where women lie on men's names and they
I'm sorry,
ruin their
is this
lives.
a woman?
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no.
Is that a woman?
Kind of funny that Trump is lying on his own fucking name.
Guess Trump is the first woman president in U.S. history, right?
He's lying on his fucking self about him doing some fucked up shit.
I'm talking about the people who are making the
Oh,
accusations.
okay. So then you're not talking about what I asked you about, dumbass. So go ahead and respond to what I asked you about. See, that's a problem that you and a lot of other Trump supporters have. Your brains are just
Have I
simply
ever
too
insulted
small.
you?
Oh yeah, well you've
Have
certainly
I ever insulted you? Come on.
Well, I think
No,
that
but
you.
you've insulted plenty of you've insulted plenty of women. Like literally,
yeah.
this entire conversation.
Yeah, you've insulted just about everybody else. So go ahead and respond to it. Also, I don't give a fuck. Even if you haven't insulted me, I'm going to insult the shit out of you. You think I feel bad for calling the shots as they are? You think I feel any remorse for calling a dumbass a dumbass? You think I feel this sense of empathy deep down in my heart for demeaning a cruel piece of shit, misogynistic predator protector? No, not in the slightest. Yeah, save me the antics and the tears, by the way. Shake the fucking finger in the air. Wag the finger at me for calling you a dumbass, but then defend Trump for calling for the execution of 6 Democrats in Congress, labeling all Democrats as terrorists, celebrating the deaths of Rob Rayner and Rob Mueller, and admitting to sexual exploitation after being held civilly liable for sexual abuse. Put the fucking finger down and answer the question. You told me that you would only believe the scenario as it relates to E. Jean Carroll and her lawsuit that proves Donald Trump raped her if Donald Trump admitted to it. Okay, and then you said, well, yeah, it's because women lie. All these accusations, women lie. Okay, well, I played you a clip of Donald Trump, not a woman, admitting to sexual violence by barging into the dressing rooms of the beauty pageant contestants at the beauty pageants in which he owned. I'll ask again, is Donald Trump a woman?
No.
Okay, so men lie, right? He lied about engaging in sexual violence when in all reality he didn't.
He didn't say he committed sexual violence. He just said he saw them naked.
Okay. Yeah, when you look at somebody naked unconsensually, all right, you are committing sexual violence because the definition of sexual violence is any unconsensual sexual act. This is like saying, oh, he didn't rape her. He just forcefully penetrated her vagina when she was passed out unconscious. Sit the fuck down.
Well, you're comparing apples to oranges. You can't do that, man.
No, I'm not.
What?
I'm comparing an example
Yes,
of
you
rape
are.
that would fall under the definition of rape to an example of sexual violence that would fall under the definition of sexual violence. Do you agree that a man seeking out the naked body of a woman to lot all over it and then to tell his friends that she looked incredible is a sexual act?
Well, if that were true, Dean, if that were
No,
true,
not if
then
that were
every-
true. I want a yes or no. Do you agree that a man seeking out the naked body of a woman to laud all over it, to then tell their friends about it as a sexual encounter, do you agree that that is a sexual act?
No, because we would have to convict 80% of men in this country because 80% of men watch porn.
We don't send people to jail for sexual actions. We send people to jail for unconsensual sexual actions.
You fucking donut.
What?
Yeah, but
So
you
go
can't
ahead and
consent
respond to the question.
watches.
Do you agree do you agree? Okay, you said that it was the same thing as watching porn. Can we agree that watching porn is a sexual act?
It can be, yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so seeking out the naked bodies of women to lot all over them to tell your friend about them as a sexual encounter is a sexual act. Okay, so Donald Trump said that he engaged in a sexual act. Was this a consensual sexual act or an unconsensual sexual act? Well, we know it's unconsensual because they were in a woman's dressing room.
Yeah. But
So it's an
yeah,
unconsensual
okay.
sexual act. Do you accept or do you deny that the definition of sexual violence is any unconsensual sexual act?
Is it an unconsensual sexual act? Yeah, it is an unconsensual sexual act, yes.
Then it is sexual violence because that's the definition of sexual violence.
I don't know. Me accidentally walking in on a woman naked.
Wait. Stop. We've already said that it wasn't an accident. You've already went down that road. You've already admitted it's not an accident. Stop trying to run to that. Hey, question for you. Is it illegal for you to go to a strip club?
No.
Nope. Okay, perfect. Would it be illegal for you to go back into the back area of the strip club where the dancers are getting dressed?
The managers do that all the time.
You're not a manager. I'm talking about you, you donut. Would it be illegal for you to just go into the back area where the dancers are without any type of permission?
If you didn't pay, then no.
Even if you did pay, you don't get to go into the back dressing room area. Oh my God.
Listen.
You fucking suck.
Listen,
You
you,
don't
gave
know
an
how
analogy.
strip clubs work.
You gave an analogy of accidentally barging into a bathroom in your home while a woman's in there naked. So that actually would be sexual violence because she would feel violated. Okay, but we wouldn't blame you for the sexual violence.
And I'd close the door.
Because you did so accidentally without intention, right? You know, like, and the reason why, like, we never explicitly call it what it is. The reason why we don't say that would be sexual violence too often is because you're not to blame for it. And saying it's sexual violence makes it seem like you are to blame for it. Because, once again, sexual violence is any unconsensual sexual act. There'd be no other reason to describe why it would be okay for that woman to feel violated, right? Can we agree that it'd be okay for a woman that you live with to feel violated if you were to accidentally walk into the bathroom while she's in there?
Okay, I agree with that. Yeah,
Right,
if she feels
perfect.
violated, I would close the door.
Right.
I would close the door right away.
But the difference here, it's going to be intent. All right? Either direct intent of meaning to do this action or indirect intent through neglect, right? Like, yeah, you could commit sexual violence and to be to blame for it if you are, like, guilty of great neglect, right? Like, for instance, if you were to get drugged out of your mind to the point where you can't fucking read, and you were to go into a Walmart and walk into the woman's bathroom and start opening up all the stalls, okay, yeah, you are guilty of sexual violence, not because you directly intended to do it, but because of neglect through your usage of grave drugs, right? But listen, as it relates to Trump, we don't need to decipher the nuance of either indirect intention through neglect, because this is direct intention through intentionally meaning to engage in this action, as we agreed to earlier.
Okay, but were you there?
No, but Trump was. And Trump told us what happened there.
Okay, but were you there to see it, though?
No, but Trump was there to see it, and Donald Trump told
But
us
you
what
can't-
happened there.
But you
Like,
didn't
now we're going to
describe
go down to the
everything that
standard, were
happened.
you there to see it? So that you've got yourself really in a corner. Do you believe that the Holocaust happened?
Yeah.
Were you there to see it?
Oh, my grandpa was there to see it.
Okay, but you weren't.
Yeah, I wasn't, but my
Right,
grandpa
right, but
was
you
there
believe
to
it
see
happened. Okay, but you weren't, right? Because I told you that Trump was there to see it. That wasn't a sufficient answer for you. Okay, it says in your bio that you're Protestant. So you believe that Christ resurrected from the dead.
Yes.
Okay, were you there to see it?
No, 500 people saw it.
Oh, okay. But were you one of the 500 people?
No.
No, okay, perfect. So you don't need to be there to see something in order to believe that it occurred. So why the fuck were you just suggesting that I needed to be there to see it in order to believe that it occurred?
Because you're believing it based off one person's testimony.
Oh, and who's
It's
that
not true.
person? Also, not true. I'm
Trump.
believing it based upon around 13 people's testimony because we also have to consider the women and the girls here. But yeah, even it was just based upon Trump's, I'm going to believe it. If you lived with your best friend, he went to a party last night. You know he was at this party last night. You know that there was drunk women there. Okay, and he told you that he raped one of the drunk women at the party last night. Would you believe him?
Would I believe him? I would be shocked.
But would you believe him?
It says it's true with a straight face. Like he's not
I
joking.
don't-
He never
honestly
he
don't-
never follows it up by telling you that he's joking. He sits you down and he says, "Let me tell you something I did last night. I raped a woman at this party."
I'd probably beat his ass.
Would
So
you
you'd believe
believe him?
Well, he'd only beat his
Yeah,
ass if you
yeah,
believe him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd beat his ass.
And you're relying on the testimony of how many people?
Of how many people? Just him. Well,
Just
because
one.
he told
But
me,
this is
yes.
exactly what
Right.
I was doing with Trump, and you told me I couldn't because it was just one person.
Right, but you just
Trump
said it. But you said it was a false inspection, though. How do you know it was a false inspection?
Yeah, sure, because of the context of the clip. Howard Stern asked Donald Trump to tell him about the sexual things that he do with the beauty pageant contestants. And then Donald Trump is, well, the funniest thing I'll do is this, right? But it doesn't matter. Even if it was a real inspection, it'd still be sexual violence. If you live with a woman, she's using the bathroom, you need to go into that bathroom to inspect the grout on the tiles. You walk in there, she's fucking naked. And then you look at her, you think that she looks great, you tell your friends about it later, but your main intention was to be in there to check the grout of the tiles. Did you sexually violate her?
Yeah.
Okay, so even if the inspection was real, it'd still be sexual exploitation, but it's not because this was Donald Trump telling Howard Stern about the sexual things that he do with the beauty pageant contestants, and clearly an inspection of the dressing room in of itself is not a sexual thing.
So would
So
would
what?
you-
Every
would you
single
still be-
argument that you've given me has been absolutely defeated. Are you left with anything else? I think that you have tried to pull on every straw you could, and it has failed. What else do we have left?
No.
Is this where you start repeating yourself? This is where you go
No.
back to the start. Is this where you start telling me, well, it actually didn't happen because he never said dressing room and we just go in the big loop?
No.
Or do you have more?
No. So would you still call it? You said you'd still call it a violation, even though it was a real inspection, right?
Well, that's what you and I said, yes. Because he still yet went in there and looked at their naked bodies without their consent. Remember, the definition of sexual violence that we agreed to less than 5 minutes ago was unconsensually doing something to somebody without their consent, sexually, right? And any unconsensual sexual act. Yeah, it doesn't say only unconsensual sexual acts outside of attempting to inspect like the walls or floor or ceiling of a room, right? That doesn't make any sense. Not to mention, less than 5 minutes ago, you conceded that it was sexual violence, but now you seem to be walking that one back by rather positing that it's not sexual violence because he was inspecting the place. So earlier when you said that it was sexual violence, do you walk that one back?
No, I'm not walking anything back.
Okay, so you still believe that it's sexual violence?
Well, I would.
Well, okay, so you can't like simultaneously believe that it's sexual violence and not walk back believing that it's not believing that it's sexual violence.
Well,
also, just an FYI, I just looked this up. You can actually look this shit up, and this comes from like the Pageant Planet that talks about the different pageants, Miss USA, Miss Teen USA, Miss Universe, all of that. There's no actual history of any type of inspections, any type of physical inspections, any type of posing inspections, and like none of that. So when Donald Trump said that he was inspecting, there's no outline premise, there's nothing that would actually say that this was a thing that he was supposed to be doing, like at all.
Business wise, yes, people look in their buildings.
Yo, thank you so much for the $300 donation, 10,000 seconds. I want to get 3,000, 10,000. Wow. 3,000, 10,000. We're going to call you seconds instead. I want to get 3,000 second W's down below in that comment section. Thank you so much for the $320 super chat over on YouTube. That is insane. Legitimately, thank you so fucking much for the love. That is so fucking kind of you, dude. I don't even know what to say in response to that. I'm so very grateful. Show some love to seconds down below. That is way too much money. I do not deserve that. Holy cow, man.
You do, because this has been an uphill battle and you've been fucking cooking.
Oh man, I've been frying this kid shit. I've been frying this kid shit. If I said that I broke into somebody's house in the middle of the night and found them sleeping, is it likely that I found them in their bedroom?
Yeah.
He just cooked your ass and paid me $320 to do it in the process.
Or on the couch.
Where inside of that sentence did it say bedroom?
Well, you're welcome for the donation, man.
Yo, bro, oh my God. Wow, that was beautiful. Paid $320 to, oh my God, he left. Yo, what a goat.
Fucking donut.
10,000 seconds. The goat. Didn't it just drop a $320 donation, but legitimately gave this guy an argument that self-fried him and caused him to run away like a track star. That's, oh my God. That's a wow. I'm impressed with you. 10,000 seconds. Seriously, that's impressive. Thank you for the $320 dono. Kung Fu, thank you so much for the $20. Who says, if he's checking to see if they're prepared, then why would he say he gets away with it? Exactly. Sadie with the $20 says, good job, Dean. Thank you so much for that love. Lady with the $10 says, style reading for Dean Savage. Thank you for coordinating this POS and exposing the hypocrisy. You know I'm fucking vicious with it. You know I'm fucking vicious with it. We take none of that shit. We take none of that shit. Thank you so much for the $10. Over on Venmo, Russell and, oh my goodness, Russell and Celise, thank you both for the $100 donations. My God, y'all. Russell with $100 says absolutely crushing it tonight. And then Celise, that is CELISC with $100, drops a little gift emoji. Thank you two so much. I literally don't know what to say. You guys have been so fucking kind to me tonight. I can't even speak. Kind to me tonight. 10,000 seconds, Celise Russell. Thank you guys so much for the love. I want to see 1,000 Russell W's, 1,000 Celise W's, and 800 Peter W's for the 86 and 47 cent donation over on Venmo as well. Well, thank you, you guys. He says, what are these disgusting MAGA pigs going to do if he pardons Maxwell? Is that going to be enough proof? Nope. All of a sudden, Maxwell's innocent. Thank you so much for the $86, Peter. Genuinely, that is so fucking kind of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. And then Aloni, thank you for the $10, who says, just wanted to make sure that this is the right account before I make a larger dono. Love you, Dean. Love you too. Please shout out my girlfriend, Destiny. We love you. Shout out to Aloni and Destiny. Thank you guys so much for that support. Zachary, thank you for the $5, who says Rachel's probably possessed. Yeah, Rachel's nuts. Helen, thank you for the 5. Fasid, thank you for the 6. Jada, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate you so much. I thank you. Abby, thank you so much for the $5. And Zachariah, thank you so much for the $5 as well. A couple people to quickly thank over on PayPal. Thank you so much, Sarah, for the $1. I appreciate it. Spice of Life with the $25. She says, wow, Trump violently raped Ivana while pulling out her hair and never mentioned that in his repertoire. Thank you for the $25. Yeah, that's what she said in the divorce proceedings. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Oh, Maria, thank you for the $5. Angelina, thank you for the 5. Alexander, thank you for the 5. And Rose, thank you so much for the $33 donation. Let's get through into Rose's W's. Who says, another thing about the Howard Stern show, why do they say, like a doctor, if he's not looking at them naked? I watch you guys almost every day since you and Parker started out. I'd love to come up one day during an E. Jean Carroll debate, as I'm an essay survivor who never reported. Well, Rose, I thank you so much for the $34, and I'm so sorry to hear that that happened to you. And that's actually a pretty good argument, right? Why would they say like a doctor if you didn't see them while they're naked? Thank you for sharing that with me. I'll definitely be using that one in the future. Seriously, that's good. Lucky Lazy, I appreciate you for another $10. I thank you so much. And Marina, thank you so much for the $10 as well. And Peter, thank you for the $5. He says, Dean, have you watched Channel 5's interview with multiple ICE agents? I have not. I'll make sure I check that out. And Blaine, thank you for the $1. With all that being said, I actually think that I'm all caught up.
Can I run through a couple of them really quickly?
Of course, my friend.
Carly, Mercedes, Priscilla, Audrey, Joseph, Kelsey, Rebel. Thank you all for the 5. I appreciate the hell out of each and every one of you. I'll reply to you guys individually, but thank you all. I really, really mean that. Jamie, thank you so much for the 10. He was absolutely choking on his lies. Tess, thank you so much for the 10. Yeah, I'm glad. Yeah, I've been out sick for a couple of days, but I'm glad to be back. And Heidi, thank you so much for the 25. And Michelle, thank you so much for the 25. I think it's super important that we bring up the consent topic and really start to explore the fact that men, like, we don't really understand consent, and we all could learn from that whole conversation around consent. And also, like, we should fiercely be sticking up for women, because like the reason why Dean and I feel the way that we feel is because we have the privilege of being men, and so we have to use our privilege to protect those marginalized communities, and so we should always be standing up for women. So you never have to thank me, you never have to thank us for doing that. That's our responsibilities. But thank you so much for the 25.
Listen, I take it one step further than you. I don't think it's a responsibility that we possess as men. I think that it's a responsibility that we possess as rational actors to believe things that are true and to use our brains reasonably and commonsensically. Like, all these things are just like so common sense. Like, would you ever say that like mathematicians have an obligation to tell you that 2 + 2 is 4? Like no, you should know that 2 + 2 is 4. Everybody has an obligation to say 2 + 2 is 4, right? And it's just like so common sense that it's like wrong to barge into people's dressing rooms. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's like the way I look at the issue, is like so many of these issues that we talk about, especially in reference to sexual violence on these live, it's like, duh, right? It's like everyone should know this. It is every single human's responsibility to make sure that all the other humans know this. It's just so easy, man. It's like, yeah, you can't just violate somebody's consent. You can't just follow a hot woman into the locker room to look at her naked body. You can't just forcefully penetrate a woman's vagina with your fingers. Like, it's incredible to me that even the president doesn't know this.
Yeah, I don't know what, it's super interesting. I heard you talking about this yesterday, and you were saying like, if you replace Trump's name with any other name, then they like don't go with it, right? Mm-hmm. But as soon as you put Trump's name in it, they lose all mental faculties and they just revert to trying to find a way to like cover and deflect and pretzel themselves. But in any other situation, they wouldn't accept it. It's the wildest shit. I just don't understand it.
I know. That's why I like this is why I use this analogy frequently. There are millions of Trump supporters, folks. And trust me, these millions of Trump supporters aren't just all like lousy morons binge watching Netflix on their couch all day. These are professionals. These are doctors, these are engineers, these are accountants, these are professionals, right? And I'll admit, I bet that a fuck ton of these Trump supporters are good at their job, right? Because how could we have a functioning economy if half of our country sucked at their job, right? Clearly, there's going to be some Trump supporters who are great lawyers, great engineers, so on and so forth. But it's almost like the moment that they start thinking about politics, they just turn their brain off and they become sticky little toddlers watching Cocomelon on their mom's iPads. It's brain rot. It's so brain rotted for them. And I have fun with this sometimes because even to the Trump supporters in my life, I will propose political ideas, okay, without making it clear that they're political ideas. I don't know, no one should starve, and kind of sucks that you can't go to the hospital when you don't have health care. I'm oh yeah, I don't want people to starve. I remember being young and dumb, not having health care, getting a broken arm. I need to go to the hospital. But as soon as it becomes universal health care, a political thing, communism, oh God.
Yeah, they lean into those silos, and the crazy thing about this is if you take the label of Republican or Democrat off of it, a lot of people agree on these things. Universal health care has one of the highest approval ratings. They just did a Pew Research Center study this year, and universal health care has, I think it's a 66 or 68% approval rating across the board. A lot of these issues, people want the things for other people, but then once you start talking about political lines, it draws that tribalism, and people then they don't want to go with it because that's a Democrat thing or whatever. It's right. So weird.
Right, I know. Listen, Cynthia, I appreciate you for popping up. It is nearly 10 p.m. my time out here in Colorado.
Really quick, you should check out 14th Amendment Section 4 when it comes to the $1.776 billion slush fund. Have you looked into that yet?
Section 4 of the 14th Amendment, is that the insurrection clause?
No, it's the clause. Yeah, it is. Damn it, Dean. Yeah, but if you look into it, what he's doing is illegal. He literally can't pay them because it's an insurrection unless they somehow try to claim it's not an insurrection.
Yeah, well, that's why they shouldn't have dissolved Jack Smith's special counsel, because he would have proven it.
Good point.
Good point.
All right, bro. I'll see you. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you for coming up.
Yep.
All right, folks. Show some love to Santana down below in that chat. I'm going to go ahead and hop off for the night. I will see you all tomorrow. I do these live streams every single day. Make sure to hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. Drop a sub on YouTube. Totally free. Peace, love, good night, and goodbye.